What would I like to use? I always say that, I'm sorry. I've got a bit of a habit of saying that. I'm just musing. Because it is true, I mean, what would I like to use? I suppose Lance. Because I very much love this Lance design. I always talk about it every time I equip this Lance. I say, I love this Lance design. It's because I do. Who wouldn't? It's so over the top. Particularly the Lance itself. That giant thing on the end of it. I don't even know how to describe it. There's not a word in my lexicon that I could use to describe it. It's just this thing that looks like it would hurt if you had it thrust into you. I mean, look at it. Yeah. I don't know if this weapon design existed in 1st gen. I know it did in 2nd, but I haven't seen the Lao Shan Lung Lance in 1st gen, so I don't know if it looked like this. It probably did. I'm just saying that I can't personally confirm that. Oh, Juvenator says free pussy in the box. Yeah, rightio. Are you saying you've got a woman in there? She must be rather contorted to fit herself in there. Ugh. It's the funky feline. Oh my god. You just open the box and there's this big afro. What's Darkness doing? You know he just put the Swedish D in there because it looked cool. You know he did. Well, obviously, it's not like it's a Swedish word. Oh. I'm sure there's an official term for that D, it's just I don't know what it is. I keep calling it the Swedish D. Forgive me for my ignorance. But yeah, Lance on a Cantor might actually allow for some level of enjoyment. As I say, a Cantor is one of those monsters that I seem to hunt the most in this game, so... I mean, I've been hunting less of them now because I think I've been actively avoiding hunting a Cantor, but... To be completely honest, I don't dislike a Cantor. I don't dislike hunting him, it's just I feel like I would like to avoid it where I can, but this is fine. It's been a few recordings since I last did a Cantor, so it's not too bad. Don't know what we're all waiting for though, we all seem to be quite passive at the moment. I'm gonna ready up, I'm gonna be the first guy, I'm ready to go. My hunter's name is Suslord and I have Goku Black quotes as some of my shouts. Well, fair enough. As I've said before, I'm not really that into having quotes as auto shouts. It's enough to make me want to find an option to turn off all shouts from all players. I am in pain, says it. Well. Yeah, that was... I feel like that was the biggest mistake Capcom ever made, having auto shouts. Biggest mistake. I understand why they did it. It's just... I'm assuming Darkness is getting his ammunition organized. Again, giving him the benefit of the doubt. I don't think he's just walking around doing nothing. Yeah, there you go. He's good to go now. I committed the sin that I always complain about. I went and looked for him. Because I'm eager. Well, I'm eager not on account of my own personal impatience. It's because I have a stream that I would like to keep interesting. That's the reason why I'd like to depart. They aren't auto shouts, I have to select them. Well, if that makes it any better. Well, maybe it is. Maybe it is better. At least then it doesn't happen every time you use a hunter round or whatever. I hate how that head moves so much when he does a tail swing. You have to chase it. Absolutely have to chase it. Now that's the annoying thing. You shield the impact of the head coming down and then you fail to shield the fucking tremor. And now the head is going to come down here. Watch this. Well, I don't think that actually hit me, surprisingly. Maybe they made it worse, or not as bad in this game. Whenever the head would come down in the old games, it would really hit you. Maybe they only kept that for a Carlos. I have a feeling it would be in this game, though. I want to see that. Is it here? No, it's not. They got rid of it. Maybe it was only a Carlos in the first place. Maybe I'm going crazy. Maybe my memory is shot to hell about that particular point. You use them once in a blue moon, eh? Every now and again, you just feel like whipping out your Goku black quotes. Can't fucking talk. Hit this arm. There you go. Pretty good. Oh, it feels so good to not have Guild Lance. I must tell you. It's not to say that I have an issue with Guild Style, it is to say that I specifically have an issue with Guild Lance. And Striker Lance is the way to go, because that is proper standard Lance. I mean, they should have made Striker the one where it has the heavy third strike. I don't know what they were thinking. Maybe it was a mistake. I don't know, but I mean, to me, Guild Lance should be the one that's the same as all the other games. Not... Did I don't know how I started that sentence. Point is, it's supposed to be Guild that's the same, not Striker. Striker is supposed to be the one that's different. I'll stop it. Now, I don't know if Shield Assault can climb these things, so just in case I'm going to do it here. Oh, that's not going to end well. Shit. Well, I think I dealt some damage anyway, and it was a critical strike, so better than nothing, but that was pretty dumb of me. I'm going to life powder. Just to help out? No, you fucking don't. Stop. At least I don't have defense down. I can be glad of that at least. He's gone and put himself in the lava, so he wants to dig out of there. He's like, I don't like it here. Which is fine, I understand. These things do happen. Oh god, who's hitting me with that gun? At least they didn't continue doing that. You guys have probably experienced this before, but some people who gun have so little regard for the team that when they start flinching a person, they won't stop. They just keep on shooting because they must think they're doing so much damage that it doesn't matter that some other person is getting flinched endlessly by what they're doing. It's really awful. I do have Corkscrew Jab at the ready, but I'm going to wait. Here we go. This is a good opportunity. That was awful, actually. Sort of glitching on the face there and didn't end up being quite in the position that I wanted to be, but... This hunt is being terribly trivialized by these Pierce gunners, but I understand. Pierce is a good choice for this monster, so it makes sense that you'd do it. It's just a problem that Pierce gunning became a little bit too widespread. It was almost discovered, you see. There was a time when, you know, some people would Pierce gun, but not a whole lot of people, but now, as of 4th gen, it's, you know, really big deal. To the point where it actually draws people who wouldn't otherwise gun to Pierce gunning purely on account of how strong it is. Which bothers me a lot, but... oh well. Taking a decent amount of damage through my shield, though. strike you in your face. There we go. Provided I don't take a hit in the process, I'm happy. Wouldn't mind getting a knockdown. That's why I aim for the back legs, you see. I don't aim for the back legs thinking that I'm doing all this damage. It's not what it's about. It's getting up a trip, basically. Working towards a trip. Still need to break the arm on the other side. Oh, Ichigo's in trouble. Did he really just take that in the face? How did he manage that? Does he not realize that maybe he just didn't know what was happening? I just can't believe he took that. For this one, you want to get in close. Provided you get in close, you'll be alright. I'm getting in position for the other arm. I can barely see where the hell I am. There we go. I was wanting to aim for that face. We still need to break this other tusk. My feeling is that he's going to die before that can break. Oh, never mind. Look at that. I think that's everything broken on him. Should be the back. Yep, we've got both arms, face, back, and tail broken. Let's see if we've got the chest broken too. We do. Everything is broken on this monster. Yeah, Basarios is harder in this game versus other games, particularly his hyper form. They don't fuck around with his hyper form. I was actually surprised to find that he was made reasonably difficult. Not just kind of harder, but reasonably difficult. I mean, I've been killed by hyper Basarios before. Which is a bit, it's almost sad, but it's true, and they just made him a hard fight. Not really crushingly difficult, I just mean, if the monster can conceivably kill me, then they're doing something right. But normally Basarios would be so terribly predictable and just easy to deal with that he wouldn't manage to kill me, but yeah. May as well calm this tail, it'll be harder to get my calms otherwise. In the time that is allotted, at the end of the hunt, it might not be practical to get both the tail calves and the body calves. I knew that was going to be right on top of me, but I decided that I wanted my calves so desperately that I'd take a hit for them. I've got defense down though, which isn't very good. I don't think I got it from that situation, I think I had it prior to that point. Why are you going back there? He's got a lot of dragon breath to get out. A lot of dragon breath to get out. How can you not do that? Like, you can see that I'm making my way around the monster and you still shoot into me. It's not good for him or for me. Because he was shooting status. I mean, maybe I should have been avoiding him, I don't know. I bet he has... Again, Ichigo has his flash step shout. I'm guessing he has that for absolute evasion. Something like that. I'm surprised this monster isn't dead yet with these two pierce gunners, to be completely honest. Maybe I'm just not doing any damage. I think I'm doing alright damage. There we go. I knew we were close anyway. Goodness me. But yeah, that's a Cantor for you. Nice work, says Ichigo. Yeah, indeed. Very nice work. Not really. Pretty standard hunt. He's never been that hard of a hunt. Hasn't been since Freedom Unite that he's really presented much of a challenge. The hardest game was definitely Freedom 2 though. The game where he first appeared in. That's why they gave you such an overpowered bow. Juvenator said nice work twice. We've got 3 nice works for that hunt. It's good to see. I will say that a Cantor does pose more of a danger than a Carnlos, if only for the fact that he does have defense down, that he applies to you. That's probably the biggest issue with a Cantor, is the fact that you do get defense down. That is my 11th Conquest Sphere. Interestingly, not the rare item that I have the most of in this game. I don't know what that would be. What would be the rare item that I have the most of? You'd think a Cantor would be one of the rare items that I have the most of, but... Well, it would be one of, but not the most, I don't think. I should check. Let's have a bit of a gander, shall we? At our rare items. So... G-rank rares, that is to say. 2 Palliums from Uragan, 4 Immortal Reactors, 7 Brack Palliums, 5 Nangaku Mantles, 2 Basarios Palliums. I didn't even know you had your own Pallium, what the fuck? 3 Gravios Palliums. Is there a black Gravios? There is no black Gravios in this game. Wraithian Mantles, 6, 10 Rathalos Mantles, 8 Sky Emeralds, 7 Astalos Mantles, 12 Gamoth Palliums. That's looking like the number 1. For now, anyway. 3 Mizutsune Pallium, 5 Glavenus, 11 Tigrex. So Tigrex and a Cantor are tied, with Gamoth on top. 6 Regios Lens, 3 Gormagala, 3 Shagaru, oh, Devil Joe's number 1 at 17 Crooks. I would guarantee that it's not going to get better than that. 11 Conquest Spheres, 2 Carnlo Stones. I mean, what a difference, right? 6 Dragon's Fires from Elatrion. And then 5 Dragon's Fires from Amatsu. 8 Laoshan Mantles, I don't know how I got that many. 4 Secret Soul Orbs. 5 Ruby Dragon Mind Stones. 6 Alluring Gems. And that's everything. Yeah, I didn't get, definitely not Bracky, I only had 7 Bracky, from what I recall. Oh, I need to actually say who's hunting next. I mean, you guys should know the order by now. It is in typical descending order while skipping me. Don't know why that needs to be said. Let's see what Ichigo has to put on the board. I find myself terribly excited by the thought of what he might possibly post. I'm giddy, in fact. Holy god, the same quest? I sort of understand. If he really needs Mizutsune, then fair enough, but that's a bit boring, isn't it? The reason why I'm in a room like this is so that I can get consistently different hunts without having to leave the room, but at this rate, this is looking a bit boring. I didn't do too many Charm Farm runs also, by the way. I don't know how many I would have actually done, but definitely not as much as some people. I wonder if you could even get a proper charm run in this game now that so many people have left. If you were the status gunner, you wouldn't be able to get another status gunner. That would be pretty hard to do. I mean, you could, technically. I'm sure some higher ranked person's got an appropriate status gun for it, but... and also has the technique necessary to get a good run, but... I think you'd be waiting for a while. But the point is that it would probably be a little hard to do, even if you had a status set yourself to use as the host. So, yeah. I'm glad I've basically done all the Charm Farm runs that I wanted to do. Alrighty. Should be good to go momentarily. I'll be back in just a moment. I'm going to blow my nose again. Must be because it's a rainy day or something. I've returned. Alright. It takes Mizutsune to tango, indeed. Again, relating to the client and the summary of the quest given to us. For some reason, they decided to get a little bit creative with the quest names in this game. Well, I can imagine why, but some of them are really silly. Like, really silly. Also, I didn't see that you had followed me, Steve. Thanks for the follow. Really should be moving my chat so as to be able to see the follows as they come. What are you pinging for, Darkness? I'm going to go and assume accidental ping. That's what I'm going to assume there. I'll keep away, damn it. Fortunately, I'm not really getting good piercings from this side. From this angle. Don't want to get hit by the follow-up there. Now, depending on where you are positioned here, you could actually have your shots go into the ledge, which would be pretty awkward. Just like that. Wasn't even trying to do it there. Not looking to waste my ammunition for purposes of demonstrating what I'm talking about. Again, yeah, Pierce is just not good for this monster. That's why when I went bow last time, I used spread. But because I'm using an elemental light bow gun set, yes, I would like to use my Pierce element, but again, you have to go from either the front or the rear of the monster to get good piercings. Because he's a very narrow monster, sort of a serpentine creature. Not much width to the body. Oh, that's very nice of you to give me attack up there. I will take that, and I will use that to deftly harm you. So now that we're on Thunder level 2, I will try to aim for those front arms. Oh, I'm failing just disturbingly to hit those front arms. I will try again. I suppose front leg should be the term used. We don't want to get on this subject again, but some of you won't know what I'm talking about when I say that. But that was definitely a subject of conversation at one time in the past. The difference between arms and legs on monsters. But yeah, the elemental weak point for this monster is the front legs, and so therefore, using an elemental gun set. Thank you for that, it was very nice of you to upswing me like that. I was going to ask, but I'm so glad that you read my mind, because that's exactly what I was looking for in that moment. Beautiful. Getting lovely damage here. Not that you would see it immediately with a hyper monster. Hyper monsters are designed to sponge hits. But you will not last for too much longer, Mizutsune. I don't really know the lore behind hyper monsters. Does anyone know? I'm sure it's mentioned in-game, I wouldn't doubt. But when it was first mentioned, I was most likely playing Generations, and I think I was skipping all the text. I was just trying to get through Generations as quickly as I could. But is there some sort of... Well, there is. Can someone tell me what the lore-based story behind hyper monsters is? Because I've never known. Never known to this day. They're just, you know, a game function to me. Feels weird to only have 3 shots on rapid fire. I obviously don't have bonus shot with this set, which is fine. The reason why I don't have bonus shot on this set is because it's not just about the level 1 ammo with my elemental guns here. In the past, definitely bonus shot for me was key with elemental gunning for the reason that you didn't have internal ammo. You would just have your regular elemental shot that, if you were choosing the correct light bow gun, would have rapid fire capabilities on that shot time. So of course you would use bonus shot to get an additional shot out of that. But here, it's actually better to go for a gun that has good internal ammo, and then on top of that, you make a set that can really make use of that. For example... Wait, do I? No. Looks like I don't have true shot for increasing damage of internal ammo, but that's alright. I've made a set that really aims to capitalize on elemental damage. Point being that your bonus shot regular elemental damage, or regular elemental shot at this point, is more like a backup. That's if you've run out of internal ammo. Which I have actually, yeah. So with this gun you don't get as much. Like, for example, the Deviant Mizutsune light bow gun is incredible for internal ammo. And also for rapid fire, incidentally. That was very interesting. Dived straight into that pitfall trap. I don't know how you're not fucking dead yet. I sort of understand. Why? Who threw a dung bomb? Is it a joke? Is it a joke? Is it like, are we having fun today? Ha ha ha, let's dung bomb the monster for literally no reason. Who did that? I bet someone was trying to trank the monster and threw a dung bomb instead. Really? Great, thunderbugs also give monster broth. That's the first I'm hearing of that. Back in the old games, you used to get thunderbug jelly from those. Monster broth from great thunderbugs, are you sure? If so, then that's news to me. That's really interesting. How odd. I don't even know how that... I suppose because it's an insect, but still, like... Where are you getting the broth from these tiny insects? Because that's what great thunderbugs are. They are several insects in a group, creating this thunderous effect. So where does the broth fucking come from? You know? Feels like you wouldn't be able to extract it from so many tiny insects. Oh. So there was never an in-game explanation for hyper monsters. Okay. So it was literally just an in-game mechanic. Okay. I almost don't trust that. It might not have been mentioned in-game, but I think maybe somewhere, in some Japanese reference, there would be an explanation for hyper monsters that would have just been contrived for purposes of giving For purposes of justifying its presence, in a lore sense. Of course it was a game mechanic first, and then they would have to think of a reason as to why that would work in the story, but yeah, I feel like there would have to be an explanation for it. Juvenator is teabagging the monster, which is great. I guess we can teabag together. 3-man teabag. That is interesting though, that it wasn't actually mentioned in-game. Here's this hyper monster, just fight it. It's extra upset or something. Look at that, 2 palliums, fucking hell. You always get showered with rares when you don't need them. That's the way it always is. Stamina drain plus 10, 2 slot. It's probably not too bad, may as well take it. Slowly encroaching upon the precipice of HR 18. 18? 800. 18 or 800, Doomlink? Make up your fucking mind. Not even make up your mind. Say what's on your mind. That would help. G autonomic is sort of a... I'm not sure. G is one of those Japanese words that has sort of an unspoken meaning to it. Might be G for great or good or probably great. The idea being that G in Japanese just... you understand that that's like a high level or something like that. It probably stands for something, and it would be an English word. My guess would be great. But yeah, it doesn't who turn. Hello. It's the first time you've asked so quickly. P4. But yeah, they have a lot of shortenings in Japanese from English words that English-speaking people wouldn't necessarily know of. Like DX, for example, is very common, which is deluxe. So, you know, things like that. So G would likely have the same sort of thing in Japanese. Like, you know, an understanding that it means a high level. But we wouldn't necessarily use that, even though it's derived from English. That's my understanding of it. Which is the reason why they didn't retain it. They went to master rank. You know, same idea, same concept, but they gave it an English name. And I hate that, and I'll tell you why. It's because they're walking away from the Japanese legacy of the Monster Hunter series. For the English translation, for the benefit of all the people from the English-speaking world who play it. What do you mean G rank? What does the G stand for? You know, stupid questions like that. Not that it's a stupid question that you asked, Autonomic, but what I mean to say is that some people would actually take issue with not knowing what it stands for, and I would say Capcom would think in their minds, oh, well, we can't have people wondering and then etc, etc. It's better to just have it be master rank so that people don't have to wonder. That's what I mean to say. It's just part of Capcom really trying to make it for Western audiences. I thought DX was the rapper that passed away recently. Well, it's hard to keep up with rappers that pass away. If you had a list of every rapper that passed away, you'd be looking at a pretty long list every day. Shot. Drug overdose. Etc, etc. That's probably not very fair, but it is true. No, it's not God rank. It could be. I mean, G could be God, I don't know. It's possible. Yeah, G could also be grand. I think great or grand would be appropriate. Wouldn't necessarily say God. God's probably not what it is. 2 Silverwind Nagakugas. Silverwind G2. Can't say I'm looking forward to it, but it has been a long time since I've done Silverwind. There was a time when I did way too many Silverwind and I never wanted to hunt another one again, but... Oh, DMX was the rapper. Well, there you go. DMX. What would I like to use? Which is Doomlink's fucking catchphrase. How about Greatsword for something a little different? In other words, I wouldn't normally opt to use Greatsword for this kind of hunt. But here I am. What is my Thunder Greatsword? Here it is. Lagia Supreme Thunder. It's not just, you know, good thunder, great thunder, excellent thunder. It is Supreme Thunder. The greatest of the thunders. Could I solo this whole game? Yeah. This entire game can be soloed. Whether or not you'd want to do it is a completely different story. You wouldn't want to do it. It would be extremely time consuming and not in any way fun. Some people might find it fun to challenge themselves in that way. Some people enjoy a challenge. They get enjoyment out of challenge. And if that's true, then I think they would enjoy that. But, ugh, I wouldn't do it. If you mean if I personally could solo it, yes I could, but I wouldn't. I soloed all of Freedom Unite basically, and that was enough for me. That was enough for me. I feel like I've been there, done that. That's not to say that this could be done in the same length of time. This would take longer for sure, but still. I've soloed games that are hard to solo. Or soloed a game that's hard to solo. So yeah, that'll do it for me. We have the same build, says Juvenator. Do we? No, we don't. You have weakness exploit. You don't see the usefulness of focus. I do. And focus is absolutely essential for Greatsword. And you don't have that, so... But outside of that, yeah, reasonable set. It's sort of like... For me, I would say focus and high-grade earplugs or some sort of raw resistance that is appropriate for the monster that you're hunting is absolutely necessary for Greatsword, but... Yeah. Oh dear. Silverwind G2. Has been quite some time since I last did Silverwind. We'll see if it gives rise to any PTSD. Because I was hunting this guy way too many times. Way too many times. I don't know how many I've fought. I could check. It's a lot. It's like 130 that I've killed. Seriously. Hello. No, there isn't one in 7. I thought there'd be one in 7 and one in 6. Should have gone for the head there, but ended up not. He looks like an old Nag Cougar. He looks like an old man. His fur is going grey, you know. Maybe that's the law. Maybe that's what he is. He's an old and grey Nag Cougar with some tricks that the young Nag Cougars haven't developed yet. Something like that. I don't actually think that's true, but... Sort of what it looks like when you've got a Silverwind Nag Cougar. He looks old. But yeah, focus is so important for a Greatsword because the Greatsword can only function when the player can have the best possible DPS with it. Oh, I rolled just too late there. And focus is really important for Greatsword because, again, that increases your DPS immensely. It's lack of DPS that chokes the Greatsword. And lack of DPS is made possible with player mistakes such as always greeting for level 3. I say greeting as to say, you know, always going for it, even though it's probably not the smartest thing to do. You know, you always need to settle for whatever you can get away with, because DPS is better than just, you know, getting only level 3s off. That's one of the first things you learn with Greatsword, is to not always go for level 3 charges. Oh shit. And the reason why you don't always go for level 3 charges is again because it will harm your DPS in doing so. Whoops, I had been life powdered there. So yeah, along the same lines, focus is very important. Like settling for a level 2 there instead of going for the level 3. And that's made a whole lot more, I guess, viable as a strategy through focus. So if I didn't have focus there, I would have had to settle instead for a level 1 charge, because I wouldn't have been able to get to level 2 in that time. Focus is very important for a Greatsword. Nope. Rejuvenator abandoned. Okay. Don't know what happened there. Unfortunately, we have just been forced to fight two... what the fuck? We've been forced to fight two Silverwind Nagkuga at G rank level with a group of 3. And this Darkness guy gives about 0 fucks about this trap. Which is really annoying. Really annoying. You just don't have an excuse in this game. I mean, there are games where you put down a trap in this series and you just don't have a single ping, you just wouldn't know unless the person actively pings on their own. But in this game you get a ping, you get a sound effect, you get the whole shebang, you get all the bells and whistles when someone puts down a trap and you still ignore the thing. Come on. If this monster leaves because you are so focused on hunting it that you don't even realize what we're doing, it's like, why are you hunting it alone, Darkness? Do you not realize that you're the only one there? Is he going to stop and look to see where we are and realize we're standing by a trap? Fuck me, man. What a waste of team DPS. Was that the first or second shock trap we got? Because that was really quick for him to pull himself out of it. Oh, that was a very good flinch. Very nice. I don't... Does my set have focus or do I have to gem it in? I've got no idea. I feel that provided you don't have a set that is weapon dependent, having to gem it in or not is irrelevant, because it's part of the set. I don't have weapon dependent Blade Master sets for the most part. The only time that I'll have a weapon dependent Blade Master set is if I use literally one weapon for it. In this case, I've got no idea if it has to be gemmed in or not. Let's have a look. Yes, it does, by way of 3 decorations. 1 charger duel 3 and 2 fast charge 1 jewels, or decorations. So, yeah. But the set is not weapon dependent, so to me, the set does come with that, provided it's, well, you know what I mean. It's really dark now, isn't it? On my webcam. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. It is raining outside, and I've lost pretty much all of my natural lights, so... Oh, I think... No, I think we're alright. I think we're alright for chroma key. Yeah, we are. Good. Just wanted to make sure. Where is our next Silverwind? Oh, he's in Area 6. Makes it easy. Greatsword charge his face once we get the opportunity to do so. No, I won't even do that. We'll go for level 3 here. Yeah, Greatsword is probably the most enjoyable weapon type for me just because of how focused you have to be on what the monster's doing at the time. But it's almost... I mean, it's that part of hunting with a weapon that I don't like about Hammer these days, but the difference between Hammer and this is that I don't feel like I have to attack a specific part of the monster. I like watching what the monster's doing, but I don't like necessarily having to aim for one specific part of the body. And that kind of annoys me. I can do it every now and again with Hammer. I don't dislike Hammer. When I actually equip Hammer, it's kind of fun. But I can only do it for 1 or 2 hunts, and then I'm just a little sick of the process, we'll say. You've picked an interesting time to drop a pitfall trap. I'm going to try and not get him in there until we've got Darkness. Darkness is here, so hopefully you can make use of it. There we go. I'm going to go from the back here. I might actually sharpen up here. Oh, that is great. Oh, it was a sleep. Terrible. Don't apologize, Ichigo. I'm using Greatsword. I mean, that's terrible. For a sleep that concludes... Oh, is Darkness really fucking complaining? If he's complaining about that shit, too fucking bad. Like, I could see that he was sleeping, but I was in the middle of a charge. In the entire time it took for him to conclude his sleep animation, and you can only hit him during the entirety of the animation. I had a charge going that whole time, so it doesn't work, unfortunately. Ichigo's got a sad face, like, we would have failed on my account anyway. So, it doesn't matter. It's not a big deal. Ow. Yeah, if you're attacking aggressively with a Greatsword, it's very hard to deal with a sleep where the animation concludes so quickly. Oh, I don't know if you saw that, but I thought that Nagakuga was stopping still for a little while there, but he didn't. He was lagging there. Made it look like he was stopped. See, if there's a point where the connection doesn't... Like, if there is an issue with the connection, the Nagakuga will take a neutral stance. And with a neutral stance, if it's actually taking place, you've got a window of about 5 seconds to get an attack in. But if it's not actually happening, and is instead a result of bad connection, you've only got a window of about a second, which is not enough for a Greatsword charge. You can fucking stop jumping around, my friend. Oh, look how lenient the flash bombs are in this game. Definitely getting some connection issues here, though. Here we go, try to get it on the face here. Whoa! I pulled that way too hard over to the right. You've picked a very strange time to put down a pitfall, my friend. The monster's been here for over 5 minutes. That looks like Area 5 or Area 2. Ichigo looks like he's about to run into the cave area. Area 5. Draw attack on the face. Oh, was not expecting the tail swing. Otherwise I wouldn't have done that. Wouldn't have rolled to that side anyway. Again, Nagakuga is one of the monsters that you do not flashbomb because he just becomes less predictable, which is not helpful for the team. You want a predictable monster. Whoa! Don't know if you saw that teleportation there. Basarius Pallium on your first try? Well, that's good to hear. It means you don't have to fight much more of him. Be glad. Oh, the connection with this fucking person. He's obviously from Spain. He's definitely got European fucking connection to me. And European connection is some of the worst for me. Living in Australia. I'm very far from Europe. Ugh. Getting stuck. We're going to level 2 slam here. There we go. Might Brimstone Slash this if I can. If I can find an opportunity to do it. Because Brimstone Slash is good as a counter attack as well. If you know an attack's coming and you know the monster's going to stay there for long enough to get hit with a Brimstone Slash, you can actually use the incoming attack to speed up the Brimstone Slash drop time. Oh, he definitely teleported. He 110% teleported. That is what's happening. His animation was not going to take him, like, that was an instant transmission to my location. That was not the speed of the monster that did that. I think he just went to area 8. I hope. If he went to area 9, then we're fucked. Yeah, he went to 8. Good. What's a Lao Shan Lung? One of the worst monsters in the series is what Lao Shan Lung is. He is a very boring siege fight. He is being chased by Fatalis, lore-wise. Not that you'll ever see Fatalis. But he's making his way to a fortress in a corridor, and you attack him for about 25-30 minutes. And eventually kill him, ideally. You can repel him as well. He's an Elder Dragon. But, well, there was a time when you could repel all Elder Dragons. These days it's only the really big ones. Lao is one of those that remains a repel choice. Can you fucking stop? I'm getting stuck on the wing and this fucking switch axe guy. Just trying to go for the head. Anyway. Thanks for hunting, I got to go, says Ichigo. Well, there you go. See ya, says Ichigo. Do I have buy? 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 I've got a lot of insulting shouts. No buy though. Oh god, he really had to go. Like, he had to go. He couldn't even wait until the end of the hunt. He had to turn off his fucking switch. Oh dear. Reasonable hunt though, considering that it was 3 men. Quest complete. Alrighty. So now that this room has basically concluded, we've finished on player 4, which is the ideal, because it's not like he's just sat here only for his turn to be skipped because everyone left. We've done his turn, which is good. Cheekin. Don't know what cheekin's supposed to mean. But let's see what's on offer. I think it was an event quest that was on the board. It means we could really be dealing with anything here. As long as it's not naked or on-site items only, I'm happy. Forget Foul Strike's Big Sis is scarier. Yeah, this quest doesn't fuck around. This is a difficult quest, so I might bring Pierce for it. I don't want to do this every time, but the Nursilla armor makes you look like a Yu-Gi-Oh monster? Yeah, probably. Can't really remember what it looks like, but it sounds about right to me. I will use my Adept Pierce set, because again, this is one of those hunts that you don't want to go in with some weak crap. It's survivability, that's what you want here. It's very important. Okay, so let's put away that thunder, and probably the freeze too, don't need the freeze. Do we have insurance? Let's see. Gino only has Rider, what the fuck? Okay, so I'll eat for insurance. Who's Big Sis? We're about to fight Big Sis. Big Sis is the fucking... You know, they're sort of implying that Valstrax is a female monster by saying that, but anyway. The event monster is Big Sis. You can see that Gino really wants to go now. He's quite eager. It's because you want to eat for Ryder and nothing else that I'm having to do this, my friend. So. Insurance, there you go. What does he even have? He's using Elder Frost Animosity with that. No Artillery Novice or anything. Well, let's not start critiquing his set. I think we're good to go there. Alright, let's see what we've got in this quest. We've got Joe Cool. As long as we've got Joe Cool, I think we are in good stead to succeed in this hunt. Because Joe Cool is a pretty cool guy. Although his name might not make that clear. He's a very cool guy. Oh wait, Demon, oh you dick! Big flexo, big dick, more like. That's me being really creative. I've got Demon Affinity, leave me alone. Alright, fine, no Demon Affinity for anyone. No one gets Demon Affinity, fuck you all. Alright. I'm just going to shoot my slicing wherever the hell. It's all about the DPS today. This is what I... Oh, look at that terrible delayed hit. Just terrible. Yeah, Juvenator vanished. He well and truly did. He's out. He's down for the count. It was an abandon and a manual leave room. Might be because he might have taken offense to the fact that he didn't have focus on his set. I don't know. I really have got no idea. We've already got a failure, which is a good start. Great start. Couldn't get much better than that. But yeah. That's what we're dealing with today. It's always easier though. It means I can just join any room that has space for one. Most of them have space for one, as opposed to two. There we go. That attack is what I really wanted Adept for, and I fucked it up the first time. Now I believe it's safe to attack the face. It's only elemental damage that's completely mitigated during rage mode. Oh. No, stop it. That's just awful. I hate that stupid attack. I'm gonna help out with... Oh, well, Gino's fucking dumb. Yeah, when they say Big Sis is scarier, they're not fucking joking, alright? We've got two fucking deaths in 2 minutes, basically. You charging up? What are you doing? No, you fucking don't. Stop it. Blasting off. At least you know that he's never gonna be... Oh, he's after me. At least you know he's not going to be leaving the area. You know that when he's blasting off, he's doing his attack. Makes it quite clear. Shit, having real troubles getting on target here. I mean, what's the point? 3 deaths in 3 minutes, basically, is what we're dealing with here. What the fuck are you people doing? Do you not know what we're hunting? I mean, this is not bring your fucking C game. You need to bring your A game, my friends. You've got to bring your A game. This is not a joke, this hunt. Ugh. This guy's fucking typing Romaji in the chat now, which is great. Oh. What if that is their A game already? Yeah, well, that's possible, man. I don't know. I'm not sure about that. No, you're not going to get me with that. Oh, he's going to get me with this one, though. It always happens. It always happens. You should talk the team and you take the next hit. It's always like that. Stupid hunt. I'm happy to try it one more time, but that was a nasty combo. Didn't like that. Depression. Well, I wouldn't say that I'm depressed over that, but point is that that quest is one of the worst in the game, so you think Valstrax is so easy because he does get completely destroyed in the normal Valstrax hunts by a team. He really does. But then you fight the event and you realize, oh, actually, if he's doing like double damage, he's actually really fucking hard. And he's serious business. That's big sis. She doesn't fuck around. Big sis Valstrax. She'll smack you down. I'm hoping it's posted again. I'd like to try it again. I think the team can do better this time. That's what I believe. Also, hello Blue. I didn't say hello to you. And at least it wasn't Event Lao. You're right about that. At least with Event Lao, you probably wouldn't fail it. But admittedly, you wouldn't want to fail Event Lao, because imagine failing it, say, 30 minutes in. I wouldn't want that. That's pretty bad. That's more than pretty bad, that's really fucking bad. Really? Hold on, who posted last? Big Flexo posted last. Now he's posting Celtas. That's a bit of a step down, isn't it? Wouldn't you say? Wouldn't you say that's a bit of a step down? Did you post that out of curiosity? Did you post one of the hardest games in this, or excuse me, one of the hardest quests in this game out of pure curiosity? You ballsack of a human being. I'm bringing Hannah for a change. Alright. Maybe they are one of your lurkers, I don't know about that. Well, it's possible, I mean shit, if you think about it. I've got plenty of lurkers. I don't know if they don't speak English, or if they're super shy, or if they've got no personality, or what, but yeah. I've got a lot of people who just sit in my stream. You know, you have to understand. Every time I stream Generations Ultimate, I get at least 100 unique viewers, which means that that's, you know, that's around 90 people who don't talk. Like, that's a lot of people to not talk. Who are these people? I don't know. It's weird. I don't understand it. Anyway, I'm using a hammer on a Celtus Queen. That's what's happening today. What's Gino running today? I don't think he's naked anymore. At least not visually. He was never naked, he was just visually naked. Elemental crit, element attacker, that's a nice set. I like that. That's rare, you don't often see those sorts of loadouts. That's really interesting. That's unique. I like a unique loadout in this game. Because you see so much adult card stuff in this game. No, I wouldn't encourage them. Autonomic, there might be a reason why they don't talk. Maybe I'd rather they didn't. You never know. You're not the boss of me. Hello, Spade. Person I've never seen before. Welcome to the live stream. I can't welcome people that I don't know by name, so welcome. Anyway. The Royal Guard. I don't really have much faith in my ability to hammer this monster, actually. I've probably only done it a handful of times. I can probably only count the number of times that I've hunted a Seltas Queen with a hammer on one hand. Pray for me. I'm sure I'll be fine. It's just, look, my defense is not great with the hammer. That's one of the reasons why I don't use hammer all that much in this game. I would try to use it more often. It's just that my options are limited because I use the Hayabusa Feather on it. So, yeah, any set that I have the Hayabusa Feather with just has abysmal defense, and that's not something I can help, you know. Everything's fully upgraded. It really is well and truly fully upgraded. You are not taking any fucking KO damage from that. Thanks for the defense down, you selfless bastard. Alright, turn and face me. Look at me. He's not looking at me. I have to tell you, the weirdest feeling is to do the hammer spin in this game. So I'm telling you now, it is some broken shit in first gen. Some really broken shit. You know, I'm going hammer here and I may as well just go fuck myself because this guy's just going to flinch me the whole time. So why do I bother? Why do I bother? Come on, get that face. But yeah, I'm used to first gen and how hammer works in first gen. Let me tell you, first gen hammer versus fourth gen hammer is like comparing apples and oranges. Different thing. Completely different thing. Oops, wanted to turn there. I don't know why my body didn't turn. My body was like, nope, not turning today. I'm going to continue swinging my hammer in the wrong direction. Fuck off, Joe Cool. Joe not so cool after all. I actually managed to get the super pound off there. I'm pretty impressed with that. I took a stupid hit, but I got the super pound off. It's better than not getting the super pound off and taking a stupid hit. Also, I'm taking such heavy damage. I mean, you would think that it would be bad enough to have shit defense, but no, let's get some defense down as well. Just in case that wasn't enough. There we go. Oh, shit. No, you don't. No, you don't, mister. Turn around. Why do you back up like that? Stop that. Go for another super pound on the face if we can. There we go, you're... Well, I tried to have that work. Yeah, hammering this monster sucks. In case you wanted some sort of visual proof that hammering this monster sucks. I can't believe I just got killed by a Seltas. You know what happened there? He came from behind, outside of my field of vision, and then comboed me from the side at such an angle that I couldn't avoid. I mean, really? What the fuck is going on? I mean, the defense down doesn't help, but bloody hell. Getting killed by a Seltas is not doing wonders for my self-esteem at this time. Every time I die, people say it happens to the best of us. So that phrase has been uttered enough times at this point to make me feel like, actually, I'm not one of the best. I'm starting to feel like I'm one of the worst. Anyway. That's what I was told by Beta when I triple carted in a double black Gravios quest when I was hunting with her in Freedom Unite 2 days ago. And it was not a good day. Well, 3 days ago I think it was. It wasn't a good day. I mean, I don't know what happened there, but I went in with a gun, was not paying attention, and died 3 times. And it was a bad fucking day. And I was told it happens to the best of us. And I'm thinking, well, the best of us don't die 3 times. I was not happy. But anyway. It is what it is. Alright. Let's get his face. No, I'm going to completely miss his face. I mean, you never know. Maybe land compensation did something there. I'd like a fucking KO. You know, I don't ask for much, but maybe 1 KO would be pretty good. Just 1 KO. Father Christmas. It was a bit early to be asking for Father Christmas to deliver me a KO, but you know. Alright, spinning meteor it is. No. 2 hits out of whatever it is, 5. And spinning meteor, something like that. Well, that's true, Sparta. I feel so much better now. Again, defense down. I mean, that's the terrible thing about having a Celtas here. He just gives defense down to everyone. Especially to the people who don't have good defense in the first place because they use Hayabusa Feather. I'm hitting your face, seeing as though you are presenting it to me. I will hit your damn face. Can you please be KO'd? At this point, I'm on my hands and knees begging for a KO. Can we please just have 1? I mean, asking for 1 KO is not much. I have KO Expert, as in Knockout King. That is the skill name. You would think at this point I would get at least 1. I mean, 1. I'm not asking for the world here. You know, this is not going to take up 3 wishes from the genie's bottle to get 1 fucking KO. Please. Thank you. Shit, I was probably helped out by the bloody Charge Blade guy. Now I'm being physically assaulted by everything except the monster that is now on the ground. In a moment of vulnerability. I mean, seriously. The best, yeah. It's like getting a gold star from the teacher even though you got the worst fucking mark on the test. Anyway. Fucking defense down. KO King, more like KO Jester. Okay. So, back in the hunt with the Celta's Queen, who will hopefully die fairly soon. This is not a hyper quest, ladies and gentlemen. This is a regular Celta's Queen hunt, and we are still going. Please go away. Any Celtas? I think I've missed my, yep, missed that. That's alright, nothing out of the ordinary. I mean, again, I'm not in any way a droid with the hammer versus Celta's Queen, however. You would think at this point I would have succeeded a little more than this. This is pretty bad. This is not on the high end of hammer play versus Celta's Queen. This is on the low end. Here we go, spinning meteor, spinning meteor. Beautiful, no one flinched me out of it. Beautiful. Sorry, Big Flexo. Big Flexo got big flinched-o by me. Okay. Come on, Gino. Let's get her down, get her down. Yeah, that's what I want. Hey! I think that was my golf swing. I think that was my golf swing that got it. Get out of here, Celtas, you actual menace. You pest. No, I'm not mad, Juvenator. I just didn't know why you left. You didn't say anything. You could have said, sorry, I have to go. But I didn't get mad. I thought maybe you were offended because I said you didn't have focus. I wasn't sure why you left. May as well kill the Celtas. I've calmed now, or try to kill the Celtas. I suppose I should amend that statement to say. Here we go, cue him. Get him out of here. Now I'm the only one trying, is that right? Ugh, I'll just waste my time, that's alright. I'm only trying to, you know, perfectly clear the quest. Bedtime. Rightio. Well, that's the way things are. Emperor Hopper, send to item box. Yeah. Oops. Again, that's me trying to go up to the yes option. I hate that they changed that. I mean, that is the ultimate disrespect to old players, changing it from up and down to left and right to select yes or no. I mean, that is the ultimate, because that is absolute muscle memory for people who played the older games. Going up and down to select yes or no. Connection lost. Was I kicked? Is it because I suck? Anyway. That's the sort of thing that happens when you get kicked, but I don't know why I would have been kicked for that. I feel like I did a reasonable job. But anyway, I'll be back in just a moment, just going to the bathroom. I am back. As far as whether or not I was actually kicked, it really did look like I was. I don't really disconnect from hubs on account of my internet, like it just doesn't happen, so the chances of that being a kick are fairly high. As far as why I would be kicked, I don't really know, but yeah. Don't know what I did. Must have upswung someone one too many times. Hyper events. Why? Why would you want that? Crimson Fatalis? No. What is this? Must be a bunch of unrecognized Chinese characters. Kyojuro. 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 Okay. Via vamos la. Or one. Insect catching. HR minimum 0. I don't think you can be HR 0 and join that. Turns. Again, it wasn't until somewhat recently that I realized there was such a thing as HR 0. I was playing 3 Ultimate and I think twice or 3 times in the space of about a week I had some people arrive in the online area at HR0, and I'm like, I didn't know that was even possible. Oh, this is Archer. That's the guy. When I said Shido using I am the bone of my sword emotes, I actually meant the guy named Archer doing that. That's the guy. He's the one I was referencing. Okay, we'll do Rust Razor, sure. Why the hell not? Let me half fill you. Well, Dominic, I'm ready. He's also ready. He's eaten. Filling his stomach, ready for a hunt. Hey, with a musical note. He's got a quaver out there, you know. Hey. It's a bit cutesy for someone named Dominic. But, anyway. What would I like to use? Charge Blade. Why not? With the Fatalis. White Fatalis. Charge Blade, in fact. Ugh. Oh, Rust Razor G5. Scratch that. I'll use Roar instead. Rust Razor G5. You've got some balls, my friend. Making a Rust Razor specific room and posting G5. You'd be better off joining the Deviant Turns room, honestly. I almost don't want to do this, but I will. In other words, I was somewhat willing to just leave the room, but whoops, not that. We want no, not that. This is what we want. Here we go. I officially dislike Lao Shanlang. Well, you are officially part of one of the largest clubs of old Monster Hunter players, at least. It's a large club that we all belong to. It's called I Hate Lao Shanlang. It's kind of a big deal. There's a lot of us out there, and we all hate that monster. He sucks. He really sucks. He's not. Fly Day is out of here. He didn't want even one little bit of that quest, and I understand why. But come on, you can at least do one. All I ask is for one, my friend. I'm here ready to do it. You think I want to do it? I don't. I'm doing it for the benefit of this guy. Okay, I'm here with a stream. This fucking guy is probably here just for his own enjoyment. I'm here with a stream, prepared to sit here and wait for a team that is willing to do this quest, and you're like, nah, I'm out of here. Fuck me, you think I want to do it? I feel bad for Dominic. I mean, the guy has probably been sitting here for a while, and even if he hasn't, he easily could sit here for a long time trying to get this quest done, so I'm going to do it with him. Anyway, Barnacles. Who's that again? Barnacles. That's a name I've heard before. Why am I not connecting that to something? Barnacles. Who's that? It's not the correct it's not the correct spelling, but yeah. At least we've got a Hunter rank 999 with full Dread Queen. You couldn't have more Dread Queen than that. Status attack +2, wide range +2, pro herbology. Okay. Status crit, razor sharp, critical eye +2. At this rate, I'd be better off making this set than making that stupid status set that I want to do with Toxic Komoris or whatever. Touching its feet damages you because, well, it's not that you're touching the feet, it's that his feet are moving constantly. He's always walking forwards. So as his feet move forwards, they hit you. That's how that works. Touching his feet doesn't hurt you. You're likely just touching them as he's moving forwards, so it looks as if touching the feet hurts. Now, I would like to wait for a fourth, but there's no guarantee that's going to happen. Oh, this is you, Blue. Okay. Oh, dull indeed. We're both running insurance now. I could have just gone for Moxie, but oh well. That's a shame. At least we've got you, though. You say we've got this, but I don't know about this guy. I don't know how Dominic... Well, Dominic's hunter rank 300. He's probably alright. Alright, let's do it. Better we just depart now than wait for more. Do you have smoke bombs, Barnacles? I probably should have brought them. Because, yeah. I think we're going to get the... I think if we don't have smoke bombs, we will have to deal with more than one monster in the same room, so... It's not a big deal, but I'm partially concerned by it. This isn't an EX hunt, so we should have stuff in the box. Here we go. I'll get some of that, and oh, someone took my, well, not my nullberries, but I like nullberries. I like having them on hand. Alright. Let's go and hunt whatever we've got here. So for the most part, I'll be going for level 3 charges on this bow. But if it goes to level 4, it's not a big deal. In fact, that's perfectly fine. No Gravios. I've been hunting a lot of you in 1st gen. It's funny to see you here in 4th. Oh, this isn't good. No, I mean, what should I really be doing in that situation? Charging up tactical retreat, I suppose. I really hate that attack. Bad habits, really, because he doesn't do that horizontal. The first time he did that horizontal was in 2nd gen. He doesn't do that in 1st gen, so... yeah. He's fairly easy in 1st for that reason, but... if you're gunning, that is. He's very hard if you... if you do a single Gravios hunt with a Blade Master weapon, it's not a good time. Because the single hunts in that game are very hard. The way 1st gen did it was not only would the monsters have more health in the single hunts versus the double hunts, they would also deal more damage. So, yeah, it was not fun. I have to clear this. Provided you aim through the wings, you can still get good damage through the side of the monster when you're using Piers. See, look at this fucking horizontal... oh, awful. He does it way too much as well. He really does. Okay, I've got tactical retreat now, so next time he does that stupid beam, I can use that. Oh, he does the beam attack, like, you know, the directional beam, I should say. I have to tell you, if you're used to 1st gen Gravios, this guy actually runs over you like a truck. He's kind of well designed compared to the traditional Gravios. But yeah, I thought the directional beam was actually a black Gravios thing. Turns out that it's not. The attack that's a black Gravios thing is the beam from below moving up. You know how he does that beam? He sort of walks backwards. He shoots a beam downwards, walks backwards, and then fires it up in a vertical swing and really fucks with you. Yeah, beam, not bean. Not bean. It's one of those words, you know. Sometimes it sounds like bean. M and N is rather similar in the English language. Oh, whoops, I'm way off target there. But yeah, at least with this bow I don't actually have to worry about coatings, because this doesn't support coatings, it's got good damage on its own. Which I don't necessarily prefer for all hunts, but for this hunt, yeah, great. I'll take that. doing your horizontal again, you fucking asshole monster. It's nice listening to the rain as I record. Coatings do make bows strong, yes, but the way they work is that some bows are only strong by way of their coatings, whereas in the case of this particular bow that I'm using, it is strong on its own without coatings. So my end damage value here is 432 true raw, with no negative affinity. So my negative affinity, not only do I not have negative affinity, I've actually got positive 5 affinity with an end damage value of 432. So that's what I was just talking about, Autonomic. It does not actually accept any coatings except paint and exhaust. So it's a very good bow despite not taking power coatings, but the idea is that it's not balanced around coating, which makes for easier hunting in general, because you don't have to worry about that. You don't have to think, oh, I'm not shooting my power coatings anymore, so I'm dealing less damage. You know, you're dealing max damage all the time, irrespective of what you hold in terms of coatings. Now, unfortunately, we have to deal with monster number 2 here, because we do not have smoke bombs, or I don't anyway. So we need to focus very aggressively on Gravios here. Again with the fucking horizontal beam. Can't see shit. Oh. That's very interesting, Steve, that you actually play Rise, yet you still play this game. I didn't think those people existed. I assumed that every person who'd be playing this game right now would not be playing Rise, which is interesting to know. I bought Rise, I just don't play it anymore, and I don't plan to ever again. I was tempted to actually sell it, but then I realized, no, it's nice to have. It's nice to at least own it. You never know, it might be a collectible item in 25 years when physical games are a thing of the past. Am I in range of that explosion? Fortunately not. I can't even tactical retreat. I'm being affected by that stupid roar. That's really stupid. Stupid. No, you don't. See, he does nothing except that stupid fucking beam. He just keeps doing it over and over and over again. He doesn't even do a straight-on beam anymore. He just did one then to make fun of me, but when he just does that over and over and over again, it's very hard to deal with him. I was stuck. I couldn't even tactical retreat that. What a prick. That monster really is a frustration. I don't have any Mega Dash juice, unfortunately. Well, I wouldn't even consider Stories 2 to be new Monster Hunter. So for that reason, I'd be more open to playing that than... I'd be more open to playing Stories 2 than any sort of G-Rank expansion for Rise. I will play it. I just don't really know if I'm going to like it. I've got no idea what it has to offer. I certainly didn't play the first Stories, because I was already frustrated enough with the fact that regular Monster Hunter was on the 3DS. I didn't want to deal with side story weird spin-off Monster Hunter on the 3DS as well, so I didn't bother. But if Stories 2 is coming to PC, I'll play it, and I'll see if I like it. It might actually be enjoyable. I'd like it to be. I take no pleasure in disliking Rise. I take no pleasure in wanting to walk away from Monster Hunter in the modern era. But, yeah. I may very well do that. I may very well play... Well, no, I may very well play stories too, and I think I may enjoy it. If they are really intent on making a good game. The fact that they're making a second one to me is a good sign. So, and there might be a second anime, you never know. Oh, could you imagine? Again, for those who don't know, I've actually watched the whole Stories anime. It's pretty crazy. It's quite an experience. It's not an experience that I'd recommend all people have. You know, choose wisely. Do you really want to experience this anime? It's 75 episodes of complete shit, really. I mean, it's the sort of thing you have to experience with friends, you know, you watch it for fun. You don't like the graphics of Stories? No, they're pretty bad. Which means you shouldn't watch the anime because, yeah. It's literally 3DS Stories graphics ported to, I don't know, the anime. It's just, ported isn't really the term. I suppose it is. But yeah, it's pretty bad. Why did you do that? You know why? It's because I ran out of fucking stamina. You're not doing this to me, Glavenus. Glavenus. Oh yeah, it went as far as 75 episodes. I don't know how they got approved for that. I suppose it's because whoever approved that, whatever the studio was, had faith that it was going to do well. They thought it was going to be the next Pokemon or something. Because it was aimed to be for younger audiences to get them into stories. And it didn't really work, from what I understand. Oh, it's bad. Like, it's really bad. Like, just imagine a really weak story. I'm sure it's similar to the story of the game, but it's really weird. It's just, it's silly. It's absolutely silly, and it's the sort of thing that you watch to make fun of it. You don't watch it actually looking for an enthralling anime story. You watch it to make fun of it with your friends. That's what I did, and it was a great experience in that sense. In that sense, I had a lot of fun. And that was 3 years ago now when I was watching that. And I have fond memories of watching it with my friends, but if you look at it as a show, God, it sucks. It's just really bad. So, what I wonder is if another one's going to come. Like, they probably won't do another anime because the first one didn't do well, but maybe if the game does really well in Japan, they'll do it, but I think the game would have to do very well for another anime. And maybe if they did another anime, it would be better done. Maybe it wouldn't be so half-assed. Because I swear to you, they just took over, like, the monsters from the original 3DS game were just put in the anime. They were just there. And it was really bad. It's not necessarily SD Gundam level CGI, but it was pretty bad. I'm talking the 2004 SD Gundam. There were a lot of SD Gundam shows, but the one from 2004 with the terrible CGI animation. It's not as bad as that, but it was pretty bad. You'd hope it wouldn't be as bad as anyway. You would hope it wouldn't be as bad anyway. G3 quests, look, the way it works in G-Rank is that you will have an HR requirement for most G-Rank quests, which sits at Hunter Rank 9. For quests that are especially difficult or of an especially high level, you'll have an HR requirement of 13. So, that's the way that works. And it's always been like that. For whatever rank you're doing a quest of, you can do most of the quests in that rank once you get to the first level. Once you get to the first Hunter rank of that rank, you can do most of the quests in that rank, provided the quests are put on the board for you. You won't have access to them personally, but... Oh, get off me, you stupid asshole. I'm gonna get killed. I can't believe it. I just managed to... It's really interesting, like, just before that dung bomb, we would have actually gotten him off me without it. But it was good the dung bomb went through anyway, just in case. Can't believe he's doing so much damage through biting me. Alright, that is that monster dead. I unfortunately don't have any stamina recovery items, but... Oh no, I do, I have rations. I'm being dramatic. Look, the story as anime is probably something that... look, I would say most people should watch the first 10 episodes or so. If they've watched the first 10 episodes, they've watched all 75. Yes, there is an advancing and progressing story. It's just not all that good. In other words, if you've seen 10 episodes, you've got a good idea of the quality of the show. Whatever you would rate it at 10 episodes is what you would rate it at 75. It's just... the quality doesn't improve or necessarily get worse. It's just really weird and not that great. And it's a kids show as well. It's not designed for audiences above the age of 13. So, yeah. You're welcome to give it a try. There will probably come a time when I just watch it live. Like, I will do a live viewing of it, for sure. I don't think I'd get into trouble with copyright in doing that. I mean, I could, but I'd rather not. We'll see. I'll have a look to see how the copyright's going with that show, like if YouTube gets into trouble with it. If YouTube doesn't get into trouble with it, then I'll do it on Twitch as well, but... yeah. I'd love to do that. I'm sure I've still got the episode somewhere. Probably in my anime folder. Whoa! Okay, well you can fucking stop doing that. I mean, there's nothing worse than him just doing a random beam. He doesn't even telegraph it, he just randomly shoots a beam straight out of his back. It's just stupid. What a joke. I'm gonna take some more rations so that I can actually have stamina to charge when I'm shooting. But yeah, it's been long enough at this point. I mean, what I should do is I should probably do a simul watch with my friend Sam, because Sam watched it with me. Ethan was watching it at the time. Again, this was 3 years ago. Ethan was watching a little bit of it. He would tune in occasionally, but he just didn't appreciate it. He's one of those people who can't appreciate bad shows. Like, really bad shows. He gets more intellectually offended by them than anything else. So, yeah, he didn't really enjoy it all that much, but we were having a good time watching that terrible show. And I'd love to watch it again. And I'm trying to get Sam on board with that. Oh, he would be so on board. Maybe not right now, but I'd say in another year, oh, he would be so on board for that. If we could make it a 5-year anniversary of the time when we did that, then that'd be awesome, but... I mean, 4 years would be more than enough. I mean, 3 is... I mean, I would say 3 is a better number than 4, because if you're on 4, you almost want to wait for 5, you know. Because 5 is a better number than 4, but... 3 is not so close to 5 that you'd want to wait for 5. I don't know. Maybe we could do it this year. I'll ask him if he'd want to do that. It'd be really funny, though. It'd be so funny. Ugh. Yeah, I'm definitely out of the range of that. This is going to be a long hunt. I would have rather do this with 4 people, obviously, but... oh well. Can't have everything. Got to make do with what you got. And I felt like it would be better to just do this with 3 than wait for a 4th. Who could always possibly leave on their own anyway. I mean, this Doomlink guy's fucking lucky he's got 2 people to hunt with him. Because the only reason why Barnacles is here is because he's watching me. So... yeah, this is the kind of quest that I'd put in a Deviant Turns room at this point in the game's lifespan. No, you don't. I'm gonna have to tactical retreat this. Now, that wasn't actually necessary, but I wasn't sure if it would be necessary or not, so I wanted to play it safe. Hopefully I can... yeah, you can see how quickly tactical retreat recharges with Pierce. The more piercings you get, the faster it recharges. Your Hunter Arts recharge based on number of impacts on the monster, so Pierce is very good for that. Almost got it back. Not really aiming for the weak point there because it's not the best for piercings from this angle. Alright, he's getting his shell back. So I don't need to get killed by another random fucking water beam, which is what happened last time. I wouldn't want that at all. Wouldn't have been able to roll there anyway. I tried to. Hey, awesome. Just around the 20-minute mark. Give you a good hunt for that. Not too bad. I mean, it was rough. It was a rough hunt. I did a really terrible hunt with a guy yesterday in Freedom 1, actually. It was a 35-minute double black Gravios hunt. Oh, just awful. I was using Pierce, water shots, the whole shebang, ran out of ammo. The other guy was using the Odyssey Blade, water sword and shield. And oh my god, I had to leave it to him towards the end because I just didn't have the ammo. And it was a very slow, rough hunt. No, I play a lot in my own time, Beans. I would love to stream Freedom Unite, it's just that I don't really have the setup for it. I can't comfortably record it. But in terms of what I was referring to just then, that was Freedom 1. That's a first-gen game. It's even older than Freedom Unite. And a whole lot messier in its design, but I'd love to stream some Freedom. But the thing is, it's hard to get into consistent hunts as well. It's all well and good to hunt in your own time. And like do something else while you wait for someone to play with or something like that. But if I'm live and streaming, it's a little harder to do that. Fast charge for water attack 10, sure. May as well take it. Again, going up, or trying to go up for selecting yes instead of no. It'll be exciting to get to Hunter Rank 800. Again, I've never been at a Hunter Rank this high in my experience in playing Monster Hunter. It's not that meaningful to say that because, again, it is easier to Hunter Rank up in this game than any other Monster Hunter game. So, if I get to Hunter Rank 999 in this game, it's not going to mean as much as getting to Hunter Rank 999 in 3 Ultimate, for example, but yeah, still. It's going to feel like an achievement. That's one of the reasons why I still play this game. I mean, the main reason why I still play this game is because I have a Hunter Rank to work towards. Walk towards. Figuratively walking towards, I suppose you could say. The more consistently you play, the sooner you'll get to that high Hunter Rank. So that's what I'm passively working on at the moment. Or maybe you could even say actively working on. That's why I'm here today. But, anyway. That guy's done his quest. Let's relocate Barnacles if you're still wanting to hunt. I'll find a room that can... Let me know if you still want to hunt. If you do, then I'll try to get a room that we can both fit in. That we can both fit in too. Gotta do another Lao Shan Lung. I'm sorry to hear that. Very sorry to hear that. Room name is Buds. Hunter name is Bowl. Right. I think he likes to smoke. I think. Sure? Okay. Well, we're not going to join the smokers room. We're going to... a Shagaru event. Now let's just... make a room. G rank. I mean, at this point, it's basically equivalent to saying turns, because every room is a turns room. Why would you ever have a room that's not a turns room in this game, right? So... That's the thing, you don't even need to name it turns. Turns, and you will get people in here. Can't fucking talk right now. But yeah, you don't even have to name it turns, and people will join assuming it's a turns room, so you don't have to worry about not getting enough people because it doesn't say turns. Don't worry about it. You'll get the people you need. But yeah, I'll definitely be doing some more Doomlink's random hunts on the YouTube channel with Monster Hunter Freedom. I'm tempted to record some today. I should have recorded some yesterday, to be completely honest. I didn't end up doing that. I will give you my guild card as well. Send to all. I'm not allowed to send to one. If you're the only guy here, I'm not allowed to send to one. I will send to you. Now that 2 people are here. My god. Okay. Chinese guy. I'll post something. I think I need to do something actually. There was a quest that I wanted to do here. Can't remember what it is. Is it the winged wyverns? I think it is. I think it is. I'll find a good raw sound. I think it's the winged wyverns, isn't it? These are probably all for hunter arts. What's good to use? Let's use blunt dual blades. How about that? So this will be a high rank quest, but it's not too easy to go through. It's going to be at least a partial challenge. It's not just some beatdown hunt. Even high rank hypers do present at least a little bit of trouble to G rank leveled people. That's why... Oh fuck you ZS, you little dick. What, did you want to post? Make your own room, you ball sack. I'd rather 3-man this though. Feeling rather sleepy at the moment. Definitely feeling very relaxed at the very least. No rush, Barnacles. We are still waiting for at least one more person. Don't know if we're even going to get that person. I can always hope. Got some loud birds outside if you can hear them. That's the way Australia is. We've got a lot of loud birds. Plenty of those. They're nice, but they're annoying. Nice to look at, annoying to listen to. That's the way it usually is. check my emails. That's what I tend to do on stream. Doomlink checking his emails. Nothing of real interest by the looks of it. Nope. Check Discord then. See what we got. Oh yeah, that's right. I had some people join my Discord. Oh, just Juvenator. Okay, well I'll give him the member role. Don't know if I can do that on the phone though. No, probably not. Harlequin as opposed to Harlequin. I could give him a hi. Hi. So... yeah, Juvenator's on the Discord now. Oh wow, that's very cute. That's adorable, oh my god. Milim Naga from the new OVA of Tensei Shitara Slime Dataken. Just adorable, oh my god! Not that you could really see any of that, but adorable, oh my god. Followed promptly by a picture of a cat sitting in a toilet bowl. A sad kitten sitting in a toilet bowl, actually. That's my personal Discord server that I've had since April 2016. Oh, that place is an absolute mess. It's a creepy old anime community that I love, but it's basically closed to the public. Because it's a very, very strange place. It's not for public consumption. Anyway. It's better that way. It's better that way. D has entered the hub. Well, I'm really sorry. I didn't want to wait for a 4th. I thought 3 would be good enough. Alright, what have we got here? We're using the fence gate on 2. No. Looks like it's one at a time. It could be timed. You never know. I'm just going to hope not. Do I have... I do have high-grade plugs on this set. That's good to see. I do forget. I knew that I had high-grade plugs on my regular dual blade set, but I wasn't sure about the blunt dual blade set because I knew that my generic blunt set that I use for longsword did not have high-grade earplugs. Oh, let's get out of the way of that. There we go, charge all the way up. Keeping on target with Astalos, just looking for maximum DPS here. The sooner we can be done with this, the better. I don't even know if this is one of the quests that I want to do, by the way. I just seem to have a memory of needing something to do with this quest name. I was going based on familiar quest names there. This might not even be the one that I want to do, but we'll see. At least it's only high rank either. So it's not going to take too long to get this done. Again, I haven't done many of the Generations quests because I didn't play much of Generations at the time. I just got to endgame in Generations. Like I would have been one of the first to get to endgame in Generations, I think, because I really grinded it. It was at the point where I was joining rooms back when Generations was new and people were like, how are you already at that hunter rank? Like I'd broken my HR cap. And people were confused as to how I already got to that hunter rank. But, yeah. I basically got to that point and stopped. Because I'd sort of overplayed it. But I could tell that I was getting some pretty serious 3DS Monster Hunter fatigue at that point. And felt that the best thing to do would just be to play it a bit. At least get to the point where I had reached the end game and then finish up. What I'm really happy about is that that wasn't wasted time. That ultimately contributed to the character that I have today. The one that I'm using right now. Like, it is the same character from back then. So, technically, this character right here is 6 years old. Which is nice. I like that. It is the same character. I renamed it. It was originally a female character, but as I transferred my save over, I was given the opportunity to change name and gender. So I made it this. But it's still the same character. Yeah, so all of the games that started off as high rank games, except for Try into 3 Ultimate. Try into 3 Ultimate doesn't have like a save transfer function. But outside of that, they all have a save transfer function, like 4 into 4 Ultimate. Or more like 4 into 4G. I don't think 4 can be transferred to 4 Ultimate. But the point is that, yeah. They're supposed to have a save transfer function. They usually support that. They had that for Freedom 2 into Freedom Unite as well on the PSP. Because, again, Freedom Unite was basically the G-Rank version of Freedom 2, so you could transfer your save over. That's a very normal thing to have with Japanese games, because it was the Japanese games that, for example, would have multiple volumes for games. Like, you'd have a JRPG and you'd have Volume 1, Volume 2, Volume 3, and then you would transfer your save across. So that was always normal with Japanese games, so they do that here as well. Multiple game releases for what is effectively one single game, instead of doing it by way of expansions. So they have a save transfer function to make up for that. So that was the best thing about me playing Monster Hunter Generations. I didn't enjoy it at the time, but at least I'd worked on a character that would serve as a basis for a stationary console Monster Hunter game. That was the best thing about it for me. That was a very good thing. I'm gonna have to watch that Slime OVA. Tensei Shitara Slime Datoke. Because the art style is not the same, but it's very cute. Very adorable. I'm gonna have to watch that. Doesn't Generations have a gender exclusive armor? I don't know. I've got no idea. I don't remember that. I really have got no idea. N10. Let's use Wolf's Maw. Might be a good idea. And then we'll use Bloodwind. Unfortunately, missed a lot of that. I'm really glad I've got high-grade earplugs on this. You know, some people just don't use high-grade earplugs, like it's not something that they want. They don't want raw resistance. I don't deal with it because the thing is, or, well, I do deal with it. It depends on the set, but it's so good for DPS to just not have to worry about sitting still for a raw. It's fucking sitting there like a stun mullet. Who has time for that? I don't. I'm here to hunt, not to cover my ears, damn it. Push him down, and let's Bloodwind him. Very good in conjunction with Wolf's Maw. Definitely doing lots of damage at the moment. And you can see we're getting through this quest nice and quickly because it is high rank at the end of the day. While they are hyper monsters, doesn't take too much time. Not too bad at all. Let's see what Hunter Art I get from that quest. I think it was one of the Hunter Arts that I was wanting to get. It's either Energy Blade 3 or What was the other one I wanted? There were 2 hunter arts that I wanted, I think. Whatever. We will find out. I might get a pizza today. No, should I get a pizza? Should I do that? I don't know. I'm always struggling with that one. It is the ultimate question. Should I or should I not get a pizza? Anyway. Will it have pineapple on it? Of course not. I'm not sick. I'm not fucked in the head. Why would I get pineapple on my pizza? I'm not some kind of mutated creature from another planet. Anyway. Let's see what we're gonna... Oh, my controller has decided to disconnect, I think. Oh, she's connected again. Well, that was the fastest reconnect I think I've had with this controller. Oh, come on, reconnect now. There we go. Keeps disconnecting for some reason. See if it does it again. If it does it again, I might have to actually physically reconnect it. I'm not even going to check those talismans, I don't care about them. Yeah, it keeps disconnecting, so I'll have to plug her in. Pineapple is the superior topping on a pizza. Sure. Did I get anything from that? Energy Blade 3, awesome. I'm glad I remembered it correctly. I just went through the quest that I had, sort of recognized that quest name and thought, well, maybe this is one that I want to do. Turns out that I got Energy Blade 3 from it, so that's awesome. I'm glad that I got that. That was good to see. I'm assuming you would want to skip your turn, Barnacles. If so, just say so, and then we can go to P3. And we'll actually wait for a 4th this time. What am I doing with myself? I am going to Charge Blade, and then I will equip Energy Blade 3, and register that. Okay. So, Arlequin can go P3. Off you go, boy. Oh. There was one other thing that I think it was Critical Juncture, wasn't it? I actually have that. So if I... Okay, so the one that I haven't equipped it on is Blunt Longsword. So let's equip that. Critical Juncture 3 was a hunter art that I always had, but forgot to equip. So I thought I didn't have it, and then I actually checked and I was like, oh, I do have it. It was a bit of a weird moment, but yeah. Now, what was the other one? There was one more. Was it a Dual Blades one? Yeah, Bloodwind 2. Bloodwind 2. I wanted to check to see if I had Bloodwind 3. I might have it. I don't. Now I wonder what quest that would be. I've got no idea. Let's check to see what's on the board. Well, that is Teostra. I could have stayed with this loadout actually for that. Decided not to though. What would I like to use? Blunt Lance. Let's use Blunt Lance. Now, do I have Striker on this? I do. I finally equipped Striker to this set. Thank God. For so long, I just didn't use Striker with it. For so long. Exchanger and Defender high. I will absolutely take that, thank you. Now, Blunt Lance is, as you would imagine, it's just dealing as much damage as I can with a yellow sharpen, excuse me, blue, no, get your fucking colours right. Green sharpness, fucking lance. This is it. Holy Protector Lance, negative 20% affinity. Still pretty good. It's a good lance. I very much like it. My end damage value is 385 without Bludgeoner in effect. Should be sitting around 400 with Bludgeoner in effect. Some guy's sending a telegram about this Teostra. What? You start here? That's not normal. How long do you take to roar? I literally did this instead of drinking a cool drink because I thought you were going to roar quickly. Stupid chimera. Alright. Get over here. I'm not fighting you in the lava. That will not be happening today. Oh, that's right. Trying to get your face. Okay, that wasn't good. I can't believe I'm taking this much damage, actually. That's kind of awful. Going to roll to get rid of the Fire Blight. Don't you dare fucking charge me. Thank you. I was going to get upset. Don't you charge me. Don't do it. Don't do it. I hate Teostra with a deep, seething passion. I really do. Because he just runs around. He fucking runs at you. That's all he does. He's a fucking awful monster. Just awful. It's so strange to have all of these Hunter Arms. I'm pretty sure I fucking shielded that, but sure. Stop it. I entered its territory. Well, guess what? I'm a hunter, that's what we do. That's what we do. I just wish he didn't charge around so much. I don't like Teostra. I don't like the way he works. Always runs around. It just strikes me as a very uncreative way to kill the hunters. Just run at them. I'm gonna charge at them like an angry bull or something. I'm not saying that he's a bad monster, I just fucking hate him. He's a lot of people's least favourite Elder Dragon. Because of how he fights. I can tell you in the old games he's no fun at all. Oh, come on! You're so fast with that I mean, I knew that there was a risk that you would come after me, but I didn't hold up my shield because I assumed that I'd be able to look and see when you would come after me and shield in time. But no, you were so damn fast that I couldn't do that. Well, Striker Style is something that I use with lands because it's traditional lands. I use Guild Style normally because that is just standard, but for some reason they decided that the style that would be different to the norm in this game for lands would be Guild. So with Guild Style in this game you get a weird, strong third thrust with the lands that I don't really want, so for some reason Striker is standard lands, so that's what I want. In other words, I use Striker for the same reason, I use Striker with lands for the same reason that I use Guild with other weapon types. Because I'm looking for whatever is standard to the weapon types. Almost got Corkscrew Jam, just got Enraged Guard. Gonna have to shield this crap. Okay, I'm just gonna get rid of my blast here. There we go, okay. Now Enraged Guard, I can assume is designed to be shielding any attack that I'm anticipating. Managed to get a little bit of damage out of that. There goes Chris. Okay, that's some whatever. What the fuck ever. I'm sick of this monster right now. There's something about Teostra that is right now pissing me off. Really annoying me. Really annoying me, just charging around. I mean, literally a worse version of Elatrion. That's what you are. You are actually Elatrion. You should have been shelved back in 2nd gen, you garbage monster. That's what should have happened to you. I can't talk, but that's what should have happened to you. And quite frankly, you suck. And your wife is also garbage. She was so shit she didn't return for like 10 years in the series. Fucking garbage hunt. Okay, so Enraged Guard, I need to find the opportunity to do that. I don't really know how that works, to be honest. I understand that it allows you to gun an attack, but I think there's like a counter-attack involved in that. Just got Shield Assault again. Should I use Enraged Guard now? Yeah, here we go. So what did that do? Oh, that charges up your lance for a short time. That's kind of cool. So if you block something with Enraged Guard, you get that ability. Oh, that's really cool, actually. I like that. So it's not just a single counterattack. It's actually like a... I suppose it's comparable to Demon Riot with the Switch Axe. That's rather nice. I had never used it before because I just didn't really want to, but this is kind of cool. I wonder how much more damage this does. Oh, fuck off. Shield Assault. I'm just going to get flinched if I stay by this head, clearly. Yep, you and your big fucking charge blade. Good on you, man. Good KO though. I don't know if he intentionally repositioned or he was just pushed away from where I was. Got no idea. I've had to heal so much in this hunt, it's just frustrating. Well, I hope he hunted with a group. Autonomic. Yeah, well, don't ever solo Lao Shanlang. Never feel like that's an appropriate thing to do. You never want to solo that monster. It's not a good idea. No, stop! Chris has exited the game. I feel like I want to exit the game. Yeah, well, whatever. Oh, I didn't get hit by that. Somehow, I mean, against all the odds, really. I've decided that I don't like lancing this monster. That's what I've decided to do. See, I'm given enough of a vulnerability period there to not be hit by the follow-up, which is interesting, but... Alright, let's try to get rid of this blast. That's the worst thing, having to sheathe your stupid weapon and get rid of the blast. I'm really impressed by how long Enraged Guard lasts for at level 3. That's really good, actually. I'm trying to put this away. Okay. Oh, you get a different damage increase depending on how strong the hit you counted was. Yeah, that's true. So if I guarded the Nova, that's really impressive. That must be really good damage that I've got there. That's awesome. Unfortunately, I just lost it, but it must have been good, whatever I had there. And unfortunately, I can't do it again, but... whatever. Trying to get as much damage as I can out here. I hate using Lance on this monster. I don't know why I even entertained for the briefest moment the thought of doing this. Why would I do it? Why would I fucking do it? It's ridiculous. Ow. I think I managed to back hop that, but I need to get out of the way of any possible explosions. Shit. I have to shield this. Athena has entered the hub. Not the original Athena, I will have you know. Oh no. What do I prioritize? I guess healing. I do have to use a cool drink as well. Do I play Generations Ultimate off stream? Not really. Not really. This is not a game that I play in my own time. Not anymore. The reason why is because I don't really have anything to do. Nothing that I would want to do anyway. So I mostly only play it on stream. Oh, he's leaving. Fuck! What a waste. Whatever. But yeah, I usually just play on stream in this game. Sometimes I play 3 Ultimate in my own time, but the games that I play mostly in my own time in Monster Hunter are 2nd and 1st gen. So Freedom Unite and Freedom 1. I also play a bit of Portable 3rd. I hope you're close to death, Teostra, because seriously, I've had my fucking fun fighting you. Good flinch there. Getting a nice look inside of your body, which is just what I love. Have to shield this. Have to be very careful because I gotta. Oh my god. Enraged guard. No, 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 wrong thing. Corkscrew jab instead of enraged guard, but guess what? I was somehow outside the range of that. I don't know if I guarded that with corkscrew jab. I don't know if corkscrew jab has a guard function. But that was really weird. Can you play? If you can find the room that is HR 13 locked, that is called G rank in the search system, then yeah, you can play. But I'm not going to make a room just for you, so. We do have an open spot. Oh no, we don't have an open spot, sorry. We've got Athena in this room. A rare case of someone joining the room and waiting. So that person could actually be someone watching the stream also. I'd love to kill you. Please. Any time now. I mean, I pressed the button to fucking do that. But no, you don't. Oh, Athena just fucking left. Athena's like, I don't want to wait after all. I mean, why did you join? If you didn't want to wait, why did you join? Because the thing is, the longer you sit in that room, the closer you are to us being done with the quest. So the longer you sit in the room, literally, the more time you have wasted. Because, again, we're closer and closer to us returning the longer you wait. So if you cancel it all anyway, it is the ultimate waste of time. The ultimate waste of time. So I don't know what Athena was actually playing out there, but it was stupid behavior, that's all I can tell you. How are the hunts going though? Pretty good. Just as normal. Nothing too offensive. I suppose the most offensive was a G5 Rust Razor 3-man, which wasn't too fun, but outside of that, pretty reasonable. I'm forcing myself to lance a Teostra right now, which is not the most fun I've ever had, but... What? Well, it's true, Steve. I mean, Athena just totally wasted their time, so... I have to draw attention to that, and I can't just ignore that. I can't just be like, oh yeah, Athena left, whatever. I mean, seriously, it's stupid behavior. Ow. I have to die this. No, I can't die, but of course, now I'm dead. I'm literally dead. So, what happened there, I don't even need my calves, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. So, what is going on? I was like stuck there for a while. But yeah, what happened there was, I was stuck in midair or jumping off some crap, so I couldn't avoid what I knew was coming. So that is the worst thing about verticality being added into the Monster Hunter series. It is the fact that you will climb things and jump off things when you don't necessarily intend to, and therefore you can't dive, roll things, or dive or roll things when you intend to necessarily, unless you are absolutely focused on your environment to ensure that you don't accidentally climb or jump off something, which is not very realistic as something you'd ask the player to do if you're focused on the monster in that moment. So, yeah. It's fucking annoying, but happens all the time. No, it's been alright, Vernon. All is well. I just, I wish I didn't bring Lance for a Teostra. I've realised that I hate it. I just would never lance Teostra. I think the last time I lanced a Teostra was in Freedom Unite, and I don't think I enjoyed myself then either. I probably had more fun because that would have been Evade Lance. I don't do Guard Lance in Freedom Unite, I just Evade Lance because that's the way to go. But, yeah. I can tell you pretty comfortably that that was a shit hunt. A shit hunt for me anyway. I mean, maybe for everyone else, fine hunt. But for me, pretty fucking garbage. Pretty garbage. Yeah, some of the 4 ultimate maps were pretty bad for that as well. But you wouldn't think it would happen so often, would you? You'd think, oh, the chances of you needing to dive out of the way of an attack that's going to kill you, and you actually jumping off something, I mean, the chances of that, well, actually, they're pretty fucking high, because it happens a lot. I mean, any person who's played for Ultimate, or this game, can tell you pretty confidently that they have died many times purely on the basis that they have been mid-air from jumping off something they didn't intend to jump off, and died in the process. I mean, it's just... it is what it is. It happens a lot. And I hate it. It's not something you had to deal with prior to 4th gen. I'll probably go for another half hour or so, Vernon, that would be my guess. Half hour to an hour, we'll see how I feel. I'm thinking an hour. I think another hour would be more fun. Alright, so our next hunt will be... you did awful. Well, about that protection cap, even though you didn't adept guard anything. Well, I can't really comment on that because I don't know how cats work, because I don't want to use cats. I need to see where to get, what was that fucking hunter art that I wanted? I literally just saw it before. It was Bloodwind 3. Bloodwind 3. MHGU hunter arts. You know what I hate? The fact that the shortening is MHGU. It's GenU, thank you very much, because GU is too close to MHG. Okay, MHGU sounds like it's related to MHG, but it's not. So it goes from MHGen, like this is the logic here. We couldn't shorten Monster Hunter Gen to Monster Hunter G because Monster Hunter G is a different game. So why don't we go Monster Hunter Gen U? Makes sense to me. The problem is Monster Hunter GU, MHGU, sounds like it's related to Monster Hunter G, which it's not. Monster Hunter G is the best of the 1st gen games. So, don't ruin its legacy by shortening it to GU for your own... Well, let's not go further into that point. Okay, so Bloodwind 3. Hunt, Sweat, and Tears. It's a 5-star Hunter's Hub quest. Okay. Pin entered the hub. Hello, Pin. Pin. Hunt, Sweat, and Tears. 5-star, you say? There it is. Oh, what a garbage hunt. Cephadrome? Okay. Yeah, it did vanish off Twitch for a bit, didn't it? The funny thing is, Blue Barn, is that Generations Ultimate leaving the Twitch category didn't affect me all that much, and the reason why is because YouTube has never had that category. I used to stream on Twitch, I used to multi-stream to Twitch from YouTube, and YouTube never had it as a category. I don't know why. Eventually they included it, but it wasn't properly integrated into their system, so you would select it and it wouldn't work. And it's still like that today. The game's been out for 3 fucking years and they still can't get it right. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's just an absolute mess. Anyway. So, what am I doing with myself? I am bringing Sharp Greatsword. Very good. Not Ginyu, Genyu. Genyu. Monster Hunter Genyu. Which might in my accent sound like whatever you just typed. G-I-N-Y-U, but... if I were New Zealander, I'd be saying Jinyu, Jinyu, Monster Hunter Jinyu. Not exactly like that, but you know, similar accent. They would say Jinyu, because their E's become I's, but it's Genyu. Ugh. Okay. Time for a fun hunt. And I will get Bloodwind 3 from this hunt. This is going to be, my guess, would tell me anyway, 2 hunts at a time, which will require the use of the gate. Or maybe not even require the use of... oh yeah, let's not even bother with the gate, honestly. Look at this baby Arzuros, poor bastard. Look at him, he's a baby. Actually, he's not a baby, he just looks so small in this large arena. Oh, the fence immediately goes up. That's fine, I can deal with that. Oh, Ginyu Force. Well, no, it's not Genyu Force. It's not called Jinyu Force even. It's Ginyu Force from Dragon Ball Z. It was always Ginyu because that's a Japanese word, or at the very least, G-I-N is Gin in Japanese. So. You know what I mean? You got to get it right, mate. Sounds absolutely nothing like what I said. Oh my god, you see what I mean? That fence was totally unnecessary. I've got to get the fuck out of it. Oh, never mind. I don't have to get out of there to get on the other side of the fence because, in actual fact, the fence went down just as I did that. Feels like a waste. Let's not use that fence anymore. It's totally unnecessary for this quest. Like, this is not a hyper high rank quest. This is a regular high rank quest in the arena for monsters. In other words, they've got almost no health. I mean, I'd solo this hunt, but if I've got a turn, I may as well put this up. Thought Arzuros was Gold Crown small. No, he's a pretty normal size Arzuros. They're just pretty small. I'd say that's... yeah, probably not Gold Crown small size. Well, I wouldn't put it past you, Vern. You've equipped your lockdown set for hunts that totally did not need it. I think you used your lockdown set on a single Lagombi G-rank hunt with a team of 4 G-ranked people. Didn't you? I seem to recall that. Oh, hello. You did, yeah. You like that set, I can tell. I swear, you've probably got more sets in this game than you do in 3 Ultimate, but you still use that one set most often. Oh, what just saw me? Oh look, it's Lagombi, Speak of the Devil. Well, it is a great team set, you're right. But it is overkill for a lot of hunts. It's only really good for... well, it's only really necessary, I should say, for high-level hyper quests. Quests where you really want the monster locked down, you know, you don't want to be dealing with the hyper monster's crap. So it's good to have a lockdown set for that. But hey, it feels good to use a weapon like this in this game, coming from 1st gen, because as I said, well, I mean, I've been saying it all stream, but Vernon only just arrived, but I was playing a lot of Monster Hunter Freedom yesterday. I got 4 weapons unlocked yesterday in Monster Hunter Freedom. I was a busy boy in Freedom yesterday. And, yeah, it feels good to use a greatsword that, you know, looks like a longsword, but plays as a greatsword. Because that's basically first gen Monster Hunter. Out you go, Lagombi. I'm very sorry, but you've had a very unfortunate team come to slaughter you today. You've been placed in the arena to die. I'm not going to have enough space to carve all this stuff. I'm really not. There's too many monsters. The arena music for this game slaps. Not as much as the land arena music for Monster Hunter Tri. Nowhere near as much. Nothing can compare to that. That music, that music is king. Absolutely king. Get away from Mr. Smelly. I finally worked out what it's called. It's stench. If you are affected by that, it's called stench. Now, that makes sense, but I could never remember the name for it. You'd think I'd come up with that on my own, but I didn't. I mean, stench. There you go. It's called stench. Seriously. I'm always like, I'm smelly. Sort of wondering how else to refer to that. But yes, stench would be the official term. And that's the end of the quest. Well, I'm sorry for choosing such an easy quest, but I needed it done, okay? I don't need an Omniplague set. I don't feel like that's needed. Well, I managed to hold a lot of stuff there. Look at all this. Look at all this. And as I said, it feels good to hoard monster materials in a game where I can actually store them in my fucking box. Because in Freedom 1, hahaha, none of that. None of that. I really, really, really desperately want to build a character in Monster Hunter G. I would absolutely love to do that. And just play in G-Rank Kokoto. Not G-Rank Kokoto, G-Rank Mindguard. Because... oh, that sounds like so much fun. It really does. What areas do Khonshu dwell? Ruined Pinnacle is a good place to go, towards the top. Outside of that, can't really think of where they are off the top of my head. I just know Ruined Pinnacle is probably the best place to go. So just get a harvest tour in the Ruined Pinnacle and go towards the top. Not like literally the top, one area from the top is where you can find them. Oh, there's my phone going off. Fucking shut up. Oh, I should answer this call. I'll be back in just a moment. I'm back. While I was on the phone, I tried to, you know, at least conduct the turns room as needed. Or help conduct. Oh, fuck me. Bolt Reaver G4? Shit in my mouth, why don't you? G4 Bolt Reaver. Suck it. Fucking. Oh, my God. I need to sneeze. Oh, my goodness. Fucking. Bolt Reaver G4. I'm so sick of Bolt Reaver. Ever since that guy, Jazz his name was, he tuned in for like one live stream, sucked me dry. Not really, he posted like 2 Bolt Reaver, and it was enough to traumatize me. That's how much I hate doing multiple Deviant quests at this point. But, yeah, whatever. Let's find something worth using. I haven't actually done that many. It's funny because I think he tried to post 2 Bolt Reaver hunts, and I refused to do both of them. I think he only ended up getting 2 out of me. He wanted to get 4, but he only got 2. Something like that. I think that's what happened. So... anyway. Let's use Dual Blades Ice. No, I don't want Dual Blades on that monster. Yeah, that is a good set. No, I won't go Charge Blade, because I went Charge Blade last time I was doing this monster. Or the first time, anyway. Let's go Switch Axe. Oh, Switch Axe, disgusting. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Doomlink using a Switch Axe. Put him in quarantine. See, I can't say quarantine anymore because it has a different connotation. Oh, he's got COVID. No, I'm not making a COVID joke. See, you can't say words like quarantine, viral, because it gives you a different fucking impression now. How boring is this COVID shit, honestly? Can't wait until it's a thing of the past. You know, people will be asking me in 40 years, how was COVID? I'll be like, don't talk about it. I'm sick of it. I was sick of it 40 years ago. I don't want to talk about it still. Anyway. No, really, oh, this is dumb. I went and pulled out .hack quarantine, only to realise that my webcam is flipped. Hold on, let me fix that. How do I even fix that? This is how I fix that. No! Fucking shit. I've ruined everything. The word quarantine didn't exist before COVID. It's only about COVID. This game came out last year, I guess. Anyway. Anyway. Let's say anyway twice. I ended up saying it 3 times in that process, but anyway. 4 times. I'm pretty good at my filler words, aren't I? Forest and Hills. Getting the full first gen vibe today. As far as what we are hunting a G4 level Bolt Reaver, as well as a hyper regular Astalos. And I'm not looking forward to it. But I'm prepared. I've got my favourite weapon type today. And that's what's important. That is absolutely what's important. Can I do a drop attack on your head? No, I can't. You're too far away. I'll make do with what I've got. No, you don't. Stop. I've definitely put myself in an awkward situation by choosing to attack him in spite of the fact that I almost had no health there. Switch axe for the win? No. I don't think so. I don't think so. Look, I'm not a switch axe fan. I think switch axe was a mistake. I don't think switch axe ever should have existed. I really do think that switch axe was... It's almost like they took... It's like it's from another dimension. It's like a what if scenario where, what if Capcom designed a weapon that was just bad? And I'm dead, so... And let me tell you why I got one shot. Rather, let me show you why I got one shot. See that thunder res? Yeah. Not great in conjunction with... Let's watch him come in. Where is he? Come on. There he is. Get back in there. I tried to kick him back into the car. Get back in there. Anyway, the point is, don't hunt G4 fucking Astalos with negative 20 thunder resistance. Switch axe was my main in 4 ultimate. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. Switch axe was at its worst in 4 ultimate. Switch axe was woeful in that game. Well, that's not true. Switch axe was functionally at its worst in Tri. But in terms of how it felt to use, God, 4 Ultimate was a bad time. Because what they did was in 4 Ultimate, just for fun, Capcom went and switched its attack pattern. Like whatever the ideal combo is, which is the up down with sword mode, they swapped the buttons for in 4 Ultimate. It was just a bad time. I bet people who started in 4 Ultimate were like, why have they changed it in generations? They didn't. They brought it back to the way it should have been. It was in 4 Ultimate when they changed it terribly. And it was not a good time. Oh, just hate this weapon. Anyway, stop. What? I was about to say, why am I taking so much damage? I know why. I know exactly why. I just need to make up for it by playing properly. That's what needs to be done. No, it is true, Vernon. In fact, the first time, this was well over a year ago now, back when COVID first appeared, it was discussed quite openly that plagues often happen in the 20s of any decade. Or not of any decade, of any century. It's always in the 20s. Anyway. Food for thought either way. Stop it. Just fuck off. I mean, look how much damage I'm taking. It is literally 3/4 of my health. No. What would you have me do? What would you have me do? You turn at that angle to one-shot me. What would you have me do? I have to... I mean, you guys are witnessing this. Moral of the story, don't bring a negative 20 thunder resistance armor set to a G4 Bolt Reaver. I need to apologize for that. Do I have a sorry? Sorry about that. What the fuck? I'm literally ruining this hunt for everyone. It's not about the switch axe at this point. It's all about the armor set, and I'm getting one shot. What a joke. I don't use the double swing. It's not as good for damage, not at least as far as I can tell. At this rate, I'm just gonna fucking solo regular Astalos because I think I'd rather do that. You wanna watch Doomlink solo a monster for a change? When was the last time you guys saw that? I would say never. Because I always hunt online, don't I? The last time I soloed anything on camera was probably during my Monster Hunter 1 demo recording from 2 years ago. I don't even know where that demo disc is anymore. I really don't. I have a Monster Hunter 1 demo disc for PS2 and I don't even know where it is. But Doomlink's soloing a monster. It actually is a very different skill set, soloing monsters, because you are the single target. It can be both harder and easier. You have to be more on your toes, basically. That's how it works. You sticking your tail in? Yes, you will. I'm going to reload. Hopefully I've got time to do that. I have to solo this guy because, unfortunately, I'm getting one-shot by the Bolt Reaver because he is capitalizing on thunder damage, which I, unfortunately... Oh, no. This is a hyper. I've officially lost my confidence. Confidence gone. Confidence gone. Confidence gone. I'm seeking shelter with my teammates. Confidence gone. I don't want to take a thunder attack from a hyper, or a hyper Astalos rather. Oh, I did a bit of try, that's true. Yeah, I did do some try. That's actually true. See, Deus was my last solo hunt. I did see Deus in try. What? I don't remember doing that. Or do you mean in my original try livestream playthrough? Maybe you mean that. Yeah, I suppose that's true. I feel like such a fool dying twice, but I almost don't blame myself because my setup is just awful for this quest. I mean, you couldn't choose a worse fucking setup. G4 Bolt Reaver Astalos and Hyper Astalos. -20 thunder resistance. I mean, you can't make this shit up. He fucking dead. Excuse me, my god. He fucking dead. I'm not carving him, because I want to make use of Demon Riot. I'm literally going to put myself in harm's way, just to deal damage with Demon Riot. I can't believe. Can someone come here and help me? Because I'm scared, okay? I'm actually in the running to triple cart this hunt. Doomlink might finally do it. I don't think I've ever triple carded in that. No, I have. I think there was a Crimson hunt that I did, like a Crimson Fatalis hunt that I did, about 1.5 years ago where I triple carded. But outside of that, I don't think I've done it on camera before. No, okay. I thought there was a follow-up coming there. I like how I force myself to make use of Demon Riot, only to be like begging for people to help. Oh, this is not a good day. It's not a good day at all. Oh, so that's what I was thinking, Vernon. I don't recall doing C-Deus in that hunt where I was doing 3 ultimate and then I loaded up try. I didn't realise I did C-Deus. I remember doing some hunts in free hunt. It's interesting that I did C-Deus. It's good, actually. Oh, no. I don't mean to sound like a chainsaw starting up, but that's what stress does to you. I mean, I'm under some pretty significant stress right now. You're gonna watch me go bald before your eyes. No, really, I don't like this situation. I mean, you guys can appreciate that so far I haven't taken a hit, and there's a reason. It's because I'm at peak stress, avoiding even a single hit from taking players. I mean, 942 defense is not good enough when you've got -20 fucking thunder resistance against a hyper thunder monster. You could be wrong about C-Deus. I think you might be. It's possible that you're right, though. I'm definitely not going to rule you out on that one. I seem to remember doing some free hunts, and I think I might have done one quest, which could have been C-Deus. I don't know. It's possible. Get the fuck out of the way of that. I can take a hit. You know why I took that hit? It's because it was a physical attack. The reason why I was getting one shot by that giant beam of thunder was because it was a pure thunder attack. It was heavy thunder element. Whereas in the case of that attack, I was physically hit by his wings, plus elemental damage. So that's how that worked. Let's oh, no, I'm gonna reload. Watch this. No, I wanted to combo into a reload, never mind. That's how we do it around here. Now let's aim for this face. I'm gonna trance slash your ugly head. Well, actually, no, I've spoken quite fondly of your head. Well, just as I wanted to do a trance slash on the head, I realised actually we've got Harlequin using a hammer that I've only ever seen in Portable Third. It was an event hammer that was from an arena quest. It's a high raw hammer with negative affinity, I think. I think that's how that works. I've never seen it in this game. I've only seen it in Portable Third. But anyway. Oh, I could. Yeah, that sounds right. Autonomic, yeah. Yeah, laggy with light bowgun. I was doing that, wasn't I? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Autonomic got it right. Although that might have been the free hunt. I might have done a free hunt with laggy using what it was. Here's the irony, Autonomic. I was using medium bowgun. I'll have you know. I was using medium bowgun because I wanted to show it off. Oh no! I tried to reload there. Ended up going into a sword swing like a dick. Well, whatever. Let's use axe mode for a little while. I won't use Demon Riot just yet. But yeah, that hammer of Harlequin's over there, that is a Portable Third hammer through and through. And I didn't even know it was in any of the other games, just because I hadn't seen it before. I don't know if it was in 3 Ultimate, I don't know if it was in 4 Ultimate, but apparently it's in this game. And, yeah. I don't know if it's any good. It wasn't very good in Portable Third. It was alright. There are better hammers to choose from. I would say that the Duramboros hammer was better. Can't say if that's true in this game or not. Because in the end, balancing has changed a little from high rank to G rank, but I think you're doing the tail thing, are you? Oh no, you're doing that. Oh, it was in 3G, but they cut it in 3 Ultimate. That's good to know. That makes sense because, of course, Portable Third was a Japanese-only game, and they always have a different DLC between the Japanese and English games. So there was a lot of, for example, Pirate J first appeared in Tri, but Pirate J was never in the English releases of Tri, or the Western releases of Tri, I should say. But of course, Pirate J appeared in Portable Third because that was a Japanese-only game. So, yeah, it makes sense. I don't even know if I've got purple sharpness with this, do I? I do. Well, I'm still scared. I'm never gonna not be scared. Like, I'm actually scared with this kind of bad thunder resistance. So do forgive me. I think he went to either 4 or 5. I'd like to Demon Riot as soon as I feel that I am able, because I'd like to at least do some real good damage if I'm close. If I'm at risk... No, don't you dare. Don't you fucking stop it. Stop it. Now. Stop. Okay, I'm not really, like, at that great of a risk. You know, you can see I can take a hit, but... What are you doing? Okay, go over there. Good. Have you ever seen me so afraid? I'll tell you why I'm so afraid. Oh, Pin is actually going for the capture. Like, that is how little faith he has in me. And maybe that's a good thing. You know, second to highest hunter rank in the room, and he's died twice. Almost died a few more times than that. Let's just fucking... Oh no, he didn't even... He was the one who put down the trap, and he didn't even drop a trank. It's kind of funny. There's that hammer I was talking about. It's kind of cool looking, isn't it? I mean, look at it. It's got an emblem on the surface of the hammer. I can't remember what the quest was in Portable Third for it. But, yeah. I don't remember it being very good. Alrighty. At least we succeeded. I have to say. I didn't carve the Bolt Reaver and I don't care. I don't have any intention of making Bolt Reaver stuff. Oh, that was my second Gold Crown Large for regular Astalos. So crouching and crawling in Monster Hunter games is... it's something from very old Monster Hunter. In the sense that if you were... you could have what is called... you can possibly call it level 1 sight. Like, level 1... like, if you've been seen by a monster but not fully seen, I think you can crouch and avoid being seen provided you're out of range. But... crouching does work for sneaking around monsters, but it's not something you do in modern Monster Hunter. Like, we're talking first gen Monster Hunter, this is when it was used. But crouching is usually used for carving. The reason why is because crouch carving allows you to do your carving animation a little faster. You don't have to actually stand all the way up, because carving you obviously lean down to carve and then you have to stand all the way back up and then you go down again to carve. It's a longer animation versus crouch carving, because with crouch carving you're already down at the level of the monster. But crouch carving was eliminated as of Generations because you can hold A to carve. So there's no real reason to do it. In other words, holding A to carve allows you to stay down at the level of the monster until you have fully carved everything you can carve from the monster, provided you're holding A to carve. So, crouching has now become kind of unnecessary. But yes, there was a sneaking mechanic that was... I mean, Capcom wanted to integrate a sneaking mechanic. But, no I didn't, Vernon, actually. I haven't looked at all. And talking about the Toxic Komoris in relation to my status set, no, I haven't looked further into that. I talked about that earlier on in the stream, but you weren't here. Yeah, so the crouching system is just there because a lot of aspects to Monster Hunter that you see here in 4th generation remain from even 1st generation, but some things have changed that make them just totally irrelevant, and I would say that crouching would be one of those things. Thanks for hunting, Blue Barn. It was good fun. And crouching under Yamatsukami is also necessary. Crouching was required. I mean, you could either... you had two options for Yamatsukami. Either you crouched under his swinging tentacles, or you farcasted out. Or you jumped off. Actually, 3 choices. You either jumped into the lower area, you crouched, or you farcasted. So, you wouldn't want to farcast though. You'll be walking quite a distance to get back to him, so... And yes, teabagging is probably the primary modern use of crouching. But definitely sneaking around monsters. There is a particular confrontation, the best possible. Let me see if I can find it. There was a Monster Hunter 1 Rathalos hunt that really encapsulated the way Capcom wanted you to play Monster Hunter in the very beginning of Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter 1 Rathalos hunt. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, of course, my fucking 4th option is a world hunt. Fuck off. Boss fight database. It's not a boss, it's just an enemy you fight, dick. Alright, so... I don't know if this is the hunt, but there was a person who fought Rathalos. No, I don't think this is it. Oh, it's so good. How did this guy, in 2013, upload a video of Monster Hunter 1 that looked like it was uploaded in 2006. This guy, I swear to God, he's uploaded a fight of the Rathalos that looks like it could have been from the very... and again, top comment in the video is, this is the most 2000s video I've ever seen. I mean, absolutely, and it is VHS. In fact, I think it is VHS recorded. It looks like, because it is so analog. This recording is so fucking analog. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's so nice though. Because there was a time on YouTube when a lot of the gaming videos on YouTube were just removed. Why did Arlequin leave? Seriously, do I have to... Okay, people. You people are fucking ignorant! Seriously. Okay, so... Chaos Oil 3 help. Which is code for... I want to hunt Hyper Rathian, or rather Hyper Gold Rathian and Hyper Silver Rathalos in one hunt. Stonefist 10. Textures. What kind of name is that? Turn. I'm not doing Dread King G5. Let's join your room. But yeah, this guy... If you want to find it, it's Monster Hunter PS2 Attack of the Rathalos by Volkaball85. It is such a classic recording, oh my god. But what I was saying was that there was a time on YouTube when, this was in the early days of YouTube, but all of the gaming videos on YouTube were removed. So it's hard to find gaming uploads on YouTube from around 2006. Because for some reason they were all removed, and I don't know why. I'm sure there might be some information out there as to why that happened, but it did happen. So a lot of the original Monster Hunter recordings that were on YouTube were removed. But this is the kind of shit you would have found back then. Like, this is some VHS tape looking stuff. Not even first generation, we're talking like third generation VHS copy of whatever the fuck this guy recorded. At the very least it's degraded. I mean, that's what it looks like. Yeah, 22 minutes and 10 seconds. Cereal Beans, check that out. I mean, it's just lovely. I mean, if you watch that video, you're basically getting a window into original YouTube right there. It's lovely. Because keeping in mind, the 90s was only 7 years ago, back when YouTube came out. So... it's lovely. Well, that's what we had. Oh, Pin is here. Hello, Pin. Let's see what Destiny wants. Grimclaw Grimclaw EX. My Game Boy had better resolution than this video. Well. Anyway, what I was trying to look for ultimately, I'm sorry that I got so distracted, but basically there's a really good hunt of this guy fighting a Rathalos where he's crouching to sneak around the monster, he's dropping raw meat, waiting for the monster to fly down, and go and eat the meat, and then go and attack it, and then hide again. I mean, it's just the sort of hunting that you would never see except in first generation Monster Hunter. Absolutely unique. Absolutely unique. And... look at these people, Pin and Arlequin, joining a room. I mean, same shit, guys. You've just joined the same room. Congratulations. You could have fucking stayed in that room, but you left instead. Hello. Everyone wants deviants today. That's right, so Grimclaw EX, what are we wanting to use for this? Probably Thunder. Let's use... no, let's go ranged. I'll use my typical set. The reason why I'm going to use this, normally I wouldn't use this for Grimclaw. Or I wouldn't use this against Grimclaw if I knew how to fight him comfortably. I don't really know how to fight Grimclaw properly, because I've only hunted... let's have a look and see how many Grimclaw monsters I've hunted. I've hunted... where are you? Grimclaw... 3! You guys expect me to hunt a Grimclaw and know what he's going to do when I've only hunted 3 ever in my lifetime. In my lifetime, I've hunted 3 Grimclaw Tigrex, so I'm about to hunt an EX version of him, so I am going to bring Adept Light Bowgun. Pierce, thank you. So, that's what's happening today. I really, really wish that I could find that video. It might be here somewhere. If I so wish that I had, you know, downloaded that video even. It might not even be on YouTube anymore, you know. I think it was a very old video, but it was from the PS2 Monster Hunter 1. And the way this guy hunted this Rathalos was just absolutely unique. Absolutely unique, and it would blow the mind of any person who watched it. It was just... because what it did was that it showed that this is what Capcom wanted. Because it was like a hunt. It wasn't, you get this weapon, go find him and then attack him with it. It wasn't like that at all. It was actually like hunting a dragon. And it was just really, really weird. And the hilarious thing is that this guy was hunting this monster in a way that so few did. And the reason why so few people hunted the monster in this way was because Capcom fucked up so terribly with the original Monster Hunter games that no one would even think to hunt in that way. At least I don't feel like that people would actually think to hunt in that way. I could be wrong. I'm sure there is a percentage of people who played old Monster Hunter, like really old Monster Hunter, first gen Monster Hunter, who actually thought to play that way. But it was just so terribly convoluted in its design that I just don't think anyone would be expected to do that, but I'm sure that is what Capcom intended when they designed the game. Because it made use of so many mechanics of Monster Hunter that you just take for granted. You just, you know, it's almost like filler. It's like, oh, it's just there because, again, there's the... well, actually, that wasn't really a case of verticality. That was me rolling in the wrong direction. But, yeah, you take a lot of little aspects to Monster Hunter for granted, but all of the fundamental aspects of Monster Hunter that we do take for granted and that we don't often use were employed in this recording of this guy hunting a Rathalos. And it was just amazing to watch. It really was like watching someone hunting a monster in the true way. The way it was always intended. And indeed in a way that could not be replicated in any other video game. It was just truly unique. Oh no. If you're watching that recording with Rathalos in Monster Hunter 1, there was a reason why he was called King of the Skies. It's because he didn't come out of the fucking sky. He was always in the air, and he was an annoyance. He was an absolute annoyance. It was easy to cut his tail, because every time he came down, you just position yourself for a tail cut. And do your little upswing on your greatsword, because I have a feeling, I don't think this is incorrect, but... oh god, look at that. Boulder. I can't do anything. Oh, that's right, I have Adept. I forgot I had Adept. I forgot I had the win button. But yeah, I have a feeling that the upswing with the greatsword back then had a really good motion value for cutting tails. I don't know. There's something about it. Just feels like it was for tail cuts. I always get better tail cuts with upswings in first gen Monster Hunter. Ooh. But yeah, for those who want to see a little bit of Monster Hunter 1 from me, if you can search on YouTube, Doomlink Monster Hunter 1 demo. I recorded that about 2 years ago live, I think. Well, definitely it was live, but I think it was about 2 years ago. And it was a pretty good recording. It was like... I think it's got a decent number of views, actually. Not like a lot. I think 200, 300, something like that. And it's one of those few videos that I've done that picked picked up traction after the time it was recorded. And it was enjoyable, I enjoyed it a lot. Doesn't look like a fucking VHS tape, at least. It's old looking, but doesn't look like a VHS tape. Everything was me playing Rise, damn it. Damn it. Type PS2. PS2 might help you. If you include PS2 there, that might give you what you're looking for. But, yeah, Monster Hunter has indeed come a long way. First generation Monster Hunter, I've talked about this before, but you will never truly appreciate how primitive first generation Monster Hunter is until you actually play it, or until you watch a lot of gameplay of it. Because, like, from the outside it looks a lot like second gen. It really does look a lot like second gen, but it is nothing like it. It's incredible that it can look so similar yet be so actually different. To functionally work so different. Because second gen, and I've said this so many times and you have to take me at my word when I say this, second gen, particularly Freedom Unite, feels incredibly smooth compared to first gen. And people think I'm just saying that for fun. No. Because a lot of people play Freedom Unite and are like, this is a clunky, janky mess. And I am 100% serious when I say that it feels very, very smooth, clean, and modern compared to first gen. So, if you were to, for example, play first generation Monster Hunter for a month straight, and then go on to Freedom Unite, you'll understand what I'm talking about. It feels amazing by comparison. That is how you transport yourself in time to when second gen was new. That's how you do it. If you ever felt, oh, I wish I could play second generation Monster Hunter as if this was the only thing that existed, as if this were new and clean and just, you know, nothing was wrong with it, you couldn't even interpret it as janky. If you want to experience that feeling, play first gen Monster Hunter for 1 month straight and then go on to second gen. You will feel it. You will know what it's like. Second gen was very clean compared to that. So, unfortunately I had adept rolls going on there. You got it? Cool. Can't believe I've got Rise videos showing up. You know why? It's because I think YouTube has a bias for Rise recordings when you search for Monster Hunter. I think that's why. It's just the way YouTube is. There are very strange search algorithms in place as well. Which is terrible. The last thing I would want people to watch of mine are Rise videos. Just the last thing. But, whatever. Yeah, in all the Monster Hunter games you start by getting out of bed. The reason why is because I think that's a rather intimate way to get to know your hunter, you know. He's a guy who, while he might have these great abilities to hunt monsters, he's just a guy, he's a human being who is looking to fight monsters, or let's put it this way. They try to make it look like he's being somewhat victimized, you know. He's here to either save the village or the monsters around to get him. And he's out there fighting the monsters. You know, they try, that's their way of helping you connect with the hunter himself. Which is something they don't really put much time into doing if you think about it. He's always this guy, it's not really a role-playing game in the sense that you're playing as a specific character. He's got no real role, he's just a guy, he's you. He's you playing the game. And he's being tasked with doing random stuff for the village. It's never been a story-based game. But I feel like even in their own little way, they try to help you relate to him in some manner or another. And even though you don't really... Oh no, that's a terrible combo. What a terrible combo. That is designed to do exactly that. The way that that is delayed. He does his hand slam on the ground, and then he slowly builds up to this attack. The reason why that fucks with you is because you don't know when to even dodge his attack. Because it's there are multiple parts to it that occur at different times. It's just awful. As far as I'm concerned, as my first Grimclaw EX, that was fine. That was honestly fine. So, whatever. I can live with that. I don't know why this guy turns up into a fucking turns room. Wait, was it his quest? It might have been his quest, you know. It might have been Destiny's quest. If so, he would have been better off just posting, I don't know, a room, or making a room called Grimclaw EX and waiting for people to join. I think there would still be people willing to do that, even in this community. You know, high-ranked people who are just looking for a challenging hunt and would be happy to do that. Sadly, we failed it. So, I don't know. Yeah, so my Monster Hunter Online video, I think, is the one that is most viewed. Second most viewed is my 4 Ultimate video, which is, I think it was called Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate on Citra, finally. And I said finally because I was wanting to emulate that game for so damn long, because I hated it being a 3DS game, but it was never really smoothly emulated. Like, whenever you wanted to emulate it back then, it was just not a smooth process, and while online was somewhat possible, it was very shaky and very unreliable. But oh, P2, skip. It was very shaky and unreliable, but by 2019, when I recorded that video, it had just become reliable. As of early 2019, it was a very reliable experience, in the way that you could connect reliably. If you had a good PC, you could run it smoothly, and it was just good. So, yeah. Yeah, a lot of people found me on Farewell to Monster Hunter Online. And you know, I recorded that video just normally. Like, when I recorded that video, it was, I believe, New Year's Eve of, what was it, 2019? New Year's Eve 2019. I just worked a heavy shift at work, and I had to be up in the morning. It wasn't New Year's Eve, was it? Must have been January. No, it was just short of New Year's Eve. It was, I think, January 30th, something like that. But it was towards New Year's Eve. It was right at the end of the year. And I just worked a heavy shift. I was supposed to be up very early in the morning the next morning. I wanted to record the game live for that recording that you saw, but I wasn't able to because I had a fatal error when I wanted to launch Monster Hunter Online. I couldn't work out why I had a fatal error. I might have been able to uninstall and reinstall the game, but I didn't have time to do that. In the time that it would have taken me to do that, I would have had to go to sleep and I wouldn't have been able to record that. So what I did was I took footage that I hadn't yet uploaded for Monster Hunter Online and just sat there in front of my computer, did a recording. Just talked about the game, talked about what I knew, about what was happening with it, gave my farewell to it, and then included half of what was to be a Doomlink's Random Hunts recording in that video, and then I closed it out with an additional farewell. And that ended up getting 26,000 views. Like, when I recorded that, I had no idea. Like, I did not know it was going to be well received or even watched a lot. I probably would have presented it a little differently had I known that it would get so many views. You have to understand that at the time, I would never get views for anything I did. So when you look back at it, or when I look back at it, I wish I had done it a little differently. But at the end of the day, I'm happy that it got the traction that it did. And I'm also happy that people don't seem to take issue with it. You know, they don't look at it critically, they don't think it could have been done better. I look at it that way because it's my content, you see. But I think it ended up doing a good job, and in fact, Potato also found me through Monster Hunter Online. And, yeah, I would have liked to do more Monster Hunter Online, but I didn't. Generations Ultimate was on sale and you wanted to see how it was on Switch, so you found my live stream. It's always worth getting. It's always worth getting. Lots and lots of content. And shit, what are we hunting again? Forgot what we were hunting. I always do this. I can only apologize. Thunderlord, okay. I don't meet the fucking requirement. On-site items only. Suck a dick. Wait, that includes ammo? Does it include ammo? Does it include ammo? Fortunately not. Fortunately does not include ammo, so good. Now, on-site items only was not something that you would encounter prior to, you know, games where item sets existed. Games where you would have, or rather games where you wouldn't have item sets just didn't have on-site item only quests because it was too much to ask of the hunters to just manually reorganize their inventories. But here, yeah, no problem. Just get your item sets out. And I do have an item set for basically what I just removed from my inventory, so it's okay. I didn't know that there was an on-site items only Thunderlord Zinogre. Yeah, plenty of no armor quests though. Plenty of those. Right, so I sounded like a voice actor from the Final Fantasy series. You mentioned that I sounded like someone, but I didn't know who that was. I didn't know they were a voice actor from Final Fantasy. So I'm actually going to pull all this out. No, I don't really want tranks, do I? I'll take the tranks, but what I'll do... I'll take the fucking... I probably shouldn't have taken the nullberries because I'm not going to be close to him. But I'm actually going to go to the bathroom and then I'll join the hunt in just a moment. I'm back. Let's hunt a Thunderlord, shall we? What is my Thunder defense this time? -6. A whole lot better than last time, for sure. Oh. Hot drink, please. And some Pierce. Oh, he's up here. Okay. I discovered the Monster Hunter series by a guy named IP Dark Souls HD. Serial Peen says, I searched this guy and he mainly plays Dark Souls. With a name like that, I would imagine so. A lot of the early Souls players also played a lot of... Oh, that's... What's going on? What? I used my... Oh my god, I equipped my normal set for this. Okay, I'm using a normal gun set for this. Okay, fine. It's fine. I was wondering why I had such high recoil on this gun, and then I realized, oh, this is my normal set. Okay. I'll do that, that's fine. I've got some normal shots. But yeah, a lot of the early Souls players also played Monster Hunter, because they were both, you know, sort of RPGs that were different from the norm, required rather strict, shall we say, learning curves to be able to enjoy them. It's just how it was. That's why, you know, I played Monster Hunter and Souls at the same time back in 2009, you know, back when both were niches. It's because if you have a specific interest, one niche leads into another. So a lot of Souls players played Monster Hunter and vice versa. It's just how it was. It's not so much like that anymore. In fact, you know, it is still like that, because while it's no longer a niche, they're both still part of a category in the mainstream space that do overlap. It's so interesting that even as it goes from a niche into the mainstream, you will still have a lot of Monster Hunter players who also play Souls and vice versa. So it is really bizarre, but even after they both hit the mainstream, there is still an overlap, which I guess makes sense, in a way. The only one of the two that really changed fundamentally was Monster Hunter. Souls maintained its integrity, in my view. And the reason why was because From Software was a smaller company. But Capcom, being the larger company, couldn't maintain it. They just couldn't do it. They couldn't maintain that which made Monster Hunter special, in my opinion. Whereas Souls, From Software almost fucked it up with Dark Souls 2, but they realized that that was the wrong way to go about it. So, you know, companies like From Software almost led me to believe that a game like Monster Hunter Rise was going to be more like Frontier. That's what I was expecting. I was expecting that Monster Hunter World would come out on the mainline consoles, and then Capcom would come out with a mainline, or what I mean to say is, it would come out on the big consoles like PS4, Xbox One, etc. And then on the Switch, you would get a more Japanese-focused Monster Hunter game. And I don't mean, oh, you've got a Japanese village with all these Japanese-looking characters, ha ha ha, you know, some sort of cosmetic appearance. What I expected was a Frontier-style Monster Hunter, like a real ultra-anime-style Monster Hunter game for 5th generation on the Switch. That's what I was absolutely anticipating until Rise was announced, and then I started to see, oh, no, that's not what we're getting. And then when I played it, I realized, no, that's not what we're getting. So, well and truly realized that's not what we're getting. So, that was sad to see. I was not necessarily interested in playing Frontier when it was Ultra Anime, or when it became Ultra Anime, but I would have preferred Ultra Anime Monster Hunter to whatever it is now, which is westernized Monster Hunter, basically. From Software were initially popular through Armored Core. Armored Core, I would say, is what From Software was well known for prior to Demon's Souls' release. They of course did King's Field, but I think Armored Core did better than all of it. So, not that I played it, but yeah. At least in the years just prior to the release of Demon's Souls, From Software was best known for Armored Core. They had a lot of older games, yeah, much older games. They have a bit of a history, but they are a smaller company, and as a result, seemed a little more focused on maintaining integrity versus turning a profit. P4. Let's see what we've got. That on-site items only quest was so... Oh, fuck off. Stop with these deviants. I'm done with you people. I'm so done. Like, I'm not doing any more deviants. Fuck off. Get out. I don't have time for this. There's a reason why people make turns rooms and say no deviants. It's because deviant turns are crap. They're just crap. Atulkar? I'll do Atulkar. I'm happy to. Magnet Spike, I never actually looked into. It's funny because Magnet Spike was released like only 2 years prior to the closing of Frontier. But I never really saw much about it. I saw when it was first announced, the very, very initial announcement of Magnet Spike, I saw the first gameplay that they showed of it. Basically, it's intended to be the counterpart, I believe anyway, to the Insect Glaive. Every single weapon in this game, except for Bow and Insect Glaive, have a counterpart weapon. You could technically say that Bow is a counterpart weapon to Light Bowgun and Heavy Bowgun, but there are no counterparts that come in a trio. It's always a couple in terms of counterparts. So for example, Sword and Shield has a counterpart in Dual Blades, Greatsword has a counterpart in Longsword, etc. Insect Glaive never had a counterpart. Now, Charge Blade was a counterpart to Switch Axe, but I believe Magnet Spike was a counterpart to Insect Glaive. And it's for that reason that I was actually expecting to see it in mainline games as well. Still hasn't appeared, I don't know why. Maybe there was something wrong with it and they just couldn't get it right. If that's true, then that's good. I'd rather that they worked it out on their own. I would rather that they realised, oh, we kind of fucked up something with the balancing of Magnet Spike, and so we can't bring it to the mainline games. That's a good thing. Because I don't want a broken thing. I wouldn't like that at all. And yes, I'm still live. 5 hours and 12 minutes in, my friend. Still going strong. I'll probably do one more hunt, actually. 5 hours and 12 minutes. That's a long time. Oh, well, fuck you too, man. No, I feel bad for him, actually. He left just as I joined. Bliss. Plus Bliss Plus is his name. Anyway, let's see what these guys are doing. We've got Solaz here. Hello Solaz, you've got the full Astral set, which I believe is high rank Nakakos, one of 2 high rank Nakakos armor sets that you can use. We've got Trump Calm and Composed, both of which suck. Yeah, exactly, Ethan. It deals blunt damage and cutting damage in one weapon. That I didn't know, and if I did know that, then I have since forgotten that information, but that's good to know. Technically, I believe that this is what I knew from a long time ago anyway. I believe Lance deals impact and cutting depending on what deals the most damage. That's what I heard. I don't know if that's actually true, and if it was true, it may only be true for specific generations of Monster Hunter, but Lance traditionally worked in the sense that it would deal whatever did the most damage on that piece, or on that part of the monster. It was either impact or cutting. Not sure what we're hunting here though. Well, fuck you too, Halson. He gets a little bit of a whiff of there being nothing happening in this room and he fucks right off. Fucks right off. It's a beautiful situation. It's literally us all congregating in these rooms. None of us want to post anything, and if no one posts anything, we all leave. Now, there is a there is an image for that in Hunsterverse. It's this guy on a bike saying, "Any hunts?" And then it's after that, the representation of the guy not posting a hunt despite wanting hunts, the visual representation of that is the guy on the bike getting a stick, sticking it into the spokes of his wheel, falling over, and then smashing his knee, and then he's holding his knee, and then he goes, "Any hunts?" That's basically what this is. There's a reason why they have that in Hunsterverse, is because that's like, that is the situation. We're fucking ourselves up here. And that meme is still alive. It's because Hunsterverse has a lot of old memes. So, yeah, point is that... Oh, fuck me. The point is that, round robin. It's officially... I think this is the first room that I've actually seen called round robin. It's called turns, thank you very much. Thank you very much. It does. Ethan's absolutely right. Hunsterverse exists outside of time. I've said this before, but if you go onto Hunsterverse, it is as if Monster Hunter Portable 3rd is the newest Monster Hunter game. It's really weird. It's the weirdest shit you've ever seen. It's a little bit less like that now because there have been people joining who are interested in new Monster Hunter, like 5th gen Monster Hunter, who have joined as a result of their knowledge of Monster Hunter. Like, they found out about Monster Hunter through World or through Rise and have joined Hunsterverse looking to play the older game, so they know about it. But a year or so ago, maybe even 2 years ago, it really was as if Portable 3rd was the newest game. It was basically 2010 stuck in time. That's what it was. And it was amazing. And it still is a little bit like that. Every now and again you will get that feeling that Portable 3rd's the newest game. And it's really fucking weird. And I like it. I love it a lot. Castle on the Run? Sure. Sure. I can live with that. What would I like to use? Probably something thunder based. Switch axe. Doomlink loves the switch axe. It's his favourite weapon type. Didn't you know? Well, now you do. And his favourite weapon designs are Zenoga designs, even though they look fucking ugly. And always have looked fucking ugly. Monster Hunter Portable 5th. That's the way it should have been. There should have been a Monster Hunter Portable 5th. In fact, they should have just come out with some 3DS fucking PSP Monster Hunter game. Just for the Japanese audience. I would guarantee you that it would have done well. Would guarantee you. Had they come out in the year of 2018 with a PSP game, original PSP, not Vita, original PSP game in 2018, just for Japan, called Monster Hunter Portable 5th, it would have sold. Absolutely. Now, I would have bought that. Would have bought that. Now, the way it works, Serial, is that it comes from Hunstermonter. Now, Hunstermonter, which is just a variation to Monster Hunter, Hunstermonter, was originally a website designed to give a bit of information about Monster Hunter, but more than anything else, it was supposed to be a website to showcase Monster Hunter fails, like how you would fail at Monster Hunter. And so it was called Hunstermonter. And then there was a system called Hunsterverse, in other words, Hunstermonter, but Hunsterverse. So based on Hunstermonter, but there's actually an online system for that website. And that is what it evolved to. It evolved into what we have today, which is basically the #1 way to play the older games online. So this is why I keep Ethan around. This is why I keep him around. He says, the magic feeling of Monster Hunter is all but dead. You know how many people are saying that right now? Not many. Not many people are saying that. It is 150% the truth, but not many people are saying it. That's why I keep him. That's why I keep him around. Is there a Hunsterverse guide for dummies out there? Look, just go onto the website Hunstermonter, and if you're trying to work out how to... Oh, I see. I tried getting back into Hunsterverse, but I'm kind of overwhelmed with all these commands, I see. Yeah, it definitely... Look, I would have been in the same situation as you, N10, but I kind of got used to all the commands as time passed. I can give you a crash course on it. It's not too hard to work out. There aren't too many commands that you really need to know. The main commands are how to post a quest, and how to see what quests are up, and then how to remove your own quest, and also how to peek into other guild halls with specific quests. There's only about 4 to 5 that you really need to know. The others you'll pick up over time. But if you were to be turned off by Hunsterverse purely on the basis that you don't know how the commands work, that would be a real shame, because there aren't too many to learn. So... Well, we can look at it that way, sure, Ethan. As much as I appreciate you, I don't know if I'd perish without you. But, yeah, the main commands are !C, space AQ, and then, well, I'm not going to go through all that while recording, that's silly. What I'll do, N10, is I'll give you a crash course on it on Discord. How about that? I'll tell you how to do it. I'll tell you all the commands, I'll give you a list, you can refer to that list if you'd like. In fact, what I'll do is I'll send you a DM with all the main commands, and you can refer to that. And then it won't take you long, but you'll know them off by heart. It's not like learning how to code. It's fairly easy. It's just a few little commands that you need to remember. It's like working out how to use a weapon in Monster Hunter. You use it a few times and then you just work it out. Oh no. Well, it's not just Bloodborne, Ethan. To be completely honest, like, if I weren't such a lazy asshole, I'd get my audio set up working again, such that I'd get you in the voice chat for most of my streams, and then you could rein me in. I'm someone who needs to be reined in, because I'm always getting on these rants that I shouldn't be getting on. You know, arguments that you can never win. And, you know, crap like, people who like average anime should stop liking average anime. Like, that's not an argument you can win. That was an argument that I engaged in earlier on in this recording. That's stupid. That's a stupid argument, and it's not worth talking about. And yet I got on that argument. Now, it would have played out totally different if I had you on voice chat. Would have played out completely differently, and life would have been better. Okay? So, what I can tell you guys is to expect Ethan on voice chat in the future. And playing this game, incidentally. Soon. Okay, well, calling pineapple on pizza useless is not what I would call controversial or an unwinnable argument. Like, that's actually an argument that wins itself. Like, you don't even have to argue the point. Pineapple on pizza is the stuff of the devil, okay? So if you like pineapple on pizza, enjoy being the Antichrist. That's all I can tell you. Like, I don't have to fucking... Well, you know what? That should serve as a good metaphor right there. Ethan liking pineapple on a pizza makes it very, very clear that he is basically my polar opposite, so... Well, he's not my polar opposite in every regard, but it's not like he disagrees with everything I say. He's not like my counter-argument to everything that I argue, but we balance each other out very well. That's what I will say. So I like having him on voice chat. And we know each other very well, so that helps as well. Destroy the rubble, Jojo. What you doing? I need help with the rubble. There we go. I have to use my axe mode now. Sweet and savoury. Oh. Why is there a cannon in here? There are 2 cannons that are just part of this rubble. How am I to destroy 2 cannons? Do you really think I can destroy 2 cannons with my weapon? By that logic, I'll be able to destroy all cannons on the Jen Moran boat. Oops, I didn't mean to do Demon Riot. Oh, you dick! You fucking hit me out of my Demon Riot. You have actually committed the ultimate sin. You have actually destroyed my Demon Riot. Or prevented my Demon Riot. You are an actual shit stain on humanity. That's what you are. You waste of space of a human being. Just actually preventing my Demon Riot. Like, it doesn't get worse. It's the ultimate sin. Get out of here, Valco Solus. Valco Solus. What are you? Some fucking ancient Roman with your Latin? It's probably not Latin. It could be, but looks like Latin to me. This monster is so fucking stupid. This is why I keep you around, Ethan. Alright, heal, come on. Yeah, it is a bit of a Zoid, isn't it? You're right. Whoa! Take it easy. Yeah, well, this is, Autonomic is getting it right, you know. I was being a bit visceral about pineapple on a pizza, but if we're going to get down to the actual meat of the argument, it does clash with the taste of the pizza. Like, it clashes with it. It's not, it doesn't work. It's just wrong. And you know what? I don't even like pineapple. I don't even like it on its own. It's too tangy. I just don't like pineapple. Pineapple can fuck off. I'm not a pineapple guy. I'd rather eat a lemon. That might be a strong thing to say, but really, I'm not a pineapple fan. What is that, Ethan, actually? That's really interesting, because I like black licorice. I don't know, I can't speak on cilantro, because I've never had that, but what is the determining factor genetically for what makes a person like black licorice? Because both myself and my father love black licorice, and aniseed by extension. What is it? There are certain genetic components that determine tastes. Well, yes. But what is that? Oh, excuse me. What you said was, did you know that the determining factor in whether or not you like black licorice is genetic? Well, definitely. I assume that to be the case because my dad really liked it. And then I tried it and I really liked it. Growing up. So yeah, I did assume that it was genetic somehow. Purely based on that. Olives on pizzas, well, I don't really like olives in general. I could probably deal with olives on their own, right? Like, you know, get a toothpick, stick it in an olive, have a bit of stuff on it, you know, eat it with some wine, whatever, that's fine. You know, like, as an entree. But olives on a pizza? Fuck off. Get it off my pizza. I don't want that. I don't want that shit on my food. With an olive, I want to enjoy it on its own, or I want it off my pizza, like, or out of my quiche, or out of whatever the fuck I'm eating, just get it out of my food. The olive is so dominating, flavor-wise, that it just ruins everything else. At least for me. I don't know, I mean, maybe some people are different, but olives for me are just so damn strong. Anchovies on a pizza is more offensive than olives on a pizza for sure. Anchovies on a pizza? That's sickening. Depends on the fucking anchovy. Like, if it's a hairy ass fucking anchovy, get that off my pizza now. Like, get it off. Make me a new pizza. Well, obviously the joke there is that I probably wouldn't order one with anchovies on it, but, you know. This guy's name's Iron Lungs. He's been playing a bit of old COD, has he? Back when Iron Lung was a perk. Or he might actually have an iron lung, like he might actually have an iron lung. He might be 7 years old. He might be. Might have gotten an iron lung back in the day. He quoted the statement, Beans, come on. Or rather, Beans quoted your statement, Ethan. The fact that you like black olives on a pizza. He's saying he doesn't like olives on a pizza. He can't do much more than that. I pulled down my copy of .hack Quarantine, and I'm happy that I have this. You know, I only have, it's so funny, in terms of what I physically own, I mean, this is backwards, whatever, you know, you can live with it, but I only have 2 of them. I have part 1 and part 4. .hack Infection and .hack Quarantine. The reason why I got .hack Quarantine was because I realized that it was one of the more expensive of the PAL PS2 .hack games you could get. And I saw it for a good price. And as soon as I saw it for a good price, I was like, well, fuck me, I better get it now. And so I got it. So quite ironically, I've only got part 4 and part 1. It doesn't include the anime disc, I think that's why it was cheaper. But outside of not including the anime disc, in other words, the Liminality disc, it's an OVA called .hack Liminality that was included with the PS2 games. Yeah, you know what, I don't give a fuck, because I have that in digital files, thank you. I don't need that in DVD form. Zenoga again. I'd love to get Ethan on a voice chat right now, I really would. But I mean, again, I can't, unless I put my ugly ass fucking headphones on, which I don't want to do. My ugly ass headphones. I need an ice weapon. What should I use? Dual blades. Ice dual blades. Snow ravines, there you go. Put it to a vote, kids. Headphones or no? Well, they haven't seen the headphones. You know, the more stupid they look, the more they're gonna want them. You have to realize. These are my headphones. They look really dumb. Like straight on, they look stupid. The reason why is because they're wireless headphones, and you know they're not the most attractive looking things in the world. You look great. No. I don't wear headphones on camera, thank you very much. They're big and ugly. But yeah. Even like neutral looking headphones I wouldn't wear on camera, but ugly ones? No way. No way. Wow, you look amazing, says Autonomic. Oh dear. I bet I do. I bet I look irresistible. Absolutely irresistible. I'm gonna have to get some cheap earphones or something. You know, I blame Etymotic. Like, Etymotic, those people are fucking foolish. Like, they have in-ear monitors with detachable cables that can be replaced, and then the detachable cable is either too fucking expensive or too damn long. Assholes. How hard is it to sell the stock cable that came with the damn earphones? You dicks. They're actually not open back, no. They're big because they're wireless headphones, like they are high-level wireless headphones. I think they're Sennheiser... Oh, I forgot what they're called, but anyway. Like, 5 years ago they were top of the line and still are some of the better choices for wireless headphones in the Sennheiser line. Because they got worse for some reason. But very good. But they're very ugly. In fact, I recall Linus, back in 2014 I think it was, he put them on his head and he put them on backwards. It was really funny. He was like, these are kind of uncomfortable, and then his cameraman was like, you put them on backwards, and he was like, oh, that's better, yeah, okay. Oh, that was funny. I remember that. Yeah, Sennheiser has some very, very comfortable headphones, but I mean, look, I'm not out here looking to be some kind of fashionable character. I don't have Bloodwind on this set. I'm an idiot. Didn't I register this set with Bloodwind 3? Well, I have Bloodwind on it. My point is I don't have Bloodwind 3. Shit. Anyway, yeah, like I'm not out here looking to be super fashionable. I'm just trying to not look like an actual tool, if you can understand. So, yeah, I don't wear headphones on camera. I don't like headphones. I think they look silly. I feel like my image is at the very least part of what I do. And merely talking about it ruins the effect. But, you know. It's one stream out of many. Maybe I should demon dance. I'm going to be sitting here for so long. Oh, thought my controller wasn't responding for a moment there. Let's do a really long stream. Let's do a 6 hour. Let's do it. I mean, at this fucking rate, we may as well do a 6 hour. Let's fucking do it, guys. It's been a while since I've done a 6 hour. Oh, maybe, no, I think the last time I did it, when did I do a 6 hour last? Kudos to the first person to work out when I last did a 6 hour stream. Well, no, I shouldn't say that. If I say kudos, they'll actually think that I might give them a reward. It is literally only kudos. That's all you get. That's all you get. Just like a head nod from me, like, oh, thanks, yeah. That's all you get. Let's do 10 hour. Real funny. Real funny. I mean, the 10 hour suggests that I would get a pizza delivered to me right now. And I'd eat that thing. No. I am not going to order a pizza to my residence and eat it on camera. It's not happening. I must be so boring, right? But that's not happening. I need to wait until I've partially given away my integrity before doing that. And I haven't done that quite yet. If you want to know when I've actually given away all my integrity, that's when I'll start wearing peanut suits, okay? If you see me in a peanut suit, that means I've given away all my integrity. It's gone, and never to return, in fact. I pretty much need to get Wolfsmoor on the go as soon as possible. Here we go. Yeah. That wasn't too good. That's a no to future hot tub streams then. Yeah, I'm just gonna give a soft no on that one. No, of course not. What the fuck? Imagine a hot tub stream. That's disgusting. Time to dig through the VODs, yeah. Hot tub stream, what a joke. I would never do such a thing. I don't even know what that's for. I mean, if I were physically attractive, I mean, Ethan seems to think I am, but I would never do a hot tub stream. That's just weird. I feel like that would only work for girls, really. I'm sure guys do it for fun, but... Oh, whoops. Maybe like real heartthrob guys could do it. I'm not a heartthrob, thank you very much. Well, thank you, Autonomic. I really appreciate that. I do what I can. The only thing that keeps me going, Autonomic, is that I know that the number of people who watch me isn't proportionate to my quality. That's all I know. That's not to put me on a pedestal of any kind, but I just know that the number of people who watch me is not really proportionate to the quality of what I produce, but thank you for that. I appreciate that. Oh, sorry, I'll read your hypothetical, Ethan. I was wrong about Rise, and here's why. Elemental Longsword is broken? What do you mean? What do you mean, wait? Well, it's a bit late to tell me to wait, isn't it? I've already read it. June 24th, 2020 was the last time I did a 6... I went to 7 hours in 2020, June 24th, okay. Well, it has been a while, hasn't it? What was that even for? No, I'm not reading it like I'm doing classic YouTube hype, because that would be like, I was right. No, I'm not going to do it. Because that would require that I yell into my microphone, and my microphone, like my whole compressor setup is not designed to take like an additional 50 billion dB volume, okay? Which is what I would need to do a read like that. Oh, Demons! Oh, that's true. Oh, that was an amazing day, N10. Demon Souls livestream 44, Northern Regalia build, Chinese English version. Oh, let me tell you a story about that. So, the Northern Regalia requires 2 weapons to forge. Now, at this time, while that was a Northern Regalia build, I had not yet made the Northern Regalia sword. And I was going through... You can't get the second sword for the Northern Regalia until you finish at least 1 new game run of Demon Souls, okay? Now, I finished that in 1 recording. In one recording, I did the whole new game build of that. Or the whole new game run of, you know, using the first of 2 swords. And then I stupidly forgot to pick up the second sword at the end of that run, which required me to do a second run of the game to go and pick up that sword. So it's a second sword for that. Okay, like you upgrade into Northern Regalia using 2 swords. That second sword you can only get at the very end of a full run of that game. Like you get to the very end of the game and then you get the sword. I forgot to pick it up out of the ground. And so I went into New Game Plus without that second sword, and it was in New Game Plus that I was supposed to make that sword for the build, and then I was like, well shit, I have to do a second one now. I have to actually do 3 runs of this game in one character, so that was a sad day. Anyway, and it wasn't until after I'd recorded that I realised my mistake, but yeah, that was actually quite memorable, that recording. I remember that very well. And whatever I was drinking that day, it was a good beverage. Can't remember what it was, but it was probably whiskey or something. It was a good beverage. It's probably back when I was actually drinking decent whiskey on camera. You know, there was a time when I used to drink good drink on camera. Nowadays I'm drinking cheap whiskey and fucking cheap port and the whole shebang. There was a time when I was drinking good Belgian beer and top shelf whiskey. I mean the whole thing. Oh, the good times. Oh, the good times. Anyway, life goes on. Oh, get away, get nope. No, you don't. Well, that's very interesting, Ethan, because in a stream where you're not drinking, Ethan, you would be reining me in, but in a stream where you're drinking, I'd be reining you in. Quite frequently. Oh man, I don't even want to imagine that. That sounds like a mess. That sounds really funny, actually. I don't know if I'd let you on camera when you're drinking. Oh dear. That sounds funny though. It sounds funny. Sounds like a lot of entertainment. Was a trap just dropped? I think so. Oh, I missed my dodge opportunity there. The footage of you drunk in Discord? Yeah, sure. I'm sure I sent it a few months ago, but yeah, back in Hunting with Friends, I used to have a series called Hunting with Friends where the guys that I used to play Monster Hunter with, I used to do a series. Like, we would just hunt together on a daily basis, and I would record it every now and again. And I made series out of it. We did some Portable Third, Freebie Night, etc. A bit of 3 Ultimate, and also World, interestingly enough. But, there was one Portable Third, like one day we were just playing Portable Third, and Ethan comes in, like not all that late at night his time, but he comes in, he's drunk off his ass. Not like stupidly drunk, but he was drunk. And it was pretty funny. And the hilarious thing was that we were doing our joke where we say hello, and Ethan was like, "Can you stop doing that? That's not funny." And he said to me like a year later, I don't know why I ever said that, because it's hilarious. I think the hello joke is really funny, so I don't know why it was that when you were drunk you didn't find that funny, but... Oh, that was a good time. Good times. Yeah, I'm sure you do. Yeah, every time you get drunk you let me know. You let me know by text, you know. You'll usually be like, hey, and I'll be like, hi, and then you'll be like, I'm drunk. Well, you don't always phrase it that way, but... I should actually do Poka Poka Idol Village now that I think about it. I should definitely do that. But yeah, I'm gonna actually raise the brightness of my room light, and I'll do one more hunt. That should be enough to get me to 6 hours. I just wanted to get to the 6 hour mark, otherwise this probably would have been my last, but yeah, I'll get to the 6 hour, that's fine. Okay. Just getting it a little brighter. Goodie. No. We're not doing a 7 or 8 hour stream. It's not happening. I'm hungry. And I'm not eating a pizza on stream. I mean, you guys are probably like, oh, this guy sucks. He's not all that fun at all. He won't even eat a pizza on camera. What a boring streamer. Well, guess what? Guess what? Yeah, I'm that kind of boring sort of person who doesn't eat pizza on camera. I mean, I totally could, but... But no, I'll definitely stop at 6. As far as, who did that hunt? Was that Iron Lungs hunt or Valko's hunt? I don't even know how long I've been in this room. P3, skip. But you know what I need to do? I just remembered to do it. Was I need to stop doing that. What I need to do is change style, or rather hunter arts. Hunter arts, please. Where's the? Yeah. Here we go. Bloodwind 3, please. Bloodwind 3, where are you? I didn't get it yet? No, I got it for sure. Didn't I do the quest? What do you mean? Wasn't the quest? Hold the fucking phone. The quest was hunt, sweat, and tears. I did it. I did the quest for it. I need to speak to the guy. I think. Do I? Do I need to speak to the guy to get it? You know how there's a guy who's like, he crosses his arm, he's like, you can have this hunter art now, you've unlocked it. And then I take it. But I don't think that happened with Energy Blade. So what the fuck's going on? Shit. If I liked pineapples on a pizza, that would be cause to lose faith in me, to be completely honest. Well, what we'll do, Ethan, is next time I get you on stream, is you can talk about, what you can do, and I'm not actually going to add to it, you can just let your heart out. You can just absolutely pour out every little pent-up opinion you have regarding the way Monster Hunter has gone on camera. Just do it. Like, let it all out. And that's what we're going to do. And I'm not going to set you up for it, because that's never as good of a result. I'll just sort of spring it on you. I'll be like, Ethan, or I'll find an appropriate like situation to do it. I'll just be like, Ethan, just tell us how you feel about Monster Hunter as it is today, and how you feel as a result, or what it's done to you. And I think we'll get something pretty good out of it, because I've said my piece, I've spoken my piece, and I'd like to hear what you have to say about it. Because for reference, he hasn't really talked about it to me at length. I mean, he agrees with my points on it, but he hasn't really spoken for himself yet. At least not to me. So, I'd love to hear what he has to say. I don't really want to do Event Adulcar, but sure. If that's going to be my last hunt, then so be it. I'll live with that. I will take it. I'll take it. Rapid bow. Let's do it. Orcus Sagittus. And then wear the headphones. Okay. If you say so. I have to get this organised though. You know the problem with this, guys? If I get him on stream, it's going to be another hour. Another hour of hungry Doomlink. Drinking port. Let me get him on. I just need to figure out what I'm doing here. It's been a while since I've organised this. Let me get in the hunt first. Let me do that first and foremost. And then I'll get him on. I just need to find... You guys are going to have to live with my just breathtaking fashion sense. Just for a little while. But let's get him on. I think it's time. So, here we go. I think it'll be here. Audio output capture. Is that right? Yeah, I think so. I think you're the one. Let me just test this. I'm just going to get a PC sound for you. Cool. So that's the sound of my PC, so I'm going to call Ethan now. Let's get him on the stream. Hello?
Hello?
Hello, how you going?
I'm good, buddy. Good to
I
hear your
am.
voice. Hold on, let me open the stream on my computer here.
I'm just going to boost your volume to ensure that you are loud enough.
I'm gonna move my microphone a little closer too. Oh god!
What's happening with you?
Oh, nothing. But I hear music. Piano music. Is that you?
I don't think so. Are you sure it's not in your head?
No, not at all, actually. What the hell? Where's this piano music coming from?
I don't know.
Oh. When you go to twitch.com, it like automatically plays like a sample stream. That was terrifying. Oh, it was beautiful music though, for the record.
It is terrifying though. If I heard piano music and I didn't know where it was coming from, I'd be pretty fucking frightened.
Yeah. The broadcasters indicated for mature audiences. Oh, good to know.
Are you mature? Are you mature enough to be here?
I don't think so, if I'm being really honest. I can genuinely say that I do not feel mature enough for this stream.
Well, you're here anyway, so we're gonna make do.
So Beans, that's actually a question that can't really be answered without some really serious backstory.
Are you gonna do it? Do the whole backstory?
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do the whole backstory.
Awesome.
So when I was younger, a man of, I don't know, geez, how old would I have been? Old enough to drink. I was at a bar with a group of friends who were friends that I had met through work, and I wanted to be cool with these dudes because they were cool dudes, man. They were gamers, but they were like all total chads. I was like, these are the guys I want to be. And I was young and impressionable. I don't know if I was old enough to be drinking, but I was there regardless, eating my chicken fingers. And they started talking about this game called Monster Hunter. Now, I had never heard of it before in my entire life. Like, this was just like... the only games I had played thus far were games like Pokemon, a couple of Yu-Gi-Oh! Game Boy games, because Yu-Gi-Oh! Was the tits Mackenzie, if you catch what I mean. And the show, I mean, the show is especially tits Mackenzie. But
if you say so.
Bro, we've played those intros together. Like, don't sit there and act like you're not in love with it. But that's besides the point.
That is, yeah.
So these guys start talking about Monster Hunter, and they're talking about it kind of like, they're not talking about it to me, they're talking about it to each other. And they're talking about how the like you could end up fighting a monster, and it would send a bunch of like little like underling monsters after you to like, and it was just this huge fight, this huge boss monster that you were going up against, and the whole time you were having to manage your health and stuff like that. The idea was very appealing to me, Now, in the moment, I had created something in my head that was not necessarily the reality of the situation. Looking back on it now, I remember thinking, oh, okay, you fight a giant dragon, it summons monsters, you fight the little monsters, and you attack the giant dragon when you have openings. And obviously they were playing Monster Hunter Frontier, because there hasn't yet to be a Monster Hunter game since that actually bothers you with anything bigger than a Bullfango.
If anything, I'd say that was just their weird way of explaining it. I don't think they would have been playing Monster Hunter Frontier at that time, because there were very, very small numbers of people in the West who were playing Frontier back then.
That's what I'm saying. They were that small group of people, because they
Really?
were like,
Damn.
yeah, they had been playing Monster Hunter for like a game or two before.
Really? Wow.
So they didn't follow it like I did afterwards, but like they had been playing Monster Hunter on their PSPs for probably at least 2 games prior. And immediately after hearing this, I was like, I have to see what this is all about. So I went and got myself a PSP. I didn't have one already. I ended up getting Monster Hunter Freedom Unite. That's the one with Nargacuga on the cover, yes?
That's correct.
Okay. So I got that game and never played it with any of them even once. But I played it. I played it a lot. I wasn't able to do anything substantial in it because I was not willing to learn. And I think that was when Monster Hunter was the most magical to me. Like, the world seemed too big for me at the time, or at least for what I was willing to put in. And I'm sitting here playing this game. I decide I'm going to be a gunner. Back then, I had this terrible habit of not using any monster parts because I thought I would need them for late game.
I remember you saying that, yeah.
Right. And so I play Monster Hunter Freedom Unite. I'm terrible at it. I play it for probably about 60 hours tops, and then I put the game down. Fast forward years later, I still wouldn't call myself a fan of Monster Hunter at this point. I'm like, I've played one game. I am in college, and one of my friends says, hey, get Monster Hunter Try. I want someone to play with. And I said, oh, I've played Monster Hunter before. It wasn't really my shtick. It wasn't really my bag. And he's just like, no, just get the game. It's like $19. Like, who cares? Just get it. We'll play it a couple times. You'll get your money's worth out of it. And I was like, all right, well, I mean, if it means I get to hang out with you guys, that's fine. Again, bought the game. Never played with the person that asked me to get the game once. But this game was Monster Hunter Try. Now, I cannot express enough how this game brought me into a whole new fucking world. Monster Hunter Try was actually magic. Like, it was magical. It had this incredible scale to it. It made you feel like powerful and weak at the same time. The village felt so alive. The characters, like Cha-Cha, you actually like cared about him. You loved him. The stuff that you made was just the right difficulty. Like, it was just hard enough to make the stuff that you wanted. And again, I did not know that Monster Hunter had a formula that meant you use the parts that you collect to make, you know, new armor. I was just using the iron armor, and I had fought Jaggy like 5 times and beaten him once out of the 5 times. So I'm sitting here in my first experience of the game, frustrated as all hell, and I'm about to put the thing down, and I finally talked to this cat that got me to buy the game, who, even after talking to him here, I never get to play with him. I said, man, I don't see what the appeal of this game is. Like, I can barely even beat the monsters. And he goes, well, what armor set are you using? And I said, the starter set. He goes, all right, well, what weapon are you using? The starter one. Well, why don't you make any weapons or armor? Oh, I don't want to use any of my materials because I might need them for later. And he goes, no. That's not how this game works. Like, this game, you have to upgrade your armor and your weapons in order to, like, see growth. And I was like, oh, okay. So I immediately made the very first full set that I ever made. Would anyone like to guess what the very first full set I made was?
Actually, I mean, I can always guess Jaggy, I guess, but
Solid guess. Would not be correct.
would not be correct. Just tell us.
Alright. Ludroth.
Ludroth, yeah, I remember you saying
Royal
that.
Ludroth.
Yeah.
And it was at the time that I had discovered Royal Ludroth and I finished the armor set that I discovered Shepard. Specifically a video where he fought Raytheon naked with a hammer. And he was trying to teach timings on... Actually, it might have been Kurapeko that he fought naked with a hammer.
I can't remember now, yeah.
But it was one of those two monsters, and he was trying to explain how hammer is meant to be used for getting headshots. And I said, oh, okay, so this weapon is specialized. Every weapon is specialized. So I'm in the process of learning. And I decide I'm going to use hammer. So during try, I use hammer the entire time. Never touch another weapon because, I mean, it's the hammer. Why do you need to touch any other weapons? It's basically perfect. I mean, even to this day, even though I never play it anymore, like, I love that weapon to death. So it was Kurapeko for sure? Okay. So, I play God only knows how many hours of this game. I get all the way to where I'm hunting Elatrion for shoots, not scoots. You know? Sky Piercers, specifically, in that game.
Oh god.
Oh, yeah.
It's a bad time.
Soloing Sadeus with a hammer because I didn't know any better. Just having the time of my life. I got my brother involved, my friend Kevin. Kevin encountered the Phantom Foot attack that Uragon has. That's an inside story where Kevin is a pathological liar and cannot acknowledge when he does something stupid.
Oh my god, yeah.
So instead of acknowledging that he did something stupid by overcommitting to an attack, he said that it glitched and the Uragon attacked him with its foot. A Phantom Foot attack. So, moving forward in the story. From there, after Try, I think the next game I played after that was 3 Ultimate on the 3DS. Got all the way up to G rank by myself because I've been a solo Monster Hunter player my entire existence. I've never had people to play with. I was not good enough for G rank. Probably still aren't good enough for G rank, to be honest with you. I'm rusty as all hell. But I play that game. I play 4 Ultimate. I get introduced to the Charge Blade. Meanwhile, this whole time, like, I'm getting older, right? And you would think that this magical feeling that Monster Hunter creates, the same feeling that I felt in Try, would begin to wane or feel different or go away because I'm maturing, I'm aging, and it never does. The closest it comes to disappearing is in 3 Ultimate. Not 3 Ultimate. Generations Ultimate. And even then, the only reason I felt like that was the case is because that was the first time I had ever said to myself, I don't like something about this game. Right. About a Monster Hunter game. And down the line, I end up meeting Doomlink and these other guys that I play Monster Hunter with via Shepard's stream, the Great Nut Catastrophe.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. The stream where Doomlink reads about, was it giraffes or zebras?
Both. I believe I was reading about the way in which giraffes and zebras fornicate and mate and give birth or something like that. Something along those lines.
It was wild. And the reason that he was reading all of this stuff is because everyone was enamored by his voice. So I think that somebody just grabbed him some random document and said, read this.
This was just prior to the release of World. This was about 3 weeks before World came out, I think. Something like that.
All right, and this is where the story gets a little dark. We are all playing World. We created a secondary Discord outside of Shepard's Discord, and ironically enough, I don't know if it's ironic. I would say it's kind of weird because everybody who was in that Discord was on the call the night that Shepard got super drunk. Like, he just randomly pulled all of us. Yeah, he was drunk as hell, and he pulls all of us into the call. On stream. And it's a bummer because the stream is deleted, because it's, like, I'm in it, Doom's in it, Sam is in it. I think that, was Springer in it?
Yes, he was. Everyone was there.
I
have parts of it recorded that were not archived. But I mean, the good parts that included me, yes, I do have, because obviously because I was recording it, I was recording the parts that I was there for. But the parts that were not archived for Shepard, where he was screaming about nutting and things like like nut,
while he was fighting Abyssal.
Yeah, like he was screaming, like absolutely screaming. But
hilarious.
That wasn't archived.
It was fucking great.
Yeah.
Oh, everyone did think his voice was sexy. And everybody who was part of that stream, I still remember too. Like, I feel like I was just minding my own business and I get this random message saying, hey, do you want to join this other Discord? Like, I was not part of the creation of this Discord. I was just brought in. And it was everybody who was on that stream that night. And it was kind of like this like weird like club of like people that I guess Shepard thought was cool enough to bring onto the stream that night. And we kind of existed parallel to the main Shepard Discord, but almost being being affiliated, because everybody in the main Discord knew our Discord existed. I mean, people would ask us to join the Discord and stuff like that, and it was just too exclusive. We were just too cool for that. We egoed the hell out of all of them. It wasn't until later that we found out one of the people inside of the Discord was like going and spreading a bunch of stuff that was said behind closed doors to the people that it was said about. And it's not like we were out here just saying a bunch of really mean stuff about like someone's mom or something like that, but we would make fun of stuff that somebody said because it was stupid, or like make jokes about who was Shepard's favorite and stuff like that. Because at this time, Shepard was kind of at the center of all of this. And throughout this whole time, we were playing Monster Hunter World a lot. And as I told you, the story is going to get dark right about here. After about, God, I don't know, what was it? 300 hours? 300 hours of World consecutive. It was almost like every single day, 4 hours minimum. We were all playing all the time. Everyone constantly having to remind Doomlink to stop running in a circle.
Oh no.
So that we could like join the quest.
Yeah, that was my terrible habit.
Yeah, he would just run in a circle, and someone would be like, Doom, ready up. And he'd be like, oh, sorry, I was just running in a circle.
Because, we'd be in the middle of having a full-blown discussion about something, and of course we'd be hunting in the meantime. And because we're having this discussion, I'd just, I'd be walking in a circle, just, tracing some sort of line that's on the ground in the hub area, and then someone's like, Doom, ready up, and I'll be like, oh, thank you.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. It would go on ad nauseum. And right around the 300-hour mark, like, everybody just started to... Our voice calls while we were playing stopped being super talkative. They stopped being, like, as fun. Like, we had fun as friends in a voice call, but it was like, it wasn't about... We were never talking about Monster Hunter anymore. We kind of all just felt like, and I don't know how Sam feels about this, I think that we have talked to him about it before, and he kind of like, he aligns with this as well, but at the same time, he's very much an apologist. Like, if I tell him that, oh, I think that the end game of World is bad, he'll be like, well, have you ever had a good end game in a Monster Hunter? And I'm just like, well, no, but I don't think that's an excuse.
That's a hard argument, yeah. That's a difficult one.
Right.
Because what he's describing as endgame is different to what you're describing. That's like as a counter argument that works, but not on a deep level, unfortunately.
Yeah, not fairly. It's not. It's like comparing apples and oranges.
Yeah.
So Doom, like I think Doom just flat out trades in his PS4 one day on a whim.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
just like, I don't want to play this game anymore.
Oh yeah.
We were Bo Bros and he abandoned me. Yeah, and
No
it
comment.
was just everyone could just kind of feel it. Like we were playing it because it had the name Monster Hunter on it, right? And like it had fun elements to it. I'll give you that. But it was so far removed from what we knew to be Monster Hunter, and we all kind of like woke up to it at the same time. It was just weird, and it felt like we suddenly realized we were playing a different game entirely. It was the hardest on Doom. Doom was like the only one that was vocal about it. On a couple of occasions, Doom was like, this just doesn't feel right. And everyone would just kind of shout him down, like, whatever, you're a purist, you're an elitist, whatever. And after like my 600th hour of Monster Hunter World, I was like, I can't do this anymore, bro. Like, this game is just not Monster Hunter. And you can feel it too when you play it. When you play World, you can feel the sounds aren't right, the feeling of your character moving isn't right. The way that the monsters move in the world, it doesn't even like bring to mind what you loved about earlier Monster Hunter games. It's like its own thing. It's like if it was its own game, it would be fine.
Yeah.
Is what I'm trying to say. It's a good game. It's just not Monster Hunter. The spirit is gone. It's a pale imitation. It's trying to be too much at once. The way I like to describe it is that it's trying to be Call of Duty. It's trying to be Madden. It's trying to be a game that they can get away with making, one of them a year. That's not that different from the prior installment, and make a cash withdrawal on it.
Yeah.
And when I first saw, and this is where we're going to get to Rise, because now you know my opinion of World, especially when Iceborne came around. When Iceborne came around, the only good thing about Iceborne was that I discovered a love of Sword and Shield that has since followed me into earlier games. Although there is nothing cooler about Sword and Shield, in my opinion, than the Perfect Rush combo, which is the best thing that World ever did. Like, to this day, I will say that the Perfect Rush combo was the greatest thing that World ever did for Monster Hunter. The problem is it doesn't exist in any game that is actually a Monster Hunter game in my eyes. Where was I? Okay, so this is when, fast forward years, it feels like, and, Rise gets announced. I messaged Doomlink. Doomlink's like, yeah, I've heard of it. And I'm like, bro, this could be really cool. Like, it's going to be on the Switch. We were talking about how we wanted one on the Switch. And he's like, I don't hold out a lot of hope. What are you laughing at, bro? What's going on with you?
Because it's true.
Oh, okay. I thought you were laughing
Spot
at
on.
impression, which is perfect.
No, well, both really.
Okay.
As one big picture.
And we're talking about it, and I'm very optimistic about it because I'm dying to play a Monster Hunter that takes me back to that feeling. And here's the really sad part. Whatever it is, whatever the feeling is that Rise and World have created, it is actually degrading to the feeling that original Monster Hunter gives you. It negatively affects how you play the rest of the games. This is the reason that Doom can't play it for an extended period of time. It actually takes the magic out of your experience when you're playing older Monster Hunter games. So, like, I can play older Monster Hunter games probably, like, at best 2 to 4 hours at a time now. That did not used to be the case. Age, completely unrelated. Age and maturity level and, like, other interests, like, it doesn't matter. Like, none of that stuff ever affected that Monster Hunter was a magical feeling. After playing World and Rise, that feeling has degraded.
Yeah.
And it's hope. It's hope. It's a lack of hope. It is a feeling that is... you just feel beaten down and worn and, like... And then on top of that... And I know that Doom gets mad at me about this all the time, but on top of that, the thing that really upsets me is... when somebody who's been playing the game for... And this has happened a lot. When somebody who's been playing the game for 10 plus years has a valid criticism of the direction the series that they've been following for 10 plus years is going, someone who has never played the game before or has only played one of the games that is similar to the one that is being discussed will be like, boo-hoo, game easy, shut up, no one cares what you have to say.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, dude, you are the reason, you are the actual reason why I hope a meteor crushes the Earth. Like, who the hell do you think you are, you fucking pup? I have been playing Monster Hunter since before you even knew it existed. If anybody has the right to levy a complaint against how these games are being made, it is the guy that has spent over 3,000 hours and over $400 so that he can play every single game on every system. And what they have done is betrayed those people for people who don't care.
That's right.
And most of the things about the game that are interesting are just... they're shallow. Like, they're novel. Like, oh, but in Monster Hunter Rise, you're a ninja. Cool. So everything's ninja themed? Cool. Could it be Monster Hunter themed? Could it be Monster Hunter themed? Is that so much to ask?
Apparently so.
And Doom and I disagree about some things. There are some quality of life things that I don't mind, but at the end of the day, I can tell you one thing. Those quality of life things do take away from that feeling.
This is where I would like to interject. This is a really interesting point. There are certain things, as Ethan says, that we don't necessarily agree on. Like, for example, he is more flexible with some changes that Rise has brought about, and I'm not quite so flexible, but this is the interesting thing about Monster Hunter Rise. You can have people who were completely comfortable with the changes that were made in 5th Gen as of World, who cannot deal with Rise. Like, for example, Vernon. Vernon, who often makes an appearance in recordings of mine, in streams of mine. He loved World. I would personally identify him as a World apologist. Now, he would not identify himself in that way. You heard it here first, folks. He would not identify himself in that way. He genuinely likes World. He has genuine reasons as to why he likes World. But I feel that he's an apologist because I so strongly feel that World was a step backwards. But even he does not like what Rise has done across the board. So not only have traditional Monster Hunter players been disenfranchised by Rise, but also people who were willing to take on board the drastic changes to the formula of the series that were introduced by Monster Hunter World. Now, what does that tell you? It means we are going, like the trajectory that we are on right now is not a good one for the series. It's really as simple as that. Forget about the series going downhill. It's already at the bottom, okay? Now we're basically burrowing into the ground, and it seems as if no one gives a shit. So that's the reason. Now, when Ethan said that I get annoyed with him about interacting with the community, that's effectively what he was trying to get across there. The reason why I get annoyed about him interacting with the community is that you cannot win with these people. You cannot win with people who are obsessed with the way Rise is, or love Rise for what it is, because they will love what they love and they don't value what you value. And even if you take the time to convince them otherwise, all they will do would be accept your point of view but not change their point of view, which means that Monster Hunter will not fix itself or change the way it's progressing. It will remain the way it is. And so it really is a terrible waste of energy, and I think that Ethan at some point realized that it was a bit of a waste of energy, because I know, Ethan, you did spend a little bit of time on Reddit talking to these people. I mean, you weren't just talking to people who thought Rise was good. You were talking to the bottom of the barrel. Like, you had literally burrowed into the bottom of the barrel and were talking to people who literally wouldn't know a good Monster Hunter game if it smacked them across the back of the head. And
guys, he's not wrong. I was like going full hacker. I was in there deep.
Yeah. Like,
every
you were
night
in there deep,
trying to convince these people that they were wrong.
And I mean, it's not just a simple matter of you presenting your point of view and trying to sell it. I mean, you have to give your soul. You have to actually, and I don't even have to do it to realize that that's what's needed, but that's what's needed. You have to give all of your essence just for a person to maybe acknowledge your point of view. Not even change their point of view, just acknowledge that, oh yeah, I guess you have a point. You have a point, but I still love this game. You know, it's like, well, what are you doing? This is why I don't engage in this argument. You know, I don't bother. I feel, you know, Monster Hunter is going in this direction, and Capcom has their reasons for doing it, and at the end of the day, I just have to leave it alone, enjoy what they've done right, and if Capcom feels the need to return to what at least I and many other people view to be great in Monster Hunter, I will be there to enjoy it when it happens. But I'm not holding out hope for that. In fact, I think the chances of that are very low. You know, that the chances of that are the same as Bethesda or ZeniMax Media or whoever you want to call them deciding to return to a game that is pretty much the same as Morrowind. Like, you're not going to have that happen. That is never going to happen. Games like Daggerfall, Morrowind are part of the past, and they will never return in the same form. I feel like that is what we have with Monster Hunter right now, and we're just going to have to enjoy what we have. And that's what I've chosen to do. I've chosen to separate myself emotionally from what Monster Hunter is today by calling it pseudo Monster Hunter, which is to say that Monster Hunter has now taken a direction that does not in any way draw, well, maybe it's unfair to say in no way, but it does to a very low-level draw from old Monster Hunter, and at the very least does not in spirit, I feel, draw from old Monster Hunter, and just let it exist on its own. Like, just leave it alone. And that's what I've chosen to do.
It's really interesting, because there are some things that I just don't understand how you apologize for.
Yeah.
Like, the biggest thing is, like, right when I was playing the demo, I could tell that there were things I was not gonna like, and one of them was the fact that, like, everyone brings their dog, right? And of course they're gonna bring their dog. The dogs are cool. It's a dog. Doggos are awesome. Everyone loves a dog. You can ride it. You can ride the dog. What? You know what I mean? Like, I get it. Like, you love the dog. But the dog is constantly attacking the monster at the same time you are. And it's miserable to look at.
Oh, yes.
And it's not even just that, either. It's like, again, there's this weird feeling where it just feels like it's trying to not... it's hard to explain. I feel like part of what made Monster Hunter beautiful was that it wasn't always optimized for your comfort. Monster Hunter existed, and you chose to interact with it or not. Like,
that's right. That's a good point. That's a very good point.
Like, yes, the weapons are clunky. That's their world. That's the world they live in. If you want to visit that world, you use a clunky weapon. No, they didn't tell you exactly what every monster was weak against. You figured that out by communicating with fellow hunters. Can anybody in this chat, is anybody in this chat a newer Monster Hunter, somebody who discovered the game through World?
I think Cereal Beans is. He is. He started in either World or Rise, and he found my stream out of interest because Generations Ultimate was on sale and he wanted to see more about it, and so he found my stream through that. So most of what he knows about Old Monster Hunter is through my streams. In fact, all of what he knows, I would guess, is from that.
Okay. Then you're kind of the perfect candidate. Could you possibly imagine a world where the internet is relatively new, right? You don't have much experience with it other than, Facebook is coming around, YouTube is becoming a thing, MySpace is on its way out, right? But it's not as mainstream as it is today. And you have to Google what a monster is weak against to figure it out. Now, obviously, you could figure out by like looking at the armor pieces, but like if you wanted to figure out hit zones or anything like that, somebody out there did an experiment to get you that information, and they made it available to you, and people would update that information.
Mm-hmm.
Hunters. It was a community of hunters. I think that's the biggest thing. Like, part of the magic of Monster Hunter was the community, and that community is dead. It's not community anymore. It's dead. There's no community anymore. Like, you could say that the YouTube community is kind of a community, but in my opinion, it's just a bunch of... I hate to say this because I don't know any of these guys, but it's just a bunch of shills who praise everything that Capcom puts on the table. They have no complaints, no valid complaints. Their biggest complaints are, "Oh, I didn't like the skin on this weapon." It's like, okay, but like, what about the actual stuff you should be complaining about?
That was the thing. Like, when
have you in their back pocket? Like, what's going on here?
When Rise came out,
getting review copies?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, when Rise came out, I mean, there were people complaining, but it seemed as if they were looking for things to complain about with a lack of knowledge of what Monster Hunter was. I mean, admittedly, I didn't watch YouTubers at the time. I haven't watched YouTubers in a long time, but what I can say is that if we look at game journalists, for example, all the game journalists I seem to find who were talking about Rise always wanted to say something negative about it, at the very least to show that they didn't only have things negative, or rather things positive to say about it. But everything that they said that was negative about it, usually it would be one point, just one little point that was unique to them. Everything that they said that was negative was just tone deaf and completely missing the overall point. It's like, imagine the elephant in the living room and then you complain that the tea's cold. It's like, forget the fucking tea. Forget the fucking tea. You've got an elephant sitting on the couch, you dickhead. Like that's what we're dealing with here. I mean, that's what it was like reading every single little review for Monster Hunter Rise. It was like, forget the tea. Like, you've literally got a game that was amazing before, and then certain aspects to it have been completely eviscerated for the benefit of people who wouldn't have even given old Monster Hunter the time of day, and that's what really frustrated me about Rise. It was designed for people who, I swear to you, hand on heart, would not have played old Monster Hunter had you put it in front of them 5 years ago. They would not have done it. They wouldn't have done it. Now, what does that tell you? It means Monster Hunter is changing. Is it changing for the better? Well, not for the people who enjoy the older games, I can tell you that. So,
yeah,
that's what's going on.
There is something to be said about the exclusivity. And I know that this is going to sound a little bit elitist, but there's something to be said about the fact that it requires grandfathering in. Like the original Monster Hunter, you needed a liaison. Somebody who knew what they were doing to get you into the game. If you tried to figure it out on your own, you could eventually, but it helped to have a liaison. That's what Shepard was for. Shepard was the guy. Shepard used to teach and you wanted to learn. Now you don't have to learn anything. Anyone can be successful in a game, and it doesn't require being grandfathered in. And it's like, and because it doesn't require being grandfathered in, there is no community. There is no Monster Hunter community. It is dead. Actually, that's not true. The Monster Hunter community lives on in Hunsterverse.
In a strange way, yes. Yeah, it is true. There are very small communities that exist that they somehow, I mean, let's put it this way. The Monster Hunter community has become deeply fragmented in the sense that the people who used to be part of an overall community, like let's say for example we look at Monster Hunter in the late 2000s, everyone who would play a Monster Hunter game in the late 2000s was automatically part of a community because it was a huge niche. But then soon Monster Hunter began to change, and as a result, the people who played those games in the past who didn't necessarily move on to Monster Hunter as it was in, you know, even third generation, but particularly fourth and fifth, those people started to, you know, move on with their lives, may have even played first and second gen in their free time from time to time. But eventually they would find communities like Hunsterverse, for example, where they could actually play with people, because, I mean, it doesn't matter how much you play solo and how much you enjoy playing solo, you will eventually feel like you want to hunt with other people. So communities like Hunsterverse, for example, are there, and they will find those communities and hunt with people there and find like-minded people. And, you know, if you go into the Freedom 1 chat, for example, of the Hunsterverse server, you will find people who have been playing first-generation Monster Hunter for longer than a lot of Rise players have even been alive on this earth. And what that means is that you've got someone here who really has a better sense of what the essence of Monster Hunter is than these people who are just looking at it as, you know, maybe an interesting RPG, sort of a Japanese kind of style RPG, you know, kind of anime looking maybe. Very, very shallow impressions of what Monster Hunter is that couldn't possibly compete with a person who really has established a deeper understanding of what it is all about. Unfortunately, a person who hasn't taken the time to play the older games would look at any person who would play those older games, like look at their knowledge in a cynical way. They would go, oh, you're gatekeeping, you're an elitist, you don't know more than me, you're just an elitist. You know, they would try to discredit their opinions, and also take it personally, like they would take it as a personal attack, that, you know, the mere suggestion that this person who has more experience than me in this series would actually know more about what's good for Monster Hunter or what's bad for Monster Hunter, if they think that they know more than me, they must be elitist, you know, etc, etc. These sort of reactionary, visceral reactions that really show that it's not about what you know. What I should say is that Capcom's playing on what... Let me rephrase that. I lost the end of the argument there, but the point is that Monster Hunter is furthered in the way that it is now through people's ignorance, not through what people know. The reason why Monster Hunter continues in the way it is today is because people don't know what made it special, not because people knew what made it special and continue to play it. That's what I see. That's the thing that really frustrates me about Monster Hunter today, and that's why I don't engage with the community.
Or lack thereof. And what you were saying there, Beans, that's a way of putting it. The way it feels to me now is that Monster Hunter is more of a game of numbers. Before, Monster Hunter felt like art. It felt like flawed and beautiful. It felt like something you could pick up off the beach and there would be nothing else like it. There was nothing else like it in the world. There was stuff that tried so hard to imitate that formula. Dauntless tried to imitate that formula. God Eater tried to imitate the formula. Tokiden, all of these people trying desperately to get their eyes fixed on how can we make that? And they all failed because they tried to appeal to too much. They tried to be too much at once. The beauty of Monster Hunter is simplicity, and its imperfections made it beautiful. It gave
Yeah.
you a sense that this thing existed with or without you and wasn't created just for you. And now, Monster Hunter feels like something you get at a gift shop after a roller coaster ride.
Yeah, what Beans is referring to there in the chat, where I said to watch a video of a guy who was hunting. There was a video that I couldn't actually find it in the end. What he ended up seeing was just, you know, a video of an old Monster Hunter 1 recording that almost looked like it was taken from a VHS tape, very old school, but it wasn't necessarily what I was looking for. But you might remember this as well, Ethan. You might have seen this, but there was a video on YouTube a long time ago of a guy hunting a Rathalos in Monster Hunter 1, and the way he hunted this monster was in a way that, I'm telling you, no person, even a person who started in second generation, would not hunt a monster in this way. It was absolutely unique. This guy was sneaking around the monster, he was placing raw meat, he was timing his raw meat placement in accordance with the movements of the monster around the map, and it was like an actual hunt. It was totally different to anything you would ever see in any Monster Hunter hunt, ever. It was incredible to watch. And what that showed me, not necessarily relating to this argument, but it does at the very least show that there's more to Monster Hunter than just, oh, I can have item sets, or I don't have limited box space now, or, you know, all these little quality of life improvements that people absolutely live by when it comes to 5th generation Monster Hunter. You know, there's more to Monster Hunter than these sorts of improvements. Which is to say, you know, people don't want to go backwards because, I have these things holding me back from enjoying my experience. You know, there's more to it than that. But what it really showed was that Capcom had an incredible vision for what Monster Hunter would be, and I feel like they really struggled to communicate that early on. But just through the pure jank of first generation Monster Hunter, anyone who's played first generation Monster Hunter, you know, you can only be so forgiving of old Monster Hunter. First generation really is a true mess on so many levels. There are certain things that maybe in concept they got right, but I think, as I've said many times before, when it comes to video game, I guess, design, conceptualization, you need to strike a balance between good concepts and good game design. A good concept doesn't necessarily work as a good game design implementation, and that was a big issue for Capcom with Monster Hunter in the early days. It was working out what was a good idea for a game where you hunt a monster that also worked as a good game mechanic. They employed all these things that just didn't work for hunting a monster. And overall, it was just really interesting to see how this person hunted. And again, the big point here was that you would never see any person today hunt like that. It wasn't just a little different. It was drastically different. And it was amazing to watch.
I would love to see that, honestly.
I don't know where it is. I'll try to find it, but I couldn't find it just with a quick look on YouTube. I was just like searching Rathalos hunt in Monster Hunter Freedom 1, or rather Monster Hunter 1, and just couldn't see anything, but hopefully I can find it. But yeah, I think it's really hard, because you can never win these arguments that you have with people who, at the end of the day, just don't... You know what the hardest thing is, Ethan? What I've found is that the people who, like you and me, played the older games, who just don't value the same things we value, wouldn't necessarily agree with some of the things we say. Because some people don't have as deep an experience with these games that we do. You know, they don't see the same sort of value. So, like, let's say, for instance, we're looking at 5th generation Monster Hunter. While 5th generation Monster Hunter does simplify certain aspects, they do add complexities in other areas. Like, for example, weapons become more complex in certain areas, and, you know, additional things like, let's say, wire bug introduced. You know, that, to an average gamer, seems like an evolution. But the average gamer doesn't really, and I don't like saying that because it puts people down to say you're an average gamer or you are a gamer who takes things on board on a deeper level. But at the end of the day, there are certain things that are not communicated anymore through the simplification and streamlining of Monster Hunter in the 5th generation that really detracts from the experience that Ethan and I, for example, really appreciated. And it's very, very difficult to quantify, because it's more of a feeling than something you can sit down and say, this, that, and that is what makes it special. You can do that, but it takes a lot of time, and you really have to sort of do some soul searching and really look deeply into it. But provided you have a fairly deep experience with the game, you just know. You know instinctively, this doesn't feel right, this feels great, that sort of thing, you know. So that's why it is such a difficult conversation to have. And that's why I keep the hell away from it.
Yeah, it is. There is an element of just the feeling.
Yeah.
And I think that, like I said, people are so ready to like mark these things up as like flaws. Like, oh, it's clunky. Oh, it's, you know, they write these things off as flaws, when in reality they were in the greatest service to what the game was. It was an experience that you can't in a modern game get. Like, it's so unique how you have to interact with the world, and it's perfect in a sense. Honestly, it's just the right amount of janky. It's just the right amount of, you know, you have to improve. You have to improve in ways that it's like I said, this world exists with or without you, right? And then it's so hard to quantify what I'm trying to say here. Like you said, there's a feeling to it, but in this world there are rules, and it's your ability to adapt to those rules that makes the world interesting to exist in.
Yeah.
And if you just like make it this easy thing where it's like, it's not special, you're not unique at all for having achieved it, what's the point?
That's a big thing, yeah. And I think there's just some inherent issue with making things so easy to achieve, so easy to reach, just all of that. Like, and it's not as simple as, oh, the game's too easy, so it's bad. It's absolutely nothing to do with that. And as Ethan was referencing before in his initial explanation, you know, the idea that people would, you know, write off his criticisms based on, oh, the game's easy, so it's bad, boo-hoo. It's not about that. It is absolutely not about that. It's more of stripping the complexities that were once there, and then expecting people to get the same sort of satisfaction out of the little things that they used to do, when there is no satisfaction out of that anymore, provided people had a point of reference to realize, oh, well, I enjoyed this before, but now it feels like nothing. Now it's like, well, whatever. So, I don't know.
Yeah, I think that Monster Hunter stopped being an experience and started being a game.
Yeah, it's true.
Like, when you buy a game, you know a game, right? It's just a game. It's meant to kill time. You know? You're not getting anything else out of it besides a couple hours of fun. And you can get fun out of Rise. You can get fun out of World. But it's not an experience anymore. This is one of the reasons I'm so addicted to Rocket League, is because it comes with more than the game. It's not just a game. It's a whole community of people. There's a whole book of chapters marking your growth. There's mechanics and things that you have to learn to improve. You have to learn to improve. Let me say that real, like, one more time loud. You have to learn to improve.
Yep. which will always
Monster
be
Hunter
there
used
to some
be a
extent.
lifestyle.
It will always exist that way to some extent, but it is always to what extent is it required? And it used to be a massive part of Monster Hunter. It has become less and less a part of it as time goes on.
Yeah, and I don't want to sit here and act like, they're not good games, because they are, objectively. You can just look at the numbers for that. But like I said, when you buy a game, you can feel that it's a game. How many games in your life, how many games really in your life have taken you beyond the point of this is a game? For real. Like, games where you were just like, oh my god, like, I cannot imagine my life having not experienced this. Like the first time you played Pokemon Red. Right? Or the first time you ever picked up a fighting game like Super Smash Brothers. Could you imagine your life having never touched Super Smash Brothers?
For me, yes, but
no, I'm saying because
just
Monster
generally,
Hunter would be that game for you.
Yeah.
But I'm saying there are games like this out there that challenge what it is to be a game, because they're not just a game, they're an experience, they're a lifestyle, they're something that changed. They're something that changed your whole world. And Monster Hunter did that for a lot of people, and it has now gone from being something that is capable of doing that into something like Madden 2021.
The hardest thing for me has been trying to work out to what extent people who are influential in the Monster Hunter community agree with us. How much do they agree with us? How much would they be willing to say to this tune? Like, do they really feel this way? Do they not feel this way at all? Because all of them really do just play... I'm not even necessarily talking about Arax, because Arax Gaming, obviously, I don't know anything about him, okay? But I think purely on the basis that he started in 2nd gen, I cannot believe him when he says that Rise is the best Monster Hunter game. I cannot believe him when he says it. I don't believe that is coming from the heart. I don't believe it for one moment. But, speaking of people like Shepard, for example, not to speak on his integrity, but rather to say, the people who choose to record primarily Rise content right now, are they doing it for exposure? Are they doing it because that's what is required of them as a Monster Hunter content creator in the year of 2021? Or do they do it because they love the game? Now, I don't necessarily... that's more of a rhetorical question than anything else, because it's a nasty conversation to get into, and it ultimately, at the end of the day, you cannot speak about a person and what they do unless you really know them as people. And at the end of the day, we don't really know them deeply as people. But what I think is that there's a lot of people would try to legitimize Rise and World's place in the Monster Hunter series based on what the old Monster Hunter content creators would do. But really, what choice do they have? I don't care, as if I would care. I don't have that much of a viewership, and at the end of the day, I think that if I do develop a viewership, it will be on the basis of the fact that I am playing the older games, and there will be a specific audience that will like that. But that's not me chasing an audience, that's just me playing what I want to play, and hopefully I can get something out of that, and that would be great. But at the end of the day, I'm never, on no level am I going to get the same sort of viewership that a person who would play the newer Monster games would get. I would never get that. But that's okay. But for some people, that's not okay. For some people, they need the best possible viewership. So you always have to be careful when it comes to saying, well, this person said that, or, this person's been playing for a long time, but they're playing Rise. What's the issue? It's not about that. They might agree with what we're saying, but they have, to an extent, sold their soul, I think, to the Monster Hunter series, and now have to play the newest games to remain relevant in what is now viewed to be the community.
Well, I mean, the Jinjinx and Tuna guy, like, that guy came right out and said, like, I don't enjoy World anymore. He made
I don't even know who that is. I don't even know.
The guy that did the Monster Hunter numbers thing, like Jinjinx and Tuna, the guys that would always do, like, elemental longsword is insane. Like that, those guys.
Oh,
They did a bunch of like experiments on how damage was dealt in the game and what basically meta builders.
I'm trying to fix my lighting a little bit. But yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I try not to focus too much on that, if only for the reason that at the end of the day, you can't know a person's situation until you know them personally. And it's not the right thing to call people's integrity into question. But we, as content creators, we do, to an extent, follow the interest. Like, right now, let me tell you, it's hard to record anything that's not Monster Hunter right now for me. Now, it works in my case because I love Monster Hunter, but if I don't record something that's not Monster Hunter, or excuse me, if I record something that's not Monster Hunter, it's
You
basic.
fucks don't watch him.
Exactly. Like,
I'm kidding.
well, it's not that I'd call you fucks, but for both
I won't do it,
YouTube,
it's not my channel.
for, for both YouTube and Twitch, there's basically no viewership for anything that's not Monster Hunter. Now, that's not a personal thing for you guys, but for me, what that means is that I'm forced into recording Monster Hunter to a certain degree. At the end of the day, it's my choice whether or not to record Monster Hunter, but let's say, for example, that you are a content creator who records Monster Hunter. Let's say you've got two games that you record, Monster Hunter Rise and Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. For a Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate stream, you get 300 views per stream. For a Monster Hunter Rise stream, you get 3,000 views per stream. Which of those two games are you going to feel more incentivized to record? Obviously the latter. Now, if you record the latter, does that necessarily mean you prefer that game? No. Now, that's a very low-level example, but that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about which of those games is best. We're talking about which one is going to get the largest viewership. And even in my case, generally I can get more views from a Generations Ultimate stream than a 3 Ultimate stream. Simple as that. Like, it's just what it is. Now, those views don't mean much to me because most of those people don't even say a word in the chat, okay? That is just a number to me, that means nothing. So, that doesn't stop me from recording 3 Ultimate. But when I compare 130 views in a 3 Ultimate or Generations Ultimate stream to 10 views in a Minish Cap stream, yes, that is something to compare, but my point is that you will always to some extent be influenced by your audience. So that's always something to keep in mind, so you can never truly trust the opinion that is presented by a large content creator of any series over a period of time, I feel.
You know how I can trust your opinion that you give?
How's that?
Some people might say that it's because you still play the older games. No. I trust your opinion because of Spyro. You actually filmed yourself playing Spyro, unironically.
Well, you have to say which Spyro game. It was Dawn of the Dragon. Spyro Dawn of the Dragon. Not all Spyro games are as bad as that game. You have to admit, like, the original Spyro on PS1's not too bad. It was good for the time, and it ages reasonably well. But that game was a bit rough. Dawn of the Dragon. That was...
I couldn't believe it, man. I was so... I think I was drunk the first time I watched it, but I'm sitting there, I'm like, I don't want to call Doom, but I want to hear Doom. I have this thought relatively recently, like relatively frequently, because he's not always available. And sometimes I just don't feel like talking, but I want to be able to like hang out with my homie. Right? I have the unique relationship of being like friends with like one of my favorite streamers, close friends.
Thank you.
So that's an option that I have. I don't always have to like hang out with him and like spit words at him in order to get like a little bit of him. I don't need that to have access to him. It's nice. So I'm drunk and I'm watching him play Spyro, and legit, man, even drunk, I can tell what he's doing wrong. He cannot figure out how to get to the next area, and he passes it like 50 times in this recording. He passes it like 50 to 60 times, He flies by and he's just like, I don't understand. The game's just made bad. It's terrible. And it's like, bro. Like, yes, the game is bad on a lot of levels, but like, at what point do you blame yourself?
I don't know, like that situation, I don't blame myself, and the reason why is because everything looked the same in this location. Let me give you some context. This was in a lava location where you couldn't tell where your progression point was from just the fucking background. Like it was so confusing. And you know what? The progression point was this thing that looked so much like the background that I went there and there was this weird loading glitch. And then I got there, and then it was black in that direction. Now, had I gone in the direction where it was black, that would have been my continuation point. But I didn't go in the black direction, because that wasn't part of the background, or it didn't even look like an entrance point, so I didn't go there. But had I gone in the black direction, that would have been my point of progression. So
yeah, see, I might just be built different, but when I see something that wildly differs from everything else I'm looking at, typically I'm like, wonder what that is. Doom, he just looks at it and he just takes it at face value. He's just like, it's a black thing, I'm mind my business.
Oh dear. That was a bad day though. That was pure
for
rage.
you.
For you, exactly. That's why I upload these things. That's why. I mean, I don't scrap something because I had a bad day. I realize the entertainment value of it.
I don't think you understand. Like, listen. I don't think you could possibly quantify how much fun you are to listen to when somebody is high.
Well, that's just true. Yeah. This is why I have like 4 soners who watch me frequently.
Man, I was sitting there just absolutely like, and I'm hesitant to say this on stream, but I was just absolutely just like blitzed out of my mind. I had just gone on a date with this girl, and it was like, she put some of that stuff in front of me, and I was like, you know what, I haven't done it in a long time, I'll have some. And I'm sitting there in the Checkers parking lot, and for those of you who live in Australia, Checkers is a burger joint.
Okay.
And I'm sitting there in the Checkers parking lot, like waiting in the line to like order food. And oh my god, man, I felt like I was there for an eternity, just listening to this dude talk. And it was so interesting. I was just like, dude, this is like wild. Like, I've never enjoyed a stream so much in my life. The only way this stream could be better is if he was in a hot tub.
Oh no. Yeah, that's definitely not gonna happen.
Actually, if I ever come to Australia, which I'm going to, but when I come to Australia, we're doing you heard it here first, guys. You followed Doom this long, but when I go to Australia, we're doing a hot tub stream.
Okay. I hadn't thought about that, but yeah, I suppose we'd have to, wouldn't we?
We absolutely.
I'd do it. Oh, that's interesting though. A hot tub with another guy. That's hard. That's actually hard. You know, the only.
It's gonna be hard.
Yeah. Well, speak for yourself. But I have to say that I think the only situation that I would allow that would be.
We're both naked.
There's that, but also like a natural hot spring. If it's not in Japan, it can be in New Zealand because that's the closest natural hot spring to where I am right now. But you know, like if you just get into a hot tub with another guy naked, it's a bit different to just getting into like a Japanese hot spring or something.
Well, hold on. Let me just say this really quick. You know, I when I said the hot tub thing, I intended bathing suits. Like, bathing suits were part of that equation.
Oh.
You just started this whole thing with naked? Like, naked is how you intended it to go down?
Well, the bathing suit thing, you have to understand that if you're going to go so far as to get on camera in a fucking hot tub, you have to at least have a naked, like, top. Like, you know what I mean?
No, dude, it's a meme. It's just a meme. You don't have to, like, follow the actual, like, formula for girls that are trying to get, you know, I don't want to say the word, but you know, dudes to give them money. Like, we're just two dudes in New Zealand hanging out in a hot tub because it's funny.
Well, good. I don't know the meme, my god. When have I ever been on top of this sort of thing?
Well, alright, so sometimes some people on Twitch, I don't want to say who, they know who they are. They will get themselves in a hot tub because they're very, very attractive.
Oh, I see.
And their viewership will spike and people will donate like crazy to them.
That's
because
what?
Oh my god.
No
Tits.
way. Are you? Oh, okay. Female. Are you talking female streamers specifically?
Yeah. And when dudes do it, it's mostly just like a meme because girls don't pay money to guys on the internet. Like,
So you're telling me that female streamers who... Okay, this is a very important question. Does the viewership of a female streamer who does this... is that predicated on their attractiveness ultimately? Like, do they... Let me put it this way. Do they lean in to their attractiveness? Like, do they show their bust? Do they really try to...
you need to not ever say show their butt.
Well, that's true, yeah. No,
Alright,
sometimes
so
maybe they have a
to
very
answer
pretty
your question-
face. Yeah.
To answer your question, it depends on the streamer. Because some female streamers are just dope, hilarious, like really quality content creators. I actually started following one recently for Rocket League named Casey Dilla. Girl is just all smiles. She's hilarious. She's just fun to interact with. And I've never seen her butt. So, and I still watch her despite her being a female. So I don't know.
Okay.
It's not all of them. But there are a select group of them that show their busts.
I see. And all I meant to say was that are those the typical types of people who will get into a hot tub on stream?
Yes.
Yes.
And that's the joke that everyone is making here. Like, they want to see you in a hot tub stream because obviously you're not the kind of streamer who would ever get in a hot tub, which makes it funny.
Oh yeah. I got that
And
part of it,
then-
but I just wasn't sure how widespread it was, like, as not a joke. I can never trust the Twitch community. I have no faith in Twitch streamers, I really don't.
As well, you shouldn't. But, yeah, I mean, there are some people that do it unironically, some people that do it ironically. Either way, it's usually a big success. That's about all there is to it.
Well, I would imagine that if a female were to do that, yes, it would be a big success. Lots of followers. Oh yeah, yummy.
Yum-ho.
I can think of a few websites that you could go to that would get you a little bit more than whatever you're seeing in that fucking hot tub. Seriously.
And you know what? I've actually like thought about that. Like, what is it
Yeah.
that they're getting out of it? It's got to be that feeling of like voyeurism that comes from knowing someone's watching, knowing that they're like there to receive your adulation. You know what I mean?
That's true.
Because I can't figure out the difference otherwise. Because like, what's the point?
But you have to understand that, to my understanding, there are websites that you can go to where you have like a woman on a webcam doing stuff that's on another level to that.
Well,
That you can,
consider under-
to my understanding, like this is a...
I
This
imagine
is
it's
a-
a thorough one. Because you'd have to be crazy to tell me you've never gone to one.
I actually haven't, I have to tell you.
Oh my god, guys.
I'm one of those people who hasn't.
Oh
But
my god. He expects us to believe this.
it's true though, because why would I do that? If I can get that shit for free, why would I bother? Why would I go to some fucking website with some woman on a webcam and I'm going to pay them money? It's like, you've got to be having a laugh, my love. So, of course I haven't done that. You've got to be joking.
Well, I
But-
mean, I've never paid money to one, but you watch them.
And or a large percentage of their videos are leaked to free websites, so why would you? But anyway, on another point, yes, I would say, Beans, that you are correct, that I'm about as closed to the world as Huntsverse is closed to the Monster Hunter community. And I enjoy that. I love that. Life is good that way.
I think it takes a special kind of mind to survive life in that way.
I mean, I'm not too bad. I mean, I'm not totally, like, living under a rock, but definitely living under some kind of rock. I mean, there is a rock that I live under that not everyone lives under. Without a doubt. And I like that rock.
Yeah, I think that he and I both live under the same rock. We're just different species of insect.
That's true. That's exactly right. Is it the same rock or is it a different kind of rock?
We're just neighbors under the same rock. Oh, yeah, that's what it is. Like, maybe like I'm a sponge and you're a starfish or something like that. I don't know. Just two random examples.
Right.
You know?
That's true.
Maybe I'm yellow, you're pink.
I'm currently trying to capture this Celtis. This is the first time I've mentioned the hunt that I'm on in the last hour and a half. But we're trying to capture this Celtis Queen, and I think we're going to struggle to do this because I usually fail capture quests. It seems to be a common thing. And quite frankly, we've got a full G rank team versus this Celtis Queen, and I think we're going to kill her if we're not careful. I'm going to drop down a trap myself.
Oh, by the way, I had an idea. I had an idea for merch for you.
Oh yeah. Do tell.
All right, so check it out, guys. What do you think about this? It's a T-shirt that on the front has Doomlink making a funny face, and on the back it says in quotations, "Next thing you know." What do you think?
Well, can we get more details on the funny face?
Well, I mean, it could be any funny face. You've got hundreds.
This is true. Exio wants a t-shirt that says "Fuck off, Bob." You know about Bob, don't you, Ethan?
Bob the Builder?
Yeah.
Yeah, you talk about murdering him on like every stream. It's actually concerning.
You
talk about taking his chain. You talk about taking his buzzsaw and running it through his head.
Well, I can't help that he deserves it. Like, that's not my problem.
Deserve it. They're going, he's doing a Renault. It's. I think when it comes to people who are trying to improve their status, he clearly takes the cake.
Clearly he does, because he seems to be hell-bent on his Renault ruining every fucking recording that I ever do.
I just imagine, and this is my own personal little headcanon, but I just imagine Bob the Builder as this guy with a YouTube channel who's constantly bitching about his young next-door neighbor who will not stop bitching about video games.
Oh dear.
He's like, this guy across the street here won't shut up about this stupid game called Monster Hunter Rise or whatever it's called. The other day, he went on a fucking whinge about some fucking game called Bloodborne. What a fucking cunt. You know what I mean? Like, that's just how I imagine Bob the Builder being.
That would be the ultimate YouTube collaboration, actually. Like, but without it being an actual intended collaboration. Like,
I could totally see you doing like a collaboration, and it's just like it's one of, like I said, just one of those like classic YouTube hype things where it's like, I finally met my neighbor, and it's like you like shaking his hand on the thumbnail, and the whole thing is just like, yeah, you're kind of like well known in my community. We call you Bob the Builder, and then the guy like explains what he does, and then you find out he's like way super cool.
Except he's actually not that kind of person. I'd rather he dropped his head on the place where he has his jigsaw and just like sort of pushed his head forwards and then, you know, separated his head from his neck. But anyway, aside from that,
that is dark. That is dark, sir.
But aside from that, no, I know the guy to a level, but to an extent, but you know, he's an inconsiderate human being, like that whole household.
You know, if that guy shows up missing,
that's true.
The police are coming looking at you.
That's true. But you know what? Provided
worth it.
If it were 25 years prior to this point, I'd be concerned, because my local police department used to be pretty fucked, pretty corrupt, pretty unprofessional, but these days we're getting a little better, so I think provided I'm an innocent candidate, or an innocent person in general, I think I should be safe. So, you know, because they can't go purely bad. I mean, yes, I would be a prime candidate, but, you know, provided I'm innocent, I should be alright. Unless they, you
I'm
know,
not
want
so
to plan
certain you'll be
evidence.
innocent.
So you think I'm actually going to commit a crime against this human being?
Listen to the way you said crime.
That's true.
My man, the whole reason your viewers love you is because you have the air of you have the air of a supervillain all the time.
Oh dear. I suppose this is true.
particularly an anime supervillain, so.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm somewhat harmless, because it's all anime at the end of the day, isn't it?
Yeah, you have the power of God and anime on your side, so. Oh.
I do. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do one more hunt. We're gonna do a hyper double draw, and then I think I'm gonna finish it up, because this can't go on forever now, can it? I was wanting to finish up at 6 hours in. It's now 7 hours and 15 minutes in, so yeah, I think one more will
New
do the
record
trick.
question mark?
It could be, like, we're definitely in the running. It's up there.
Me and my friend broke my personal stream record.
Oh no. Then I have to
Smash that like button.
subscribe for more. Because, I mean, if you don't subscribe,
YouTube
you're never going to
Analytics
see me
says
again.
that only 60% of my viewers are actually subscribed. If you subscribe, it really help me out.
Oh dear.
Let's see what I haven't been paying attention to chat. I'm sorry, guys. I've been.
I'm trying to read it, but sometimes there's more to read than I'm willing to.
Wow, egoed. This is why we need chat notifications. This is why we need when people donate. Their shit should be read out loud.
Well, you know, I'm trying to read it. I'm doing what I can. Next topic, okay, yes, this is an important topic actually, and in fact I completely support this. Pineapple on a pizza. Now let me start off with giving you my... Well, I don't care. Like, listen, you are usually
I'm
on the
leaning
opposite...
back in my chair. I'm leaning back. You're getting distant, Ethan, now.
On what level? To the point where you're going to completely destroy me on any point that I make, or to the point where you don't even want to engage in this conversation?
No. I love the conversation. Let's have the conversation. I'm saying that I'm not going to lean into my microphone. That's all.
Oh, literally, that's it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm leaning back. I'm comfortable.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I actually don't have too much to say about pineapple on a pizza, other than I think it's probably something the Antichrist eats on his pizza, and it's probably...
That's a hot take.
I don't think so. I think that's probably pretty well established as an opinion. And, yeah, it is actually a mistake. In the same way that guy, whose name I've forgotten, said anime was a mistake, I think pineapple on a pizza was a mistake. It was like a bad experiment gone wrong, and it should have come to an end before I was even born. What's your opinion on it, Ethan?
I love pineapple on pizza.
Any particular reason as to why?
Well, I like warm pineapple, for one. I like pizza.
Oh.
Well, you don't
Warm
even like
pineapple?
pineapple, so you don't really have a frame of reference here.
Yeah.
Like, as somebody who doesn't like pineapple, how are you expected to like pineapple on pizza? Like, don't you think that you're uniquely disqualifying yourself from this conversation? Why don't we get a pineapple advocate in here who doesn't like pineapple on pizza?
You make a very good point.
Like,
I suppose,
how is anyone supposed to
yeah.
trust your opinion? I don't understand.
I hadn't even thought about that.
To take that seriously, like
I hadn't even
like
thought
saying,
about that.
no, that's like saying like, hold on, let me think. I hate peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, and it's like peanut butter and jelly don't belong together. And it's like, well, do you like peanut butter separately? Yeah. Do you like jelly? No, I hate jelly. What? Of course you don't like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, dipshit. How could you not have thought about that? You're too smart not to think about that.
Well, look, I just think that there's potential for me to like pineapple in the right combination. Have you ever had like a food that
Yeah,
you
I've
might
had
not?
lots of them.
No, hello. Have you ever had a food that you don't necessarily like on its own, but mixed with something else, it takes on another form. It's something you can appreciate.
Wait.
Hello?
We have to address the chat really quick because this guy's coming at me hot. Says it's something sour mixing it with a sweet snack. What? Are you talking about? Are you talking about peanut butter and jelly? Or are you talking about pineapple and pizza? Right?
He's talking about pineapple on a pizza. I'm pretty sure.
He just said yes. He's like both.
Oh, well, he's quick on your pizza. Yeah, pizza.
Okay, pizza. All right. Now here's what I have to say about that. You're wrong. Exist in that reality, and let's move on. Now. Yes, you are wrong. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news here, but like, pineapple is just fine on pizza. Bro, that's so ridiculous. Like, you're acting like pizza is this sacred
Dessert.
not allowed. No, like you're acting like pizza is a sacred thing that is not allowed to like change or anything like that. And the funny thing about it, pizza is like one of those foods that we say pizza, right? We say the word pizza, and it covers so many different topics, right? Like macaroni and cheese. Macaroni and cheese, there's so many different kinds of macaroni and cheese. Lasagna, that's just macaroni and cheese.
Oh, hello. That's actually just what you've said right there is the ultimate sacrilege. I hope you realize that.
No, but that's what I'm trying to say. Like, if it's noodles and cheese, it's macaroni and cheese, my guy. Pizza it's an umbrella term to describe tons of different options, right?
Like sandwich.
Like sandwich. And you're sitting here saying that this one does not fit that bill. Even though it meets all the criteria, and you're saying it doesn't belong. It doesn't belong? Pineapple and pizza doesn't belong? So what, a Reuben isn't a sandwich? Because it's got sauerkraut on it?
Oh my god.
Like, you hear yourself, right? Oh my god.
But you know, I mean, okay, is there anything else? Okay, what would you typically find on a tropical pizza? Like, is there anything else that's like possibly erroneous? Like, is there something that maybe doesn't belong? Maybe
It's so not complicated. It's pineapple, cheese, and literally sliced ham. That's a Hawaiian pizza. That's most situations involved. That's what most pineapple pizza is. It's Hawaiian style pizza. It's pineapple, sliced ham, and cheese. The sauce is typically a little bit sweeter to complement the actual like pineapple, and it's amazing. Hold on.
we just failed that fucking quest. What the fuck?
The Italian government is looking for you.
Yeah. I think the Italian government. Yeah, well, that's true. Actually, yeah, the Italian government would not be in support of anything Ethan said right now. In
No,
fact, I
that's
think-
not true. They want me on their board of directors.
Why?
They're like,
do, you,
this guy's an idea man.
do you really think that there's like a political struggle domestically about pineapple on a pizza? You might
There
assist.
clearly
with?
is. There clearly is, dude. The entire internet went on an uproar about it. It's like the people that no, because honestly, this stuff makes me mad. It's like the people that are like, "Oh, I hate Nickelback." Do you? Or do you know every word of at least 4 of their songs? And
I
did
actually
the
don't.
internet tell you to hate them because the internet and you just completely bought into it because it was a funny meme?
Am I allowed to hate them?
Nickelback is not. Yeah, you're allowed. I don't care what you hate. But Nickelback is a decent band. Okay.
Oh,
Chad Kroger wrote the fucking smash hit Hero that played at the end of Spider-Man 1. You know the song. And they say that a hero can save us. I'm not gonna stand here away. You gonna tell me
Here
you
we
didn't like
go.
that song? You gonna sit there in the chat and tell me you didn't like that song?
I didn't.
Hold on to the wings of the eagle. Watch as they all fly away. That song is the
Actually,
audible pineapple on pizza.
now that I think about it, I might have liked that song.
Well, then guess
might
what,
have-
my guy? You don't hate Nickelback.
Are you sure? No,
Yeah.
hold on. What if they're no? What if you're allowed to hate them if they have the exact same sound for every song and then they can't find like a sound that can actually transcend more than one song? What if
That's the thing, man. Like, art is subjective, and at the end of the
Okay.
day, like, these dudes, right? These dudes, you can say like, I hate that they don't do that right about how I particularly take in music. That's fine. But do you like one or two of their songs?
I don't think I do. But I would say the average person does, yeah. I think your argument is sound. I wanted to address Vernon just for a moment. Hello, Vernon. I meant to say hello. Yes, I'm in the chat, and Ethan's also in the chat, I think. He's just reading every now and again. These are not new headphones that I'm wearing right now. These are headphones that I generally avoid wearing on stream because I think they look very silly from the front. And I am wearing these because I need them to hear Ethan as he talks. And also, this is definitely a very long stream. I'm also surprised that I'm still live. And I think I'm going to do one more hunt. The only reason why I'm doing one more hunt now is because we failed the previous hunt because these guys probably suck or something. And yeah, we're going to try again.
We're also not done having this conversation.
Do continue, please.
And X, man, let me be real honest with you. You're allowed to not like pineapples on pizza. I don't like anchovies on pizza. And that's like classic to pizza.
Anchovies on pizza? Who likes anchovies on a pizza?
The Italian government.
You're probably right about that, you know. Shit, I hadn't even thought about that. You know, they probably, and I would say the Italians would be a-okay with that. Shit. Well,
And
that
honestly,
means that...
dude, like, we can't even figure out, like, what style of pizza is best. Thin crust, thick crust, cheese crust. Ooh, stuffed
Okay,
crust.
no,
Stuffed
no,
crust.
no, no,
What's
no,
better?
no.
What's
Cheese
better?
crust?
What's better? A big thin. What's better? A big thick slice of pizza made in Chicago that's actually deep dish, or a nice thin slice made in New York? What's better? Are we really gonna get hung up on whether or not pineapple belongs in this giant debate about what pizza is best?
Cheese crust is not in any way related to the Italian craft of pizza. Let's just make this very, very clear. Let's just all...
I don't think anyone was making that claim. I'm just saying that, like, there are a lot of questions about pizza and about which ones are good and which ones are bad.
Okay, well, cheese crust in the pizza has a lot to do with how can we stuff cheese into things from a
Yeah, I
specific
love how, guys,
country.
Hold on, you heard the accent he put on that, right? You heard that.
It wasn't an Australian accent. Oh, excuse me, it wasn't an American accent, but it was kind of in a weird way. I didn't want to commit to it, we'll put it that way, because I didn't want it to be too obvious, but Ethan picked up on it too hard because he knew what I was referring to, culturally speaking.
Vernon, the reason I'm not playing with Doom is because A, he's getting off, and B, I have no interest in playing Monster Hunter right this moment.
Oh yeah, that too. Because, I mean, if I were going to go for a 10-hour stream, we'd definitely be playing together right now, but you know what? It is currently 5:30 in the evening, or 5:30 in the afternoon, I guess you would say, technically speaking, and I haven't eaten yet. Ha 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 ha! I haven't eaten today, ha ha! But the point is that I'm doing this for the sake of the stream, I'm doing this for the sake of Ethan, and I'm doing this for the love of pizza and discussions relating to Monster Hunter.
I can't even believe it's a question. Can I just be real honest? Like, it blows my mind that there are people out there, and I'm not trying to sing you out here, X, right? I'm not trying to sing you out here, but
Oh dear.
who cares? Who really cares? Why is there like this pizza gulag? It's like I've never felt so judged for liking pineapple on my pizza than I do in this chat right now. I mean, Doom is saying I'm the Antichrist.
Oh dear.
Beans is telling me I have the government looking for me. Oh, what did
Have you?
say?
Okay.
Hold on. You said you'd rather eat shit or something like that. You'd rather eat shit than eat pineapple and pizza. I challenge you to eat shit. I challenge you to eat shit right now. Go get a pile of shit and eat a pile of shit. I'll make you a pineapple pizza. I'll home make that shit. right? I'll make you a pineapple pizza. I'm gonna put pineapple pizza on a plate, and I'm gonna put shit on a plate, and I want to see you eat that shit. Are we on the same page?
Oh my god.
Oh, you'll take the pineapple off?
Okay, that's a good point.
What a
yeah.
weird and novel solution to such an incredibly toxic problem. Like honestly, I never thought of that. He said easy. No, the word is sheesh. You gotta hit him with the sheesh. No, I'm only kidding, man.
God.
I'm just saying, like.
Well,
I love pineapple on pizza, man. I'll fight to the death for that shit.
I mean, this
know what I
is
do
this
hate,
is a
though?
new thing I'm learning about you. Yes. What else?
I hate peeps.
Peeps. What do you mean?
Does anyone know what peeps are?
Is it an American thing?
It might be. I don't know. I don't know if Australia has peeps.
Just the word "has" was enough to make it clear. The little bird treats.
Yeah. The little bird treats. So effectively, peeps are literally a marshmallow shaped like a bird,
Oh,
but they don't have the consistency of normal marshmallows. They have a weird,
Oh.
fucked up, gross consistency.
gross.
And then on top of that, they are covered with sprinkles that have the consistency of glitter.
What? Why? Okay, what kind of consistency are we talking about? Oh, whoops! I just done. What kind of consistency are we talking about in terms of the marshmallow itself? Are we talking like really not firm?
Not
Like-
firm.
Not firm. Okay. That sounds fucking disgusting.
And imagine covering it top to bottom with sand.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that sounds not great. And you're saying you don't like those?
No, I don't like those.
I don't think I do either. I haven't had them before, but I don't think I like them.
That's more merch for the store, honestly.
If you say so. Does not
Because
like
that's classic
peeps.
Doomlink. Yeah, no. It's I don't think I've had that, but I don't think I like it.
Oh. Oh, Vernon used to like them,
But Vernon likes Monster Hunter World.
and he also he was also not opposed to the Monster Hunter movie deeply.
Bro, are you serious? I feel like we've had this conversation before.
We have. It was during our Rise recording, long time ago. Wrong time ago.
Hold on. Beans actually brings up a really good point. Have you had Hawaiian pizza?
Oh no. Me or
Right.
him?
You.
Me. Yes.
Okay. So you actually have a frame of reference for like I don't.
I
like
do.
this pizza.
Of course. Like I'm not sitting here going, I don't like pineapple, so I don't like pineapple on a pizza. I've had pineapple on a pizza, and I will certainly concede that if I don't like pineapple on its own, then probably I'm not gonna like it on a pizza.
I'm glad that we can agree on that.
I hadn't thought about that, but you're right.
You're too smart for your own good, my guy.
I know.
That's mind blowing to me. I can't believe that was you.
Well, you know.
I can't believe you.
I felt like there was a time when I liked pineapple, and at that time I didn't like pineapple on a pizza. You know, I would almost be willing to say that pineapple on a pizza ruined my love of pineapple. I'm serious.
My dad thinks exactly like you do. He said, people think I just talk shit about pineapple pizza because I've never had it. No, I do love pineapple and I've had it. My dad thinks pineapple is the food of the gods. He actually
Okay.
calls it the food of the gods. So when he eats it on pizza, he's just like, this ruins the pineapple. And it doesn't do enough for the pizza.
Okay, that's a new one. Haven't heard that before.
He said it ruins the pineapple and it doesn't do enough for the pizza to make it to justify mixing it.
Wow. That's unique. That's really unique. Vernon
Which
seems
part?
to agree that it is the food of the... Well, the part where, like, the pizza is actually the lesser of the two. But Vernon seems to agree that it is the food of the gods. But me personally, I mean, you're gonna... Okay, can we... Let's do a bit of a shootout here. What fruit... Oh, here we go, fucking found
How am
the
I not
quest.
following you? Oh, it's because I'm not logged in on Twitch. I was like, I'm not following Doomlink? What the fuck?
Yeah, what's wrong with you? But, I mean, this guy is a mod on my fucking stream and hasn't followed me. But...
Dude, that's... All I do is fuck bitches, get money. I'm sorry.
That's true. Well, more than what I'm doing. But the question becomes: does pineapple beat mango? Well, what's your opinion on mango? In fact, let me make this very clear. I don't know how Americans feel about mango because I've never heard an American mention mango. How do you people feel about mango?
You people.
Yeah. Because I've never heard any, I haven't heard a word, like, I'm telling you, like, there's a lot of American culture out there on the internet. I've never heard any of you talk about mango. I've heard a lot about fast food, but not a lot about mango. So what's happening with mango? I'm not going to make a point on that, but, you know, not much about mango. What's happening with mango?
I think for the most part we like it.
Do you have a particular love of it? Or is it just...
It doesn't have the publicists that avocado has to Americans.
So you guys really like avocado?
We're fucking gaga over avocado, dude.
Really? I'd say avocado's a bit of a big deal over here. I'm still doing this quest, by the way. Like, I'm not going to stop this recording until we get a successful hunt, because we've just had 2 failed hunts on a Hyper Devil Joe, and I was wanting a Hyper Devil Joe to be my last hunt, and that didn't pan out, so we're going to at least get a successful hunt.
He's throwing so that we can keep talking.
Well, no, actually, I'd love to eat. Eating is a thing that I value in life, and I'd like to eat, but I'd also like to get a successful fucking hunt. So, I'm going to do that at some point.
Vermin, I'm so sorry to hear that you're allergic to avocado, because it's really good.
Avocado is, it's very good on other things. Like, avocado on its own, not a big deal, but on other things,
Oh, that's only because you've never had avocado with, a little bit of olive oil and salt and pepper.
Like, you take the seed out and put a bit of olive oil in it, and...
Salt and pepper.
Yeah. Now that sounds pretty good, to be completely honest. But let me tell you one thing. I was obsessed with avocado growing up. Like, before I hit the age of, like, 6, I'd pretty much only eat stuff with avocado on it. So, there you go. That's a little Doomlink lore for you.
Well, to answer your question about mangoes, I don't know, we don't talk about mango that much because it's just something that's like, it's mango, you know what I mean? You either like it or
right.
It's the same thing with like pears. It's like asking how do we feel about pears.
Well, the reason why the reason why I find that it's a or rather a relevant question to ask is because you guys like sweet things, right? Like you got a fairly good.
We not act like every culture doesn't like sweet things.
This is based on your supermarket versus my supermarket.
Have you been to my supermarket?
No, but I do have people who've, you know, family members who've been to the US who've been to the supermarket and were kind of like culture shocked by it.
Okay, so do you not have a sweet
Sure
aisle?
we do. Sure we do. But like the idea that everything would be sweet, as opposed to like you've got a sweets aisle and then you've got stuff that's not sweet. Although, okay, that's not the point of what I'm saying, and I could be totally wrong. Let's actually, what we'll do is we'll say that I'm completely wrong and I'm being an idiot right now. My point is that if mango is a sweet food, do you guys like that particularly more than other fruit, or is it just like normal? Is it like not all that great, or is it a taste that some people like and some people don't like? Because you seem to hint that that's what's going on.
I think that most people like mango if it's actual mango and not something mango flavored.
I see.
I think there's very few fruit in. I think there's very few fruit that Americans would turn their head and scoff at.
I see.
Like, I can't imagine an American being like. Obviously, there are exceptions to this, but I've never met somebody go, "Ew, I don't like kiwi."
Oh, really? Because kiwi's got this sort of edge to it, you know. It's like a... I don't even know how to... It's almost a tangy edge, but it's not tangy. You know what I mean when I say that, right?
Yeah, I eat a lot of kiwi.
Yeah, so it's like got this little edge to it on your tongue. It's like, ooh.
Ooh, but there are people out there that cannot stand coconut.
Really?
Yeah, a lot of people do not like coconut.
Really?
Yeah.
I love kiwis, actually. Exio asked a good question before. I don't think you touched on it. I might have been totally distracted. But how do you feel about banana bread versus garlic bread?
It depends. What are you in the mood for? Do you want something sweet or do you want something savory?
That's the thing. I think it really depends on like what meal you're having. Like it would be, I would say banana bread would be more of a breakfast lunch sort of thing, whereas garlic bread would be more dinner. That's what I would say.
Banana bread is more of a dessert thing.
You would say so.
Mm-hmm.
That's true as well. Over here, interestingly, we would take banana bread sort of as a breakfast thing, like a side. What am I doing? Why am I fucking jumping with this thing? Okay, I'm pressing A to jump up, and I should be pressing B. But yeah, the whole banana bread thing is sort of a breakfast thing over here. Like, if you wanted a light breakfast, you'd have, not necessarily, but an option that you could have was, you know, have banana bread and then, I don't know, a coffee and some small thing in addition to that.
Yeah, I mean, I like them both, but I can tell you that between the two of them, the one I like more is garlic bread.
I'd have a hard time making a decision on that, actually, because again, it does depend on what I feel like at the time. I love both for what they do for me when I'm in the mood for.
I can tell you, I can always eat garlic bread. I could literally eat garlic bread right now and be happy as a clam. Banana bread, that's a mood thing. It comes and goes. It's like eating pancakes, you know? Sometimes you just don't feel like eating pancakes.
Yeah. That's fair. Although I think I could eat banana bread at any time. It depends on the sort of banana bread we're talking about. Like real, like literally bread plus banana, or like bread plus banana plus lots of sugar and whatever else you'd possibly add. If we're talking like normal banana bread, yeah.
I could have that over peanut butter sandwiches.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah.
Whatever, bro. You have green sharpness.
You know why, though? I've got bludgeoner. Increases damage based on sharpness, or how low sharpness is, although it only works to a point, as I think I've discovered. This is going to be the last hunt, guys. I hope you're ready for this, because we failed like 2 fucking Devil Joe hunts, which I was not really anticipating. So now I think it's time for us to actually get a successful hunt with this chaotic Gormagala. I wasn't expecting this to be the last one, but whatever. I think the guy who was...
Did you guys know, in the chat, did you know that Australia is not real, and it's a bunch of actors?
Yeah, I'm an actor. I mean, clearly. Am I not an actor? If you think about it, the Australian accent is so fucking comical that you couldn't actually have a legitimate Australian accent. I mean, it's obviously something that you learn at birth as sort of like a comedy thing. It's like a routine. So, clearly we're a bunch of actors. So. The only reason why I don't have a comedic Australian accent is because I'm lying about being Australian, and that's something that I only tell you because I trust you all with my deep-seated emotions. The things that keep me up at night, the things that challenge my personality on a daily basis.
Like pineapple on pizza.
That's something I don't struggle with. That's something that I know is for the Antichrist and only the Antichrist.
You can tell us some other stuff you don't like, so I can tell you how much I love it.
I don't know what else I really don't like in terms of food. How do you feel about fish? I really want to work towards enjoying fish more. I've grown up hating fish, but...
You don't work towards enjoying fish, you either enjoy fish or you don't.
That's not true. You know why I say that? It's because growing up I was very picky with food. But by the time I hit the age of, say, 15, 16, I began to open up to a lot of more foods, but I didn't... But even then, I didn't try fish because of how much I hated it as a child. So I feel like if I really opened myself up to fish now, maybe I'd like it, but...
Well, I can tell you, I grew up with fish, and there's only one way that I eat fish.
How's that?
Caught that day. Has to be caught that day.
Okay. That's very specific. Like, that's not always easy to get. Yeah. Okay.
I am a Florida boy, and I was raised eating fish that we caught that day, and we fried it every time.
You have
I don't
standards.
like baked fish. I don't like grilled fish. And if I ever get a bone in a fish, I'm done eating fish for the day.
Now, how do bones in fish work? Like, this is coming from someone who's ignorant to fish generally. Like, how do you...
Well, you're never 100% safe from getting a bone in fish.
No, I didn't think so.
Because the bones are very small and hard to remove consistently.
Yeah.
And yes, they do like fish and chips, beans.
Fish and chips has also become very much a thing in Australia. One thing to note about Australian culture is that we don't really have culture. That's a very important thing to take note of. All we do is steal from other people. And of course, because we came from the English ultimately, we do take a lot of English culture on board. I mean, we don't have a huge thing about English, like, you know how the English breakfast is all about beans and sausage and toast and, you know, the whole big English breakfast. We don't really have that, but we love things like fish and chips. We're big on fish and chips, so...
How can
That's
you
not
say
the
you don't have a culture?
We don't.
Bro, I've watched Kath and Kim. That is
okay.
that whole show is a cultural commentary.
Okay, well, we do technically have a culture, but what I mean is... okay, let me rephrase that. We don't have a food culture. That's probably important. We do have a culture of sorts, not really. Any country will develop a culture, if only for the fact that if you have a group of people living together in their own environment, yes, you will develop a uniqueness that can't be seen elsewhere in the world. But the thing is, it's whether or not you value that. Like, I don't value Australian culture, and that's why I am the way I am. That's why I don't come onto the stream and people go, oh, you're so Australian. Like, there's a reason why. It's because I don't subscribe to Australian culture. I've never cared for it. I've never been interested in it. People come in here thinking I'm English, you know. And that's not because I like English culture. It's because, at the end of the day, when I strip Australian culture of all that makes it unique, it just sounds English. So, that's what it comes down to.
Oh, that's fair.
No, I mean, people might think, like, if I ever say anything that might be construed as negative against America, what ends up happening is people think that I have this hard-on for Australia. I actually don't like Australia at all, and I probably have something negative to say about all cultures, because I'm probably a bit of a misanthropist by nature. So, that's what it really comes down to.
I mean, I've never heard you say a word one against Japanese culture.
There's a lot of things that I can say against Japanese culture. Most of it relates to their work ethic. And I've also realized that in some areas of Japanese culture there are some strange things relating to the treatment of animals. And that was made clear to me very early on when I first visited Japan. One of my first experiences with Japanese people, like people, was a couple throwing rocks at a lion at a zoo, which was very interesting, that I didn't really appreciate seeing. And yeah, there are a lot of negative things to say about Japanese culture. There are a lot of things that I like about it as well, but any culture will come with fundamental issues, and the issue with that, generally, is that the people of that culture will either deny it or not see it to be a problem, which is almost guaranteed with any culture. You know, if there are issues, the people who are actually, you know, exhibiting those issues will be like, what do you mean? What's the issue? There's no problem here. So, I don't know. My current team sucks ass.
Aren't they?
Sure they are. I don't know why they do that. I haven't looked into the whaling situation enough to really look at how that... Like, I couldn't necessarily look at Japanese whaling and relate it to their culture. I don't know how many people in Japan...
They can get to Monster Hunter.
I guess that's true. But I don't know how many people in Japan are protesting whaling. I don't know what that is at the end of the day. Like, I couldn't truly say. But it's not right, I'd say that. And there are definitely some moral issues to do with that. But referring to Monster Hunter again, Vernon says my team's terrible. The good thing about that is that I'm not really paying attention. Like, obviously we failed 2 Hyper Double Joe hunts, so my team isn't amazing. And I think I contributed to a death for the second Hyper Double Joe, so I can't say too much about that. But yeah, I don't think my team's too great. We're 10 minutes into this Chaotic War Magala, and I don't think he's that close to death. Or at least not so close that he's limping, so... Yeah, not a great team today. But, yeah, in terms of Japanese culture, I mean, I'm not averse to it enough to not want to live there. I do plan to live there at some point in the future. It's not something that I would do lightly. It's something that I would do once I had really organised myself to live there. Not like go over there with no money and then try to make a living, scrounge about, you know, it's not what I plan to do. But I do plan to at some point live there once I've got myself organised. But, you know, I think in doing so I would fully take on board all the issues with it. And maybe even try to change certain little things while I'm there. Not with the intention of stripping them of their culture, because I think it's very important when you go to a country like that that you completely accept and almost allow yourself to be assimilated into their culture, because it's very different to Western culture, but little things that just aren't quite right, that even are debated amongst themselves.
Yeah, because if you don't, you're going to be gaijin, as they say in Tokyo Drift. I'm gaijin.
Oh yeah, you don't want to be a gaijin. Well, the thing is, people say gaijin just referring to any person who's of foreign origin. Like, it's not even necessarily someone who fails to assimilate. It's just like some people just... I suppose you'd say it's derogatory, but yeah, some people just use it. Because the idea... I didn't get a word of that. But it's... obviously it's gaikokujin, and then if you're just referring to... It's sort of like a lack of respect. You just call the gaikokujin like, oh, look at that gaijin sort of thing. Like, which is why I've always wondered why Gaijin Hunter is willing to identify himself in that way. But anyway, that's a different topic for another day. But...
Listen, my alter ego has arrived.
Who's that? Oh, Tired Ethan. You guys haven't met Tired Ethan before. I hope you realise. I get this guy almost every time I talk to him. He's got this alter ego who makes an appearance, and he's a not as snappy, witty Ethan, but he's still Ethan. And anyway, sorry I haven't been reading the chat, guys. I've been really desperate to actually succeed in a fucking hunt with this team, and I just haven't read this recently. Curvo needs to heal. That arse has been at least half health for over 3 minutes. Oh my god. Well...
You know that his name is not Curvo, right?
What is his name?
Cuervo.
Cuervo?
Yeah.
Is he Spanish?
Likely, because Jose Cuervo is a type of tequila.
Uh-huh. I'll leave it to you. I'll leave it to you. I actually don't know much about tequila.
We just lost like 4 viewers out of nowhere. What the heck?
Oh, fuck those people. I never watch my viewer count. But, yeah, tequila is...
Mexican beans. Tequila is Mexican.
Yeah, it is
Spanish.
Mexican.
When he said Spanish, he means Hispanic. He doesn't mean Spanish in general. He means of Latin in origin.
Well, actually, I did mean Spanish, as in from Spain, because most of the people that you come across in Monster Hunter are from the country of Spain. You will very rarely come across people in Monster Hunter that are Hispanic. In other words, like just happen to be of that origin. In other words, you'll generally not come across someone who's from South America, for example, or from that general
I
region.
respect you, but we disagree on a lot of stuff. Pineapple on pizza, tequila is amazing. You're crazy. Tequila tastes like fucking lagoon water.
This is the thing, like I can't remember the last time I had tequila, and when I did have it, I wouldn't have been in a position to make a real determination on its flavour, so no comment on tequila, but yeah.
Dude, I've tried so much to enjoy tequila, and every time I drink it, I feel like I'm in the ocean, and I just got in the face with like a hot warm wave with somebody's piss in it. I don't know. But I get it. Some people really love tequila.
No, you have to understand that those people probably don't get it. They probably don't get it, Ethan. Like, they don't get it. Like, some people like stuff that fucking sucks. You have to understand that. Like, some people will drink the worst fucking beer in the world and think it's great. It's true, like, you get there is an acquired taste for bad things. It has to do with the adaptability of humankind and how malleable we are. Like, we will actually find good things in terrible stuff. Like, if you acquire a taste for tequila, you might love that little thing about tequila that you've acquired a taste for. And you're not going to get it anywhere else, most likely. Now, this is coming from someone who couldn't really comment on tequila. I don't know. But I'd be willing to try it. I'd have to get a good tequila, like a top shelf tequila, if such a thing exists.
That reminds me of Tyler a little bit, like when you said that like some people like stuff that they don't actually like. Because
That's not true.
I've tried to talk about this with Tyler before because he orders the frilliest college girl drinks I have ever seen. Like I'm talking like every time he goes out, he's like, I want a Jaeger bomb, I want an alligator or whatever, some dumb shit like that.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm just like, bro, just get a beer. And he's just like, I don't drink beer. It's like, why?
This is his
like,
brother, by the way.
Like piss water. And I'm just like, no, it doesn't. Yeah. He's like, yes, it does, and you're lying to yourself that it doesn't. And I'm just like, whatever.
No, well, he probably hasn't had a good beer before. This is the thing. He's probably never had a good beer in his life, which is a shame.
Dude, you can't convince him. He is so convinced.
Oh, I will convince him. He's never had a good beer.
He will only drink sugary alcohol. That is the only thing he'll drink.
Oh, I see. Well, I'll get him a good beer. I'll get him a good quadruple from Belgium. But anyway, as much as we could do this for the end of time, ladies and gentlemen, seriously, we could. We could do this until the end of time. It is almost 8 hours in, everyone. Oh, shit. We're almost at the 8-hour mark. We have to go to the 8-hour mark, don't we?
How much is left? How much time?
4 minutes. No, 3 minutes now.
We have to go to the 8-hour mark, bro. We gotta go to the 8-hour mark.
Well, we can do it. We can do it.
All right, anybody, hit us with a topic. Quick.
Yeah. Any topic. Well, I can always read up the chat because I haven't read everything. Vernon says, why did Ethan hate Dauntless? He asks this. Beans asks this because in detail I explained on stream while he was there the situation where you and I played Dauntless for the first time.
Okay.
Can you... don't go through the whole thing from start to finish, but just tell us why you didn't like it.
Well, for one, it's ass. For two, when I went to go... Alright, so this is what's really frustrating about it. I got the beta of Dauntless, and it played a little bit like Monster Hunter, right? And I was like, this seems interesting. I'll try it with Doom. I don't want to play Monster Hunter, but I want to play something with Doom, and it's free. Why not? And this is years later. The game had changed so much, that like it played like a fucking MMORPG, and I fucking hate MMORPGs. They're so boring. It dropped us into this area, and it was like, hey, go hunt this monster. And there was people there already.
there were people in the map already, and they had killed the monster. They killed the monster like 2 minutes into us showing up, and I was just like, what's the point? I don't even have to fight it. I just have to wait until these dudes kill it, and I can just carve it. Like, what's the point? Why would I want to play this? It's ass. So, like, 5 minutes after downloading it, I was just like, I'm done with this.
Well, I said 15 minutes, which would have been a more accurate timescale, but it was about... It wouldn't have been more than 15 minutes, would it? Because I remember we were dicking around in the main area trying to work out where the fuck to go. I worked out, okay, typical MMO, you go to the guy with the exclamation mark above his head, and then we both went there, and then I think I went there but not with you, and then you went there but not with me, and then we eventually got back, and then I think we went there together somehow. All the while, there was a guy trying to talk to me, and I think he then
had a girl character model. He had a girl character model, and this dude would not leave him alone.
Yeah, right. So because I had a girl character model, this guy started having a go. And then he started talking to Ethan, and Ethan blocked his ass. Like, I'm telling you, we were not in this area for more than 2 minutes, and Ethan had already blocked someone, okay? And then we eventually got to this place together, and this is when the situation that Ethan is talking about, this is where his experience comes from, where we go to this place, in the distance there's this monster that we can fight, we go over there, they're already fighting it, and then we get in there, we probably swing our weapons at it for the best part of 10 seconds and it's already dead, because probably 3/4 of its health has already been depleted by a different group, and then it dies. Ethan's his interest, like I could hear it over the mic, his interest was draining away at a speed that would break the sound barrier. And then I'm telling you, it wouldn't have been more than 3 minutes later, he was like, Doom, I'm sorry to do this to you, but I can't do this anymore. I'm done. And I was like, okay. I downloaded this fucking garbage thing onto my PC, which gives me game notifications that look like adware. Okay? Looks like fucking adware. This Epic Games Launcher piece of shit onto my PC. This absolute blight on my machine. Just to play this garbage game with you. And here we are, done in 15 minutes.
Yeah, I couldn't deal. I couldn't.
Yeah, it was pretty rough.
It's funny you say that because I have adware on my screen right now.
As in
New
Epic
in-game,
Games and
Rocket League Formula 1 Speed to Victory with the Formula 1 fan pack, including the iconic F1 car, decals for 10 teams, and more. Now available in the item shop.
Nice. That's real great.
Too lazy to press the X.
Ladies and gentlemen, those of you who are here right now, in 3 years of me streaming, ever, this is the longest stream I have ever done, and you are present for that. At this time, I don't know when I will ever do a stream as long as this. I don't think it will happen anytime soon. Probably won't be happening for another year at least. But you are here. And, yeah. We are 8 hours and 2 minutes in. This is going to be fun to upload to YouTube. It's going to be probably 3 hours of uploading at least. But, yeah. At 10 AM your schedule is fucked. Well, thanks for sticking around, Antan, and I almost feel sorry that you stuck around for so long. But,
you need to qualify that.
I don't care, like, I
am sorry that your sleep schedule is fucked, dude. Not
Yeah.
almost sorry. I'm just regular sorry. I'm sorry that I contributed to that.
Yeah. Ethan's also tired, if it means anything to you. And it is currently 6 PM and I haven't eaten today. And yeah, like the whole thing. I mean, this has been quite a stream. But yeah, I am. Don't say poor Ethan. Staying up at 4 AM is not unusual for him. Back in the Gundam days, we used to go into 8 AM and he'd still be ready to go. So
That's true. Yeah, those are the good old days. The Gundam days.
the Gundam days really was the Gundam days. That was a different time. I'm going to take my leave, and I do thank you all for watching. And I will see you when I'm next recording something of mine that you'd like to watch. And I will let Ethan also say goodbye.
We have 10
Wait, what?
seconds left.
Until what?
till 8 hours on
No.
the timer.
That's not true. I've been live for
It is,
8.
I'm looking at it now. Okay,
Well-
now it's been 8 hours. All right, cool.
Well, on
All
my...
right, guys.
Ignore Doomlink. I'm talking now. You guys have been great. Thanks for taking care of my boy, and I look forward to coming back soon. Hit that follow button. Subscribe if you got them. Any primers in chat? What else is there? What else is there? Oh yeah, fully nude hot tub stream coming when I go to Australia, and also
5 years from now, 5 years from now.
Yeah, 5 years from now, and also oh shit, what else? Oh, check the merch store for the next thing you know shirt. All right.
Oh, and 10 subbed, look out. And a gifted sub to Sad Sensuality, which is really the ultimate summary of this live stream. Sad Sensuality. So,
Beautiful. What a sentiment.
I don't even know who the fuck that is. Anyway, Sad Sensuality. Well, thanks for subscribing or having a subscription gifted to Sad Sensuality, and I'm also sad for you if that means anything to you. It was meant to be. Okay. Well, I do thank you all for watching, and I'll catch you all later. Hope you enjoyed having Ethan here. I've talked about him for the last 2 months. He hasn't been here for the last 2 months, but he's here now, and we'll try to get him on soon in the future. But I will catch you all later. Bye-bye for now.